like, you can't say the color black without walking on eggshells.
I say, hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang. I said, hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
Hello? Okay, now it's working. I had to restart my computer last night, or I accidentally restarted my computer last night, actually. And now that I did, I've got to reset some things. Apparently, some things did not stay the same, so I got a number of things that I gotta fix. Okay, there's my chat. Sound is perfect. Don't change a thing. Damn. Also, I'm working on a video essay, and I kind of think I want to do a green screen. So I currently have a green screen set up. So yeah, we got that on lock. Yeah, just testing it out for the most part right now. Although I was thinking about just doing this, doing a little bit of this. Yeah, maybe a little bit of that. Maybe some of this. Maybe a little bit of this right here. A little bit of that. Just a little bit. You know, if we're doing it, might as well. Oh, wait, I'm behind the... Okay, wait, hold on. I'm still behind this thing. Hold on, that's not good. There we go. Okay. Why are you so yellow? Am I yellow? Is that better or... How yellow should I be? Is this a good amount of yellow? Is this not a good amount of yellow? Jaundice? Do I look jaundice? Earlier I looked like this. So I think yeah, this seems good. Break it down for a player like me. I better find me a woman in ski. Yeah. Get your lighters, roll that sticky, let's get high. Got that blueberry yum and is that fine? Is that pie? Get a blueberry yum, and I never thought it could taste this good. Thank God for the man who put it in my hood. So is it better or not? What the fuck? How long does it take you to figure out if it's better or not? Will you need 5 minutes, 10 minutes? Like, is this, you guys will tell me tomorrow, I guess? You vote better, okay. Thank you. I'm working, it's not better. Can't you see it on your screen? Yeah, it looks fine to me. It looked fine before. Like, I don't know if this is like what you're looking for, is for me to just be like white as fuck or what, but now my shirt is has got a lot of noise on it. Yeah, damn it, now this fucked everything up. Okay, there we go. I fixed it. Don't worry. Your head is phasing out. Well, it was a minute ago, yeah, when I turned up the brightness again, but as white as this is, I'm sure Alex will still say that it's too much, but maybe if I change the contrast some. There we go. I think this is what she's looking for. All right, we good? Everybody happy now? Who the fuck is Alex? Do they even go here? No, they don't even go here. I swear she's real though. So, okay, so you guys remember I was talking about the other day. New setup. It's a temporary one. One that I'm working with for a little bit. Just kind of testing some stuff out. But yeah, anyway, so I need to flip this. There we go. Okay. Oh wait, now there's screen over here. Yeah, there's still screen there. Alex made me fuck everything up. Okay, there we go. I think that works. I think that's good. We'll be alright there. Okay. Yeah, I don't think there's a way for me to not have noise now. With it set up like this. I don't think that's it. Oh shit, I did blackface. Alright. Anyways. Your stream is lagging for me again. Okay. You took a screenshot? Screenshot of what? Yeah, I have my stream in front of me. Like, I've got it right here on my phone, and I can see it right here in front of me here as well as I'm setting it up. but it just doesn't look yellow to me. Like the way it looked before, it looked much better than this. This looks weird. This just looks white as fuck. Look a little yellow now? Yeah, no. The picture that you took earlier looks better than what it looks like now. Now I've whitened it up so much that I think it looks horrible. But yeah, I mean literally the lights in front of me are pure white, which they're normally not. Normally the lights are yellow. The lights are always yellow. Right now, they are pure white. And how fucked up like I guess there, because of the like purple and pink lighting, it just makes my face look a bit redder. But yeah, this looks ridiculous. I gotta go back to what it was before. Which I don't even remember what the fuck I did. Oh yeah, that's right. I turned the lights super white. What color is your shirt? This is a yellow. Yeah, this is like dark beige yellow. But it looks like a fucking white t-shirt on here right now. It looks like a dingy white shirt. Dirty white, yeah. Yeah, this is a beige I don't know what they call it. Champion shirt? Why isn't this? Why isn't it popping up with any champion shirts? Why is everything like this? And why is none of it beige? Alright, never mind. Oh, did I spell it wrong? It's this one. Yeah. I don't know if that'll show up, but yeah. This shirt. Yeah, it's cream. Like a cream beige. Yeah. All right. So, yesterday and the last couple of days, we've talked a couple of times about like some of the people who were coming after me, just incidentally ended up going over it. But one of the people that we talked about was Sulfur, who we said just kind of lost her fucking mind, went and made like a 40 chapter, 40, like not 4D, 40 chapters of a document about me, about like people in my family, my roommates, like every person I've ever interacted with, a bunch of random people in chat. Trib was in there. Like they took like enemies of mine, like people who were actively like doxing me and posting like where I worked and shit, and pretended these people were like part of my community and were posting them around. Anyway, so they literally worked on this document for like 3 fucking months. And then they put it out, and it is the worst shit. It is the worst fucking shit. It is absolute shit. It is absolutely insane. And they just looked like a fucking schizo. Like even their own friends were like, dude, this is fucking weird. And some of their friends who they were working with, and they were like, you know, some of the people who hated me, they even turned on them and started like going after them, and you know, leaking their text and leaking all of their shit, and it devolved so quickly. So a couple months ago, Lonerbox was talking about the fact that this Sulfur chick was in his chat and that she was one of his mods, and that he found out that there was a server where it was all like haters of his, and he thought that it was a hater server. He thought that somebody just built a server just for his haters, but then he realized Sulfur was the head mod. And he was like, okay, wait, if Sulfur's the head mod, she's one of my head mods in my chat. So this probably isn't a hate server, unless somehow Sulfur is now one of my haters, but she's like in chat regularly and is always cool and like sending me stuff and like research and crap. So that would be weird. And as soon as he said this, I thought, this sounds very familiar. This sounds very fucking familiar, because this is what Sulfur does. Like even while she's cool with you, like she'll keep playing cool with you and pretend to be cool with you while like working behind your back the whole time, being very two-faced and like talking out both sides of her mouth. And she'll even get caught and then play this like, you know, very sweet, like, oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean for things to look at them. And that's literally exactly what she did with Lonerbox. That guy doesn't exist. How's it going, homie? How's it going? Damn, it's fucking cold in here, dude. So anyways, so she ended up he ended up like going to talk to her about this server, and she was like, oh yes, like this is not a hate server of yours. This is literally just some friends. I guess it got a little out of hand. More people started joining, and now it's just like a bunch of people. And yeah, I saw that like a lot of people were hating on you, and I should moderate that better. A lot of them were saying some really mean stuff, and like it just it got a little crazy. So I will do my best to moderate that better in the future, but I am not one of your haters, so like don't worry about that. And I reviewed this on stream, and I said, I need to message him. I need to message him. As soon as I found out she was one of his mods, I said I need to message him. Then we saw that, and I was like, yeah, I should definitely message him. For some reason I didn't, and I kept forgetting about the whole thing. I kept totally forgetting about this. And then today, I'm scrolling over Twitter, and I came across this.
A
Whoa.
bit earlier today.
My earbuds are not connected. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna grab
I
a
got
hoodie.
told that
Nope.
Sulfur, who used to be a mod in this Discord, who is no longer, was making a video about me, and that she might be making it with Queeman, maybe Tony, who comes in, who's still a regular in this stream, and maybe JStock is involved somehow. But again, like I'm not exactly sure how involved each person is, other than that there's like a kind of a little collab back and forth going on with like sharing stuff and clips, and most of it just looks like a copy paste of the Beast Process article, albeit from people who are less intelligent and less coherent. But as for the Beast Process article, I probably will respond to that at some point, because as far as criticisms go, I don't feel like it's going to get any better than that against me, so or any more challenging. So yeah, I'll probably go through that at some point. I don't think it's particularly damning of me, but yeah, we can do that another time. But that's one thing. Like, okay, so I know that there's this video being made, and like, big deal. People can criticize me. I don't really care.
So yeah, so apparently she is now also making a document on him, which is fucking hilarious, or a documentary or whatever, you know. So I messaged him this time. This time I did message him, and I've had like a number of people reach out to me over the last month saying, hey, I just heard about this like sulfur thing in like some document that she made on you, like, and people I didn't even know sometimes are reaching out to me like, did you know about this? And I'm like, yeah, I know about this. They're like, this is absolutely fucking unhinged. I just scratched the hell out of my fucking forehead putting this on, but I'm like, yes, I know about this. It's weird. It's some weird shit. But I'm very much aware of it. They're like, this is fucking schizo, dude. Like, this person's crazy. Like, you get one of the funniest parts about the document. It's like it does like put out a lot of personal information, releases way too many like people's DMs and their personal information, their names, and like all sorts of shit. But the wild thing about it is that while it took her 3 months to make it, she was working on nothing but this for 3 fucking months, 40 fucking chapters, like hundreds, maybe like 500 pages of this shit. Okay. The funniest thing is that she literally would make a claim and like give like a very long, overly descriptive description, and then give her evidence, and almost never did her evidence back up her claim, 1, and then 2, half the time her evidence literally debunked her own fucking claim. Like, half the time, she literally posted like my criminal record in there and had that in there. And then she goes off on this like story about me like robbing a gas station and like talking about like, I forget it, like lottery tickets and all sorts of weird shit that like, it was the weirdest fucking thing for her to just like, she just started like making up her own fan fiction about me and writes a whole thing just coming up with fan fiction. That's kind of the entire document. Sulfur always weirded me out, dude. She seemed crazy. She is, and it's weird because I didn't think that. I was close to her for a while. We were good friends, and then out of nowhere, dude, I kept catching her talking shit behind my back, and each time I would like approach her on it or something and say like, hey, what the fuck, she'd be like, oh, I'm so sorry, yeah, I didn't mean for it to look that way, I understand, and I want to be like, like considerate of your feelings and blah blah blah. Oh, okay. And then a little while later, like she would do it again, and I'd be like, hey, what the fuck is going on here? And she, oh yeah, that's nothing. Yeah, that was just we were just goofing around. That wasn't anything. I'm like, I don't know, dude. Like, you seem like a fucking hater, but all right. And then eventually, I catch her one time, like literally, her and I have like a longer conversation where I'm finally like, dude, for real, like, what the fuck is going on? And she starts telling me like, hey, because I heard her say, I was like, you know, I heard you say that, like, I lied about these two people. And she's like, yeah, well, I mean, they did say that you lied. Like, I don't know. I don't have evidence one way or the other. I was just repeating what they said. I was like, but you didn't repeat it as what they said. You repeated it as a fact, as like your own opinion or something that you've verified or that you believe. Like, that's how you stated it. She's like, oh yeah, didn't mean for it to be the case, but I mean, they did say this. Like, and so, you know, I'm like, I didn't. Well, none of that's true. So, like, I can prove this isn't true. That's just absolute bullshit. And we have a conversation. It, like, she was being really fucking weird, but like, you know, wasn't, as I'm like explaining why these other people are wrong, she's just like, oh, okay, like that I gotcha. You know, I was just repeating what they said, blah, blah, blah. The fucking next day, very next day, I go, somebody says that, like, hey, this person's like covering your content. I go look at it. There she is, right there immediately at the top of the fucking chat, talking shit, saying, you won't believe it, Tom just lied about X, Y, and Z yesterday. I was like, what? Tom's trying to lie to me about these people yesterday in DMs. In the fucking chat, dude. In the fucking chat. So I was immediately like, you wanna go on stream and clear this up real quick? And she's like, sure, I guess. I'm like, yeah, I think we should. And so we hop onto the guy's stream, and she literally takes everything back. Immediately takes everything back and is like, yeah, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that. I'm totally wrong. And takes it all fucking back. And the second she gets off the fucking call, so she gets off, there's like a line of people in the VC who all want to talk to me. And so I just stay on and I talk to these people. When I get done, apparently the second she got off the call, she immediately accused me of sexually harassing her, of being a sex pest, of like trying to get with her and shit like that. Just like all sorts of fucking shit. And maybe some of that came a little bit later, but immediately she was like accusing me of being a sex pest and like just weird fucking shit, dude. She was it's just the most two-faced fucking bitch I have ever met in my life. Like, absolutely the most two-faced fucking bitch. And there is, if you haven't seen it, like, there is a video on my channel that really encapsulates what I'm talking about here. I just started Adderall, so I look cracked out as fuck in this video, but it's called, yeah, here it is. Why can't I just lie about you? That's literally what she was doing. That video right there, that's literally what she was doing. Why can't I just lie about you? She would keep doing this thing where, like, I would bring up a lie that she would tell about me and be like, yeah, so what about this? Why did you say that? And she's like, oh, you know, I don't really care about this all that much. Like, it's not a big deal to me. Like, we can just move on if, you know, I'm just, I'm not all that interested in that. So it's not a big problem for me. And I'm like, yeah, no duh. You're lying about me. No fucking duh. You don't care. Yeah, no duh. You don't give a fuck. It's me that you're lying about. Nobody here was confused. Nobody thought, oh, you're the one with the issue with me being lying. Nobody was confused about that. I don't know why you keep saying this, but that's what she kept doing. She kept doing this over and over. Just like, I don't know. It's not really a problem for me. I'm okay. Yeah. We're aware, dude. No duh.
This is like
absolute fucking banger intro though, then.
This is like the pattern that I'm having an issue with, is it feels like I want you to talk to me about these things. I want you to tell me about it. I want to be able to have a conversation with you about it. But it feels like I'm just not allowed to, because you don't tell me, but you do go tell a bunch of other people publicly so that I know you feel this way. I'm just not able to talk to you about it. I'm not able to have a conversation with you, and I'm never able to either defend myself or apologize or anything. I'm just not capable, because everybody that I try to talk to about these things will not have the conversation with me, but they will have it with everyone else. What is the more blunt statement with the nuance that actually accurately describes what it is you meant to?
And
you
Sulfur
want
is
to
saying
communicate.
that blunt statement with the nuance
Well,
is the DM
I really would
that
like
she sent.
her to. Yes, but that
Okay.
we're talking about public. Obviously, what I said in public is different than the conversation that her and I had in DMs, and she wanted me to bluntly say in public that it was different. I am asking for the same courtesy that if she's saying, okay, what I said in chat doesn't accurately describe things, I am asking for the same courtesy. Yes.
All right, I'll drag up the logs then real quick.
I mean, all of this is kind of whatever, right?
Well, no, it's not, because this is literally what it is.
That's what she kept doing, dude. She kept doing this. Like, this is all just like whatever, though, right? Like, we don't have to go over me lying over and over, right? Like, that's not necessary, is it? Like, that my issue was. This is the whole. Yes.
I think we're gonna talk to Rezi.
So yeah, this came with a lot of fucking receipts, a lot of like showing the DMs and like screenshots of them and everything, like with like me showing that like she's like backing off her claims in DMs and then going right back to like acting like she's not saying this, or sorry, and then going right back to accusing me of lying again, and then confronting her on it, and her again backing off of it and everything is absolutely fucking bonkers, dude. This chick was insane, bro. And then later, like we what's the surprise though? The surprise was like her at the end, like going in like making a bunch of new claims after backing off her statements. She makes a bunch of new claims at the end, like, sorry, your boyfriend is a creep, like an actual pushy freak to the point where I would sooner have a Taliban escort. Like, dude, she literally like just apologized for shit like this, and then immediately while I'm on stream still talking to people, still having a conversation with folks, she goes right back to saying shit about me, immediately making up new shit every time. She couldn't stop, dude. She could not fucking stop. Every time she would get caught lying, she would just make up new lies, and this is literally her whole thing. This is her whole thing, is that she'll make up a lie, she'll get caught, get confronted on it, back off the lie, and then as soon as she's gone, she's making up a brand new one and starting over. And this is her whole thing. It is it's like an obsession. It's like an obsession for her. It is pathological. It doesn't make sense, dude. It does not make sense. Is such a weird thing. But yeah, somebody else just sent me another video of Lonerbox talking about some of the stuff similar.
But yeah, and also I'm not sure exactly how many of these screenshots I want to use because I don't want to compromise my source. They did seem, for whatever reason, quite comfortable with me saying that they really hate this Kosher Kathy person. For those of you who don't know, Kosher Kathy is like a guy who is parodying the name of someone who leaked my DMs like a year ago, who has since apologized, by the way. Me and that person are like at peace. But this Kosher Kathy person is like a guy who has what I think is a fake Indian accent. It sounds like he's like faking an accent for whatever reason. And he goes under multiple aliases, and he argued with me on Kalinda's stream once, and he's a total fucking psycho. Like, he keeps trying to get me banned for every time I tell someone to kill themselves in a video game, he'll like apparently go to people and tell them to spam report me for wishing harm, which again, from a community like this is so ironic. But yeah.
So when he says communities like this, it's ironic. It's because these people seem to like set out on a goal to try to get people to kill themselves. Like they're the ones who like do the whole like lolcow, content where they'll try to
just like harass the fuck out of somebody, and then when that person like gets annoyed about shit being made up about them, or like people just like nonstop like bugging them about shit, then they're weird for caring that people are like lying about them and fucking with their reputation and shit, and then they all start acting like you're fucking crazy, dude. Like nobody cares, dude. Like you're so weird, and like kind of the whole sulfur thing, like that is their whole thing. And it's like, oh, so they're trying to gaslight and crazy make this person until they fucking kill themselves. And then these people are just like insanely toxic. Like they'll say the worst fucking shit, and they're like kiwi farmers and people like that. Like that's their whole gig, is like most of them are just going to kiwi farms and literally just like copy pasting whatever the fuck is on kiwi farms that day and making content about it. And then they turn around and if you say something like kill yourself, they'll go post it all over. Like, can you believe this person? Can you believe this person that would tell somebody to kill themselves? So yeah, that's apparently a thing. Was that all of that? Yeah, I think that's it.
One I was shown a little while ago, but I know where it comes from now. It comes from this server. It's just so ridiculous to me. This is one I was shown a little while ago, but I know where it comes from now. It comes from this server.
Why did they play that twice?
So this is around the time when I was kind of on and off streaming a little bit, and there was this whole narrative building up about me dodging a debate with Queeman, even though, again, like Queeman hadn't asked me for a debate. He didn't even DM me. He's asked.
Yeah, somebody sick a while back accused me of dodging debates with Chud Logic and Queeman, which I don't know that Queeman ever asked to debate me. I don't know that I would do it anyways, but I don't remember him ever asking for a debate or me dodging one. But with Chud Logic, there were like 3 times in a fucking row that he asked me if I wanted to debate something. I said yes, and then he just never messaged me back again. And so if I don't know if this is like, something that Chud said, but if he went around telling people that I was dodging a debate, I don't know where the fuck that came from, because Tom, have you ever dodged a debate? When you say dodge, like there's a lot of people that, yeah, I'm just not even interested in debating. There's one guy I can never remember his name, like Omar or something like that. Manar. Yeah, Manar. This is somebody who's like constantly trying to debate me and will literally follow me on to like other panels and shit to try to debate me, and I'm just like, I'm not debating you again. I had one debate with him for like 4 hours straight, and he's absolutely the dumbest motherfucker I've ever engaged with. Like, absolutely the dumbest motherfucker. And so yeah, it's just not even but there are a number of people who are they're not even interested in debate. Like, they're just interested in like trying to create drama out of shit. And so lately, a lot of these people like Queeman and those, they have become very like anti-Israel, because they're trying to create drama with it. Like, that is the whole thing. Like, they just want to create drama with it. These aren't people who engage in politics. They think politics is cringe. They think like morals are cringe. They think that like people who talk about morals are cringe. So they don't give a fuck about any of the shit, but they will talk about it if it can help them create drama. And so yeah, so like when he's like, why the fuck would I talk to Queeman? It's like, yeah, because Queeman doesn't give a fuck about these topics. Neither does JSTLK or any of these people. They don't give a fuck. They're literally just drama farming. So yeah, with people like that, if they're not even the least bit interested in like having a honest conversation, they're just doing it to try to farm, then it just becomes a pointless endeavor.
I mean, I guess at this point now I have pretty good, I've got good reasons to not want to be involved with these people. But I guess he was just relying on like the people, the other little droogs from this Discord to come and do like the debate queen and spam, and apparently that's the thing I'm dodging. But like, someone from that server posts this tweet saying, you know, Learnerbox doesn't even debate anymore. He just looks at you like this whenever you disagree, and it's Brendan Fraser from The Whale. And Hassan Abi liked it when it had 40 likes. And obviously you can't see who likes other people's tweets anymore. So I'm guessing Hassan likes other people's tweets anymore. So I'm guessing Hassan does this when he doesn't think other people are looking. But
Yeah, I mean, generally, I like debating. Like, for the most part, I like debating. If there's people who will either I've like never engaged with before, like there's a lot of people that I'm willing to debate. Like even somebody like Andrew Wilson, like I wouldn't call him a good faith interlocutor or anything like that, but I'm definitely like more willing to debate somebody like him than those guys, just because like this is like his actual field and shit that he actually debates regularly.
I'm like, are you fucking kidding me, bro? Because after dodging debates and debate requests with me and however many other people who you know full well would blow you the fuck out on any of these topics, like, are you seriously doing this? Excuse me? Like, sorry, like, you can sit there and think that I would rather not talk to Queeman for the moment because I guess he's just that level of superior intelligence, you know? Like,
Yeah,
I'll
so
sit there
brilliant.
and talk with Chris Kunzler
Fucking
for 4
genius.
hours, you know? Like, master.
He's got that Jewish IQ, dude. No shot. You can't fuck with that.
Degree in Middle East studies, literally just letting him take the conversation in whichever direction he wants to, which is also quite a dangerous thing to do if you're talking to someone who knows what they're talking about, like, because they can go into areas they're more confident in, whatever. I'll do that for 4 hours. I'll argue with Benny Morris about one of his citations on a very niche historical detail of the 1920 San Remo conference, but yeah, sure, bro. Queeman's that's where the rigor is just too much. Okay, Hassan Abi, like, it's fucking crazy, man. But how fucking pathetic. Anyway,
so I mean, this says Warnerbox calls out Hassan for being a bitch ass N-word for liking tweets mocking him over dodging Queeman debates. So like these are like Queeman. I don't know what you call them, like orbiters, I guess. It's what it seems like. I've never really seen this account before, I don't think. Oh. He talks about snarkers saying he hang around Queeman, Pisco, Soypill. Kind of a small group of reply guys, troll chatters, some people call in.
Of Discord logs from but then I'm given this enormous file that I haven't even been able to open yet of Discord logs from a very small, very secret Discord, apparently, dating back to, I think, autumn of last year. And I had a quick look at like some of the people who are in it. It's like a lot of the usual crowd of, you'll see them, there's like a kind of small group of reply guys and
No, Spider is a Warnerbox fan? Oh, okay.
Kind of like troll chatters. Some people call them snark.
There's like the people who, like, they seem like overly zealous to like use the N-word, and like it's like those people who just like look desperate to say it and they come off like kind of cringe. That's like almost always when I see that, I automatically think, oh, that's like a spicy chatter or one of those folks.
They usually hang out in like.
He runs the Loner Unbox channel. Oh, I know him. He raids the channel pretty regularly. Okay.
Like the J-Stock, Queeman, sometimes in Pisco's community. They show up here every now and then. They show up in Soypill's community. They brigaded Kalinda a couple of times just as she was starting to stream. And I know now that they brigaded. I know now that it was an intentional coordinated brigade, even albeit of not that many people, but don't know if you get let off the hook for doing it badly, I would say. They will sometimes try to, you know, clip farm each other, and they'll do their little tweets with the all caps and the sirens on each side. Most of these.
Those. Okay.
But then I'm given this enormous file. Don't know if you get let off the hook for doing it badly, I would say. They will sometimes try to, you know, clip farm each other, and they'll do their little tweets with the all caps and the sirens on each side. Most of these clips and tweets don't really go that far, but then once in a blue moon, Hassan will repost them, and then they'll like celebrate in this Discord that Hassan has like liked or reposted their tweets. So there's this little crowd, and they, you know, they're active basically all the time, talking shit, being weird. They're kind of like the final bosses of unemployment. There's like this whole, there's maybe a bit of a
they really are the final bosses of unemployment, and even some of them apparently, like according to Mantis, some of these people are employed and would like say that they had like really cushy jobs and a lot of money and crap, but the amount of time, like they would, like apparently one guy said, told Mantis that he had a really nice job, really nice car, like a lot of money, bullshit like that, and that he would do research for Queeman for free and like make thumbnails for him and all sorts of shit. It's just, it's really like hard for me to believe that anybody who engages in content like that, or anybody who spends their time on that sort of shit, has a job, let alone like is a productive member of society. Have you tried caffeine pouches? No. No, I like the taste of energy drinks. Or burning their savings, yeah, maybe.
Common thread amongst them. Like a lot of them are, one thing that a lot of them have in common is that a lot of them have tried their hand at creating at some point and just not done very well at it. Like they're kind of failures. And a lot of them also seem to share this one thing in common, in that they've discovered, or they've been seduced by this once every few months, Hassan will repost us and boost us motif. That's kind of the thing.
Well, and that is because like a lot of what they do is they like we were talking about this a couple months ago, is that Pisco was kind of getting brigaded by a bunch of these people, and they were all kind of like flooding into Pisco's chat because Pisco was arguing on behalf of Hassan. And so through the Ethan Hassan like drama, where Pisco was like, you know, tacitly siding with Hassan on some of these things, these people would start like flooding the chats and the Discord and just kind of like hyping them up, and it was all really just to try to like get at Destiny and his orbiters. Seemingly that's what it was. It was just like a hate group where they just dislike Destiny, and so they decided to go full in on trying to prop up anybody who was on a opposite side of them.
But I don't really know if I'm going to care to like read all this shit that I've been given for. It's just so much, and I don't really like stuff like that. Is generally not that interesting to me. Although some of the stuff that they've said about me, I guess, is kind of fascinating. The psychoanalysis that goes on and whatever else, and the two-facedness. One question I did have though, again, like if you want to make a video critiquing me, that's fine.
So yeah. Warnerbox talks so much shit about snarkers, all while being a snarker and going on the broadcast of a massive snarker who uses lawsuits to buy smaller creators. He uses lawsuits to buy smaller creators. Oh, to bully. I don't know why I kept reading. I didn't see those L's. To bully smaller creators. Okay. I guess he's talking about Ethan. This idiot has completely lost the plot. still a little pathetic, little flatworm that costumes Destiny content. Like a lot of these people, they keep like out of nowhere, they all started saying that Lonerbox talks exactly like Destiny. I do not see this in the least. I do not see this in the slightest. Like this is a thing that they all just started saying out of nowhere all at the same time. I don't know where the fuck this came from. Where the fuck did this come from? That Ethan, or that Lonerbox is consumes? Is that what it said? Oh, okay. I thought it said costumes. I was like, what the fuck? Wait. Consumes Destiny, but the Lonerbox and Destiny are on the fucking outs. Like Lonerbox and Destiny have been on the outs for a while. Does he still consume Destiny content? And sorry, my screen's all fucked up. I mean, I say this all the time, but it's got cracks in it and black spots all over it. So I have I miss words here and there, unless I scroll a little bit.
I was studying like all morning, but then I made cookies, and they're so good. I'll bring them over later. Are they ready? Here, try them. Oh my god. Is it good? Yeah, but is there peanut butter or nuts? No. It's just like peanut butter. What do you mean? Can you check? You know, it makes my cheeks swell. I'm allergic to peanut butter. Oh my god. What's that? Do you need an EpiPen? Do you need an EpiPen? Here, where's your EpiPen? Okay, get it. It's on my desk. It's on my desk. Okay, Riley. Okay. All right. It's on my desk. On my desk. Dude, my cheeks. Yeah.
Wait, are those real?
On my desk. Dude, my cheeks.
Nah. Dude, her fucking cheeks are swollen, dude. Holy shit. That's funny. That is funny, dude. There's like a whole genre for this now where like girls are like standing up by the camera and they look like all you see is like their neck up and they look skinny, they look fit, and then all of a sudden they back up and they are some like massive Latino chick and you're like, whoa, I was not expecting that shit. Holy fuck.
Okay, Riley. Okay. All right. It's on my desk. On my desk. Dude, my cheeks.
That's fucking good shit. That's good, dude. That's so funny. You guys won the trend for real, and that amount of gift card I got through the link in your profile actually worked. Thanks. Oh my goodness. Amazon gift card, okay. I was genuinely scared for her. Give her a fucking award. Holy shit. Get these girls some acting gigs immediately. She wasn't lying when she said her cheeks.
Yeah, I will say this about Nick, though. The thing I hate the most about Fuentes is he has so much charisma, man. He has Riz. I'm not going to lie.
No, I'm sorry. I like
speaker.
Nick.
He's probably one of the better podcasters as far as his tone, pacing, attention to detail goes.
He is.
You just have to hope he
has many bad opinions.
Losing, frankly.
But he has many
frustrated,
he has
man,
many
with
opinions
the
I don't like.
economy. I get it.
I do not agree with him on largely on issues of race, and but he made a few important points. One, he called out Candace Owens for lying.
That's good.
But he also pointed something else out recently. Tucker Carlson meets with heads of state in Middle Eastern countries. This is not something a podcaster does. This is something a government actor does. Tucker Carlson is not just some journalist or podcaster. He is of worldly affairs, negotiating and cutting backroom deals and advising.
Oh, back room, not on his show.
Not on his show.
Because we've had like Dominic Tarzinski on here, Polish.
That's
Prime
fine.
Minister or whatever.
The point he was making is that your run-of-the-mill podcaster is not flying to Qatar or Saudi Arabia and meeting with the premier in private in private meetings discussing strategy. He's not going to the White House to meet with the president. Tucker Carlson is not just some podcaster. Now, again, whatever the implication you want to get from that, that's an astute point about who people are consuming their media from, especially when it says things like, I'm tormented for supporting Trump. And his brother immediately goes, maybe Miriam Adelson's money was for a reason. He goes, ha, 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 because he always knew what that money was for.
Of course.
So I think Nick makes a lot of really great points. And again, I think.
Bro, this is literally coming from Tim Pool, the guy who had a deal, whether knowingly or not, had a deal with fucking the Kremlin. He had a meeting with Netanyahu. He is in the press pool at the White House. Like, oh, but he's just a normal guy. He's just a normal guy, guys. Like, he's just your average dude. You're run-of-the-mill bro. Tucker Carlson, totally different. It's important we point that out. Hey, yo, CR We Venture. Thank you. Thank you for the 2 gifts. I don't really know what they are, but I'm excited to open them up later. Appreciate it. Get some dubs.
The reason so many young men listen to him is he's got a worldview on race particularly that I think I would describe as largely incorrect, but he hits a few points that speaks to a lot of young people. Particularly, I know where he grew up. He grew up a few miles away from where I grew up, and Jimmy Dore, in fact. Well, I don't know if Jimmy grew up there, but where Jimmy lived when we were all young. I know why Nick feels the way he does about a lot of these racial issues, and it's going to speak to a lot of young men. I don't completely agree with them.
He always does this where he's like, but I understand it, guys. I get it. I get where he's coming. And literally everybody understands it. It's just stupid. Like, we were all in 3rd grade at one point, okay? We all know what it's like to think that way.
I largely disagree, but he's got some points.
I will say, too, he's also funny. He's very funny, and a lot more funny than a lot of the self-proclaimed comedians whose jokes I've never heard of. But this guy's like...
And I'm sorry, that video will go viral. That video where he hurricane kicked that woman. Did you see that one? Remember when that woman came to his door? It turns out he didn't just pepper spray her. He actually ninja kicked her.
Oh, no, I did see that video. I didn't know he kicked her.
Well, that's how you have to
saw the
treat.
shove. I saw the
That's how you have to treat people.
No, you're all wrong. You're
He
all
kicked
wrong.
her
Look, pull it
across
up.
the street.
All right.
So you've seen the video, right? The woman comes to his door?
Yeah.
Well, watch what he did.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait. He hooked her.
Get over
here.
here.
Do it again. And then he
Mortal
rewound time and
Kombat.
did it again. Oh. Get over here. Look at it.
Yes, exactly. In reality, I mean, I say this all the time. Nick Fuentes is the black guy, with no self-control. That's like, not a part of society. That is, he is the black person that he always complains about, that just can't control himself, is always committing crimes, is violent, always getting in fights, can't handle himself in public, and just always loud and obnoxious to everybody else who's just like just trying to mind their own business. And then on top of that, not only is he every black person or minority that he complains about, he's also every Jew that he complains about, where he's sitting there talking about, like, all of these Jews are trying to manipulate our government and manipulate our culture and turn it into something that's very anti-American and, goes against our our ideals. And it's like, no, that's you, dude. You're doing that. You're the one trying to turn us against our ideals. You're the one who doesn't like the Constitution, doesn't like free speech, wants this monarchy, and wants everything to be very like Christian nationalist and get rid of other religions and get rid of like, you know, different cultures. Like that's you, dude. You're the Jew. That is, you know, he's not Jewish, but like he is, the way that he thinks of Jews and the way that he talks about them, always like, you know, trying to just come in and subvert everything. That is what he's trying to do.
So,
and then on top of that,
the real video he just shoved.
And then on top of that, he is violent. He gets into fights all the time. We've gone over numerous clips of him getting into fights in public. And in this clip, a woman, just literally a little old woman, just comes up to his door, rings the doorbell, and he pepper sprays her and then kicks her down the stairs and then walks down the stairs and steals her phone and walks back inside with her phone. Like, just absolutely batters a little old woman and walks and then steals her shit. And this is the dude who's sitting around whining and complaining about black people, dude. You got to be kidding me. And he got charged with it and went to jail and ended up making like some sort of plea deal.
Officer, I saw this video going everywhere. But come on, like this is hilarious. You know what I mean?
500
I mean, it's
He's a superstar.
it's just more evidence of like the great disparity between genders because he is not a tough guy and he's still able to knock her.
Here's the actual video. Here, watch this.
So she's been at his door for what he.
Well, hold on. I want to put the sound on.
It's a little. I don't know what she was doing. How long?
You don't think she's that old? Look at her. Her hair's gray. She's got gray hairs all in there. Like, I don't know what you mean by that old. Like, she looks like she's like in her late 40s or 50s.
Long she was there?
Let's watch.
Hi. Oh my God! What are you doing?
What are you doing? What do you think?
I think it's pepper spray, shove, takes her phone, maybe?
What do you think?
I think he might have. I'm on Nick's side on this one. So
totally.
The issue is that his.
It's absolutely fucking insane. You, like, if you're on his side for this shit, you just should not be capable of being a member of society. This should be like a video that we show people and just say, like, hey, do you think this is justified? You know, oh, you do? Okay, like, you can't live here. Sorry. You need to, like, this is the litmus test for re-education camps right here. This is what we use. If you think that is justified, you're absolutely fucking insane.
His house was surrounded by people, and he was getting a bunch of death threats. He hears a doorbell. He hears his bell ring. When he goes up, he sees a woman holding her phone up, and I'm sorry, like.
You go to a person's home to protest them, you get what you deserve. I mean, what they deserve is very different from the law. Like, what you think they deserve, that's a little too subjective. I think, like, I'm a very, you know, pro free speech sort of guy. Like, I'm not gonna say you're wrong for going to somebody's house to protest. That's a pretty common aspect of living in a free society. So I don't have too big of an issue with that. But I have no evidence that she was there to protest. I've seen nothing from anybody saying that she was there to protest. She was literally live streaming her interaction, and like she was live streaming herself walking up to the door and everything. There's no evidence she was there to protest, but even if that's like somehow you wanted to throw that in as some sort of addition to this situation, that it would change absolutely nothing.
I understand the position of having thousands of death threats sent your way, and then we have people show up here in the middle of the night. We've been shot at. All Nick did was shove her off his porch.
We pepper sprayed her and shoved her off.
Good.
Right. I'm saying, like, he didn't permanently injure her.
And if he'd walked towards her and then hit her, he might be in jail right now. But he didn't. He walked towards her, got whatever that thing was, and left.
Listen, I'm going to tell everybody.
Her cell phone. He did go to jail. He did go to fucking jail. And he stole her fucking cell phone and then walked back inside with it. He's a fucking menace to
I'll tell you
society.
this right now. There's a reason why I think Nick should hire security for his house. I don't know if he's still in that same property. I will just warn everybody right now. If you try breaking out his property, you will die. There's just not a question about it.
Fucking losers, dude. Absolute fucking losers. This is the again. This should be the litmus test. Like, if you can't understand why that is not justified, like it's weird. It's especially weird again that he's sitting around like complaining about black people and the crimes that they commit all the time. Yet he's literally part of the fucking statistic that he's complaining about black people all the time doing. He's part of these statistics. He is now a I mean, I guess he didn't get convicted of some I guess, yeah, it would be a violent crime. Yeah, he got charged with battery and assault. I don't think he got convicted for him. I think they charged it down and gave him like they gave him a charge to where, like, as long as I think he completes his probation and his like community service and everything without any flaws, then he gets the whole thing taken off his record and expunged. So
we were making our way across the rainbow crosswalk, and he spotted us. He said, "Hey, can you do a few questions for CNN?"
Is your guys' son or daughter? Or son. Awesome. And are you guys a couple? Yeah. That's awesome. Cool.
As soon as he asked the first question,
dude, that's a fucking groiper. That's a groiper. You can hear it. So the way that everybody says that, like, everybody like sounds like Destiny, and like Wonderbox sounds like Destiny, and Soypill sounds like Destiny, Pisco sounds like Destiny, like all of these people have tried telling me a couple of times that I sound like Destiny. That is, I don't hear it. I don't hear this shit. I don't hear whatever the fuck they hear. But when I hear people like that, they sound like Nick Fuentes. They sound exactly like Nick Fuentes. Every fucking time I can hear their Nick Fuentes-esque like accent and tone of voice and everything. They are very Nick Fuentes-y. That guy debated Destiny. So is he a groiper? Am I right? Am I right? Is he a groiper?
question, we knew that they weren't with CNN, that this was something different.
So, have you ever heard about the statistics coming out that gay men are statistically much?
Again, they didn't harass him. That woman wasn't protesting. You guys have to make up your own narratives to try to justify battering women unnecessarily, but none of that shit happened. She didn't harass him. She wasn't protesting. She walked up to his door to ask him some fucking questions.
Much more likely to commit child molestation?
No.
You never heard about that before?
Crazy, yeah. In that instant, I realized that we were manipulated into having this interaction with someone who was exploiting us for viral content.
So you had a surrogate? You paid a woman $50,000 to be pregnant? Who are you? And build an emotional connection to a baby? Hey, don't take my
New parents Anthony and David Vullen were approached in West Hollywood by someone they say was falsely claiming he was with CNN. The man then provoked the couple with a false statistic about gay men.
When someone inserts themselves into a specific community with the intention of triggering people, it's not freedom of expression, it's exploitation.
That someone is Riley Nemi.
What makes somebody a woman?
Fashioning himself as a MAGA influencer, he takes to college campuses and...
Okay, Fad, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Fad's lost his fucking mind. He's just gonna keep sitting there, just like, yeah, but what are they even protesting? After, like, over and over, they weren't protesting. No, That woman was not protesting. There was no protest happening. Yeah, but like, why even protest? Like, why are you justifying that protest? Like, there's no protest. Yeah, they weren't protesting. Like, why do you think it's okay for them to protest though? Like, all right, buddy.
And to the streets to create rage bait.
This got bent by a non-binary faculty member at UCLA. Actually, it's on video. It's got millions of views.
I'm just trying to figure out like how much of this stuff.
I don't know. It looked like they might have assaulted him. So I like there was a point right here where it looked like they started like
Connection to a baby. Hey, don't take my.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck happened here, because I thought maybe this was gonna go into like they went to jail or some shit. I don't know.
By a non-binary faculty member at UCLA. Actually, it's on video.
That boy got cake. They're letting you know. They are letting you know. Doesn't look like they're showing his face though. They keep covering his face up, so.
Bait.
This got bent by a non-binary faculty member at UCLA. Actually, it's on video. It's got millions of views.
I'm just trying to figure out like how much of this stuff is like you intentionally just, you know, trying to get a rise out of people, trying to create content versus like how serious.
Oh, there's his face.
I think it should be illegal to be transgender.
You think it what?
I think it should be illegal to become transgender in adults.
Nemi says he's motivated by politics, but what he is doing can also...
Oh, illegal to be transgender in adults. Okay. Not for children, but adults, that's where he draws the line. Okay.
Be profitable.
The rate at which my social media is growing, I could easily live off of it in probably 4 or 5 months from now.
What's your message for him, and do you sort of have hope that he might change his ways maybe?
I don't really think this is about him. This isn't about one specific content creator. This is about an incentivized institution. This is about large platforms telling youthful audiences what works and not being held accountable.
Anthony, David, and their 3-month-old son, Ante, were swept up in Nemi's viral circus. Nemi says David Vollen assaulted him. The Vollens' lawyers say the couple was deliberately targeted with some of the most revolting hate speech imaginable, all on camera for clicks, adding, David Vollen did what any father would do and protected his family. The wrong person spent the night in jail.
I think that across the board, regardless of political identity, people need to extend grace to one another. People need to extend kindness to one another. Be nicer to themselves so that they can be nicer to other people.
And Kate, you know, I think what this really shows is the nexus between how, as David Vollen mentioned there in that piece, how there's this incentive structure online for influencers or people to create rage bait, to act in a way where certain behavior is essentially awarded by the algorithms and by the people who are liking and sharing this content. But obviously, as you can see, there are really real victims to this stuff. One thing worth mentioning that good that has come out of this is that the community in West Hollywood and actually beyond have got behind the Vollens. They've had a GoFundMe to set up to support their legal fund if anything comes out of this. So there really has been a rallying, but as you see there, that's just a couple trying to go about their lives in their neighborhood with their 3-month-old son, and this is coming straight to them.
View is you can kind of tell who's telling the truth. You can smell it.
You know, you've been talking on your show about whether Trump is the Antichrist.
I have not said that.
On your show, you said, could this be the Antichrist?
I actually did not say, could this be the Antichrist?
Yeah, never.
Could this be the Antichrist?
I don't know where that comes from, but I know that those words never left my lips.
Raised some eyebrows this week when you said that Hamas is more like a political organization than a terror group.
Hamas is a group of jihadis. They're Islamic extremists, which they also claim constantly, which I don't know if that's true, by the way. It seems more like a political organization.
I didn't say that.
The future that I imagine is not a future in which we're yelling at each other about race. It's a future in which people are legitimately revolutionary, maybe even violent.
You said in our previous interview, the future that I imagine is not a future in which we're yelling at each other about race. It's a future in which people are legitimately revolutionary, maybe even violent.
I'm amazed that you have a tape of me saying that, and I just want to disavow it. A lot of young men in America, mostly white, but not exclusively, listen to Nick Fuentes really carefully. This kid is the single most influential figure among young white men. And
Bro, I said when we were watching the interview with that lady, he kept saying, who's Nick Fuentes? Like, this isn't somebody with influence. This isn't somebody who's important at all. And I remember when we reviewed this, I was like, bro, just a little while ago, he was talking about Nick Fuentes as though he was like this insanely influential person that everybody like needed to really like, whether you agree with him or not, you needed to have him on your radar because he was important and like all this crap. But now anytime somebody asks him about Nick Fuentes, he's like, oh, what? Why are you asking me about Nick Fuentes? Like, who is he? Like, I don't even know that guy. Like, he's just a random person to me. Like, he's not important. He doesn't have any influence. Like, why do we care?
not just white, actually. Is that true? Oh, it's definitely true. Of course, half the thing was about Fuentes, and like, who cares? Fuentes?
There was a lot of Fuentes.
Who cares about Fuentes? Talk about irrelevant.
America's supporting Israel because it's an ally.
I don't even know what those words mean. I'm just saying
they're an ally, right? I mean, they both.
I don't know what that means to be an ally.
Qatar is like one of our closest allies in the world. The largest American air base in the Middle East is in Qatar. Okay. They're a close ally of ours.
I come to Israel and the infrastructure, we were flying in, and I said to my buddy, I was like, man, first of all, it looks great. I love the agriculture in Israel because it's beautiful. I love green. I love plants.
I remember when it didn't look like that.
Yeah.
First time I came in 53 years ago.
It's great.
Israel, which is one of the single ugliest countries in the world. Nothing of beauty has been built there since 1948. Sorry. I've been everywhere in that country, and it's true.
Let me get to the nub of the question, since, again, a lot is at stake. A lot of money is at stake. Land is very valuable. Israel has a lot of resources. We have a huge country. This is a country the size of New Jersey with no resources. An attack on Western civilization looks like this. It's tribalism. It's identity politics. It's DEI. It's whatever. It's Zionism. It's any belief system that begins with the understanding that one group is morally superior to other groups.
Well, just on principle, like every other group in the world has the right to its own homeland except white people? Like what?
JD has been subject to, this is well known.
It's Israel. What do you mean? Israel is the white ethno state that Nick Fuentes and all of them want so badly.
But I'll just confirm it. Non-stop treachery.
You're accusing people of treachery, so I'm wondering who do you mean specifically?
I don't know the answer to that. I've never worked there, so like if you don't work there, you can say you can say what you think you know, but it's hard to really know.
If I always tell my kids, if you think someone's lying to you, you're right.
Is one of these people who is trying. Nick Fuentes is one of these people who is trying to soften it. So for clarity, before we listen to this clip, Jeffrey Epstein had been accused of trafficking children, 8 years old, 11 years old. He, for his own birthday, as a birthday present to himself, found some 12-year-old triplets who were dirt poor, and his friend, Jean-Luc Brunel in Paris, flew these 12-year-old triplets to Jeffrey Epstein, okay? No one's arguing about Jeffrey Epstein's perverted interest, a sexual interest. Someone's arguing that. However, Nick Fuentes is going to explain why, actually, that's not pedophilia. Take a listen.
This whole pedo thing, it's like, is it really pedophilia? I don't want to be the one that has to say it, but I guess I'm being forced to say it. It's not really pedophilia, okay? They weren't trafficking 5-year-olds. It was like they were technically not legal. Big difference, in my opinion. Yeah. I know that's a controversial take.
Bro, I am almost positive. I am almost fucking positive. So I said, I'm almost positive, dude. I could have sworn, one, like, railed on Trump, saying that he was done with Trump because Trump was defending a pedophile, Jeffrey Epstein, okay? Like, sure, it makes sense that, like, if you say, like, technically, I'll use it colloquially, the way that people just use it in common parlance, I'll engage that way sometimes. But, like, just for the moment, I'll do this technicality thing. But I'm pretty sure, and I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure he went in on Megyn Kelly for what she said as well. I'm fairly certain when Megyn Kelly did her bit of, like, you know, oh, I mean, from what I hear from people that would know, they said that, like, he's not technically a pedophile, that he was actually going after, like, 16, 17-year-old girls, but, like, they looked like 21, 22. And so, like, he wasn't technically a pedophile. And I could have sworn Nick Fuentes, like, went in on her for that, like, ooh, disgusting take, absolutely disgusting. I could have sworn. Am I crazy? Didn't he say this?
But that's not really the issue there. Okay? The issue is not that they were barely legal teens, which is what it is. It's horrendous. It's awful. It's pedophilia. Okay, relax. No, the issue is that Epstein is a Jewish spy, probably working with Israel.
Ariana tipped $2. Guys, he is not a Nazi. He is something even worse. He is a libertarian.
Yeah. Yeah. And then even worse than that, he could be a leftist. He could be like a Nick Fuentes and just be a full-on nationalist socialist. Whew. Just kidding. He's not a nationalist.
That's the dilemma there. He's working with Israeli intelligence.
Honestly, this is a time where it is appropriate to say this.
Stop. That's it. That's all I have to say. Stop.
Stop.
Agree. I watched just stop right there. Why are we always here in society for no reason? How easy is it not to do that? Okay, not to try to use some technicality, which, by the way, who do you think is in control of these definitions, by the way? I mean, they are changing the definition of what it means to be a girl and a boy right now. So if you can find, well, look at this definition. Technically, if the person is 11, if the person's not under 5, who cares if they're prepubescent? The point is not pedophilia. We've expanded the definition. We're constantly expanding and changing definitions to confuse people against common sense, okay? If you are sexually interested in prepubescent children, you're a pedophile. How about that? Is that easy? Thumbs up? Cool? We good? And what is just so remarkable to me, and like I said, I've been fine with him doing his thing. Obviously, he's a federal informant. It's ridiculous for people that don't understand that. It's ridiculous that people just keep following him despite the overwhelming evidence. I mean, this guy took a meeting with Dan Wilkes' partner after years of screaming about Ben Shapiro and talking about Israel. And all. He took a meeting with Defend Texas Liberty and Ferris Wilkes' partner, and pitched, one reporter got documents, was pitching to sell the data of his followers. And people were like, that's fine. He led people into a Capitol with a bullhorn and said, ignore police, storm the barriers, as if he had fed instructions. And we know for a fact he was informed the night before by Milo Yiannopoulos, that the feds were going to beat, that there was some Fed trap happening. And despite that, he went with a bullhorn. He didn't just attend, he had a bullhorn, and he's telling people to storm, and he doesn't get arrested. And his lawyer wants to go off record when he's asked directly about whether or not he is a federal informant. It's been so in your face and obvious.
Who the fuck didn't know that feds were going to be at January 6th? Who the fuck didn't know that? They were literally posting about it for like a month online, very blatantly, saying that they were going to engage in an insurrection, saying they were going to take over the government, saying they were going to kill Congress members, saying that they were going to do all of the shit, that they were going to steal the country back. Like, what made them think that there wasn't going to be just a ton of fucking feds there?
The ridiculous, oh, I just got $250,000 in Bitcoin from France from a guy who's killed himself and published a letter 24 hours after he was dead because he set it on a timer, and it's in perfect English. And anybody who's ever been to France, French people don't speak perfect English.
Okay. Tom, you denied there were feds at January 6th. No, I didn't. Didn't happen. Sorry, Charlie. I've always been loud and proud saying feds were definitely January 6th. Everybody knows. Tom, do you deny that Sassafras was there at January 6th? Yes or no? Tom, please be good faith. You said there were no feds at January 6th for the longest time. I said that there were no feds who were part of January 6th, who were part of, who were telling people to go inside, who were like these undercover agents who were egging everything on. Yes, I have said that. I did not say there were never feds at January 6th. I've never said that. But I've said there were not people who were part of the insurrection, who were part of trying to get people to go in, that this was some like undercover ploy to get people to do that. That I said is not true.
What he's doing here is smearing Connie as a Zionist in defense of you because she reacted to something. She reacted to some completely indefensible statement of yours. See, this is what I mean. It's like, really, it's indefensible. You find it indefensible. You find it defensible for a white supremacist organization who has actively tried to fucking tackle affirmative action initiatives, which have now led to the anti-DEI movement that we are.
There were Fed agitators. Isn't that on record now? There were people who were feds, who were there, who were part of the insurrection, but not on behalf of the feds. There's no evidence for that. No, there is no evidence for that. Even recently, a bunch of people ran around saying that like it's been outed that that feds were at the insurrection, and that there were insurgents who were trying to make people break into the Capitol and blah blah blah. Kash Patel literally like came out very quickly and was like, that is not true. That is not what happened. Kash Patel said there were feds at January 6th, and everybody ran around saying, see, we knew it. He knew it. We said it the whole time. And he came back immediately. It was like, wait, no, not the way you guys are taking it. There were feds there. Obviously, there were feds there. Not that they were there like to instigate anything. They were not there to go inside the Capitol. They were not there for any of that crap. But there were people there. We deployed them after the like rioting and everything started taking place, and stuff started to get out of hand. Yes, we deployed agents to be part of the mob, just to keep tabs on everything, so they could kind of tell us what was going on, and be like witnesses in court cases and crap like that. But that again, y'all's narrative is that they are the reason it happened. Okay? Y'all's narrative the whole time has been the feds are the reason this happened. Whereas, like, nobody denies there were feds. That feds were there. Just that they didn't make this happen. There's no evidence that they made this happen. No, they are not the reason it happened. Did they accelerate it? Yes. No. Who accelerated it? And don't give me that fucking, like, Joe, what's his name? The guy who literally went to prison over this shit. Tell him you're sounding like a real fed right now. Yeah. Yeah. Hooray, it works. Hey, man, these
are currently in. You find that to be so fucking... What he's doing here is smearing Connie as a Zionist in defense of you because she reacted to something. She reacted to some completely indefensible statement of yours. See, this is what I mean. It's like, really, it's indefensible. You find it indefensible. You find it defensible for a white supremacist organization who has actively tried to fucking tackle affirmative action initiatives, which have now led to the anti-DEI movement that we are currently in. You find that to be so fucking... Sometimes you can't be talking like that, white baby. See, this is what I mean. First of all, suck my fucking...
Right now, it is not convenient for him to be white, okay? This is when you call him a white baby. It is not convenient to be white in this moment, okay? So this is unacceptable. You cannot be calling him white in moments where that's not convenient for his narrative, okay? How dare you? How dare you? Suck his dick. Suck his white or brown dick. Well, it's sexual assault in this case, so it should be white, because if brown people are doing it, that would be like grooming gangs and shit. So suck his white dick for calling him white.
Okay, I'm a goddamn Muslim American who gets fucking called a terrorist every fucking day. Okay, are we doing racism Olympics? Are we talking about what kind of racism is institutionally completely appropriate? What do you think? Who do you think receives more fucking dick eating on a daily fucking basis? Oh my God, white baby.
Racism Olympics? What?
Baby, we're not talking about like black Americans living in Jim Crow South here. What the fuck? I'm attacking the concept of tokens that are being spent in the behest of white supremacy. You can't be saying white baby like that.
Yeah, you can't be saying it like that.
That's ridiculous.
You should know better.
It's a joke, man. I know. It's just like very frustrating.
He knows.
The idea that I'm like anti-Asian reactionary because I'm saying that the anti-DEI movement that is literally harming Asian Americans right now, in some ways, was also in some ways deployed Asian faces for white supremacy. This is how it started. That clip is one from the Republican National Committee. Of course, they don't give a fuck about Asian people. I do. Like, if I describe the context of like what my criticism is, and you still choose to go, nah, that's still fucked up. No, you know what I think is fucked up? I think white supremacy is fucked up. I think anti-DEI initiatives are fucked up. Okay, I think racism is fucked up. And if you are going to be a willing participant of white supremacist movements, I'm gonna shit on you. Okay.
Okay. I feel like let's see. I'm a white Select the animal that changes into a different animal. Yay.
Because like I'm a white guy. This is like, dude, I didn't get jobs not because but because like I'm a white guy. This is like the peak of cope, dude.
Yeah, it's like... Oh, okay, he's talking about what other people are saying there. Okay.
Talking about I'm a white guy talking about another white.
Is he talking about somebody else here too?
No matter what happens, I'm talking about I'm a white guy talking about another white dude who has done fucked up things in the past. Things that he has learned.
Okay, so here he is a white guy. Okay.
He's talking to a guy who's like, I'm a white separatist. Intelligence. So jokingly say, I'm white Chinese. Okay. I'm a white dude. You know, this is response. Like I genuinely mean it. Like I'm white. I'm a white dude. You know, this is I'm guided by my own lived experiences. I will never personally understand exactly what it's like to be a black person in America. This is something that I'm pretty open about. As a black man in this community, chatters are fatiguing me. They do not remember your 2018 to 2021 protest coverage.
Okay, so he's a white guy there.
67. Now, if I'm a white dude, okay, and I know Ben Jacobs is, I think, British originally, you know, pick a struggle. But if I'm a white guy doing news and commentary in the United States of America, I probably vice president to ever grow chili peppers. Thomas Jefferson was growing them in 1767. Now, if I'm a white dude, okay, and I know Ben Jacobs is, I think, British originally, you know, pick a struggle. But if I'm a white guy doing news and commentary in the United States of America, I probably wouldn't be bringing up the founding fathers and growing crops in general, because I just don't think that they were doing that, like,
If he was a white guy, he would not do that. Okay.
Such thing is like I'm a white person and whiteness needs to be protected, because you're not a white person, you're Irish, you're not a white person. Say cracker really offends me, I'm a white guy, and then actually get their way while simultaneously white dude, but I'm a white dude who grew up in Turkey. I'm a white dude who grew up white dude. Not only am I a white dude, but I'm a white dude who grew up in Turkey.
Okay, well,
clearly have fucked up.
I mean, this is the part. This is the extent of what I watch, and up to this point, 100%. Like this is valid. Obviously, it's not my place. I'm a fucking white dude. Not only am I a white dude, but I'm a white dude who grew up in Turkey. I'm a white dude who grew up only seeing black people and black culture in Hollywood. That's just the fucking. That's just the reality. Like that's not, there isn't like a black culture in Turkey in the same way. There aren't black people in Turkey in the same way. I talk about white supremacy. I'm a white person. I'm not a black person, obviously. And yes, I do talk about things that are happening, but
isn't red because I'm a brown person.
You said I'm a brown guy. Like, I am a very white passing dude. Sure. And I say I'm white all the time. Like, I am white. That back on so quick. Yeah. And it definitely sucks because, like, look, you said I'm a brown guy. Like, I am a very white passing dude. Sure. And I say I'm white all the time. Like, I am white, you know. And for me, unless I'm at the TSA, you know, that's different. But for me, I have a lot of privilege in the
Oh, don't do this to me now.
And I'm a student, like I'm a student, like I'm a Muslim student. You know, they not.
Don't do this. No, it's fucking.
Once people recognize that I'm a Muslim,
Okay, there we go.
I'm white, depending on who you're talking to. I'm white in America, certainly not considered white in a place like Germany because of my Turkish background. But even then, once people recognize that I'm a Muslim, Turkish person, then all of a sudden I'm no longer white. You understand? Benny Franks did not consider Italians to be white. He did not even consider conversation. Every conversation. My name is Hassan and I'm a Muslim, right? I'm white, but it still doesn't matter. That immediately goes away. All of the optical power, the privilege that I have can so easily be cast aside. There's perhaps no better demonstration of this than
I mean, I'm a Muslim.
What was the recent thing that he was on? Was it
inside of the American Jewry. The reason why I think it's very important, even though I'm a Muslim guy, so most people, when they hear me say that, they don't give a shit, right? Because they're like, yeah, you're goy-splaining. But
so this is what it feels like to me. Is I feel like, and we pointed this out a couple of times, it feels like every time Hassan is on somebody else's show, he's a Muslim. Every time he's on his own show, he's white. But when he says, like, I'm a Muslim, he uses it in a racial way. So, like, earlier when he was saying, like, you know, oh, no, you know, the, nobody cares what I have to say. I'm a Muslim. Or, like, you know, he said earlier, like, I'm white passing unless I'm at TSA, then I'm a Muslim, right? Or when he says, like here, or sorry, what was it just a minute ago where he was talking about, like he uses it like in a way that he's calling himself brown, but there is like, yes, like a cultural Muslim sort of ideal, but it doesn't, he uses it in a way that says, like, you look at me, I'm Muslim, obviously, right? Like, that's kind of the way that he'll use it, and it feels like, and it's he explained it coherently. I don't know that was coherent.
Even talking to, I'm white in America, certainly not considered white in a place like Germany because of my Turkish background. But even then, once people recognize that I'm a Muslim, Turkish person, then all of a sudden I'm no longer white. You understand? Benny Franks did not consider Italians to be white. He did not even consider Germans to be white. He considered them to be swarthy. The Irish were not considered white. Like, oh, I'm not Muslim. Even if I said personally, like, oh, I'm not Muslim, Islam, blah, 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 it would still not work because people will still, that's how bigotry works. People still go, well, you're from a Muslim country. Your name is Hassan. I don't really know. Even if I said personally, like, oh, I'm not Muslim, Islam, blah, 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 it would still not work because people will still, that's how bigotry works. People still go, well, you're from a Muslim country. Your name is Hassan. I don't really know. Even if I said
so to call, yeah, so here it sounds like he's saying that, like, in order to call him Muslim, it would be bigoted. But again, the way that he explained it a minute ago, what is the confusion? That, like, what he said made absolutely no sense to me. That he said that in America he's white, in Germany he's Muslim. There was no explanation. What do you mean? Like, what's the confusion? The explanation was coherent. What explanation? I didn't hear an explanation. I just heard him stating this as a fact, and I don't know why those two places would be so drastically different. He wants to be a victim, such a loser. I mean, to be clear, again, you guys were the ones for a long time telling me that there is no such thing as cultural Muslim when I was telling you that this is a thing that exists. So I am somebody who does recognize that that is a thing. But yeah, I don't see what the big difference is. In Germany, Turks are not considered white. Why? I hope that clears it up. Wait, why? What is the difference in... Because it sounds like he's saying in America he's not considered white.
even if I said personally, like, oh, I'm not Muslim, Islam, blah, 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 it would still not work because people will still, that's how bigotry works. People still go, well, you're from a Muslim country. Your name is Hassan. I don't really know. Even if I said personally, like, oh,
I don't know. It doesn't make sense.
I'm brown.
Yeah.
I've been
So this, I pulled this up. This came across my feed the other day. This right here, I thought that was Stardust. I really thought, I was like, yo, what the fuck? Stardust got on Smosh? That's huge, dude. Holy shit. That's a massive fucking channel. I miss Stardust? What do you mean you miss Stardust? She still streams.
Thanks to Dropout for sponsoring this video. Y'all, today we are playing Game Changer Home Edition, and you can click
Yeah, no, that's not okay.
on the link in the description below.
Am I racist? Did I do a racism? I like, to me, I don't, and maybe it's just me, but I actually thought it was Stardust.
RFK Jr.
That's why RFK Jr. should have never gotten anywhere near HHS and should have given him some role at USDA and let him, work on the stuff that was actually bipartisan. This role is so unbelievably out of his league. It's hard to comprehend. And you say the media is melting down. The media is Senator Bill Cassidy, Senator John Barroso, Senator John Kennedy, Senator Tom Tillis, all Republicans that voted to confirm him, who are saying we are denying people vaccines. You promised to uphold the highest standards for vaccines and have not done so.
What vaccines has he denied someone?
Oh, right. COVID-19. Exactly.
To who can't get a COVID-19
to Eric Erickson's wife, to begin, and Bill Cassidy used...
Wait a second. You mean you can't walk into your doctor's office and get a COVID-19 shot?
Why don't you ever prepare? Why don't you prepare? Kathy Hochul had to do it.
True?
It always does. It feels like he has no idea what's going on. Because I don't feel like he was on the show before until recently. Maybe I'm wrong, but it feels like in the last month, all of a sudden he's been put onto the show, and it feels like every time she's talking, he has no idea what's going on, and he's just sitting there, just giving little little quips and smirks and stuff like that, and that's it.
Right? No, it's not true.
No, it is true.
He reclassified it.
Stop.
He reclassified
Kaylee,
it.
you now
can still
need
get
a prescription,
vaccine.
and CVS and Walgreens is denying it to people because of the quote-unquote regulatory environment. You can thumb your nose at it. You are healthy and lucky you.
This is why
but there are
even
sick
Senator
people.
Warren, I assume you look up to Senator Warren. She said effectively denied. Effectively.
Well, Bill
Notice the
Cassidy
You
did
mean
it,
insurance doesn't cover it if you're healthy?
No,
is
that's
that what
not
you're
what I
talking
mean.
about?
I mean that you need a prescription to get it. It is becoming what?
Okay.
You shouldn't.
If you're healthy, you don't need a COVID vaccine. If you want
You're
one,
not.
pay the
I'm
extra
talking
$100.
about a woman with stage 4 cancer.
They can get it if you have.
They always do this where they start making excuses for why it's okay. Like, who cares? Like if you're healthy, you don't need it anyways. Like, what if you it's not all that big of a deal anymore. Like, COVID's pretty much gone. Like, they'll start off acting like she's lying, she's wrong, this isn't true, that never happened, RFK's fine, and then very quickly transition to who cares? Like, it's not even a big deal. Like, what's the problem? It's that is a very quick goalpost shift, tell me. At first you're like, oh, you can get it, just go to your doctor's office. Now it's well, I mean, what do you need it for anyways? What's the point?
Eric Erickson's wife cannot. He wrote about it. He talked about it.
I don't know anything about his wife, but
first of all, this is not a state-by-state basis, Jessica. This wasn't a blanket.
Guilty.
There are 16 states where
there has been some confusion. There's been some confusion.
How big of you to admit that, Sandra? Come on.
Okay. Okay. It was on a state-by-state basis.
I am upset about this.
Don't be so upset.
You urged Jesse to do his homework. I did. There are several states who had sort of this temporary ban on issuing it to anybody who walked into a pharmacy. That has since changed. Walgreens has issued a statement regarding that, okay? And if you're in a state where you're 65 or older, or a doctor says that you should get the shot, you can go back in. They're stocking the COVID shots, and you can go get your COVID shot, okay? I don't know.
Walgreens changed before CVS did, but the way this lays this out is though like this woman did her homework, and so she owned Jessica Tarlov. And even the comments, if you go over I'm a pharmacist for a big chain, and I can unequivocally say Tarlov is uninformed or lying. I have people coming in for their 9th booster as long as 2 days ago at work. This person said wrong again. Major pharmacists like CVS and Walgreens often administer the vaccine without a doctor's prescription. Pharmacists can handle any needed orders on site in many cases. CVS explicitly states you don't need one from your doctor. Just book online via app or walk in where available. And then it says, Walgreens offers it to ages 3+ with no prescription required. Jessica is a liar. Yes, adults in the U.S. can still get the updated 2025-2026 COVID-19 vaccine. The CDC recommended the 2025-2026 COVID-19 vaccine for everyone ages 6 months and older through individual-based shared clinical decision-making. This means discussing it with a healthcare provider. It is strongly recommended for adults 65 and older, often 1 to 2 doses, depending on history. Second dose less than 6 months after. Okay, so like this is all the shit that they're posting, right? Here's what I posted. I said, Kaylee said it's not true, and then immediately repeated what Jessica said. You have to have a prescription in order to get the vaccine in some states. They are so defensive, they don't know how dumb they look. And then I posted right here. In several states, pharmacists are currently prohibited from administering the COVID-19 vaccine without a doctor's prescription for certain age groups or health profiles. As of late 2025, states like Arizona, Colorado, Georgia, Indiana, Louisiana, Missouri, Montana, New Mexico, New York, Oregon, South Carolina, Utah, Virginia, Washington, West Virginia, and Wisconsin have required prescriptions at Walgreens for some patients. This is often due to state scope of practice laws. When the FDA narrowed its approval of the 2025-2026 formula to seniors and high-risk individuals, some states interpreted off-label use for healthy younger adults as requiring a physician oversight. So when it says for some individuals, it's 65 or younger are the some individuals. So it's by far the majority of individuals. And then, yeah, people even reply to this, like Jesse Waters, wait a second, you mean you can't walk into your doctor's office and get a COVID-19 shot? Jessica Tarlov, no, you can't. Not as dumb as those who are on their 6th booster. That is not denying them from getting it. It just means they have to go to their doctor first, idiot. I said, that's what Jessica said, idiot. He said, she said people were being denied vaccines, not that people needed a prescription to get one. I said, so at the 57-second mark, she literally says, you have to have a prescription. At 57-second mark, okay? So let's go to 57-second mark. This guy says she never said
Senator Bill,
that you have to have a prescription.
No, it is true.
He reclassified it.
Stop.
He reclassified
Kaylee,
it.
you now
can still
need
get
a prescription,
vaccine.
and CVS and Walgreens is denying it to people because of the quote-unquote regulatory.
You now need a prescription.
And CVS and Walgreens is denying it to people because of the quote-unquote regulatory environment.
So CVS and Walgreens are denying it to some people based on the regulatory environment. So after I say 57-second mark, she literally says you have to have a prescription, and then she says it was also banned in some states. The FDA only approved the vaccine for certain age groups, and the CDC was dragging their feet on approval as well as causing a lot of problems. Based on 13 state regulations, it now required a prescription. In 3 other states, New Mexico, Massachusetts, and Nevada, pharmacies like CVS didn't allow it at all until the CDC/ACIP gave their recommendations. So she is correct, and it's because RFK was way behind sending mixed messages and not doing his job. They still, at the point that she said this, they had it banned in 3 fucking states. And that's the New Mexico, Massachusetts, Nevada. CVS had it banned a little bit longer than Walgreens did. Walgreens came out and changed theirs earlier, but that is the... that is the case. This is really fucking annoying. Like the woman in here initially says she's wrong, right? But she says here.
No,
it is true.
He reclassified it.
Stop.
He reclassified
Kaylee,
it.
you now need a prescription.
And then here, this woman says.
It was on a state-by-state basis.
I am upset about this.
Don't be so upset.
You urged Jesse to do his homework. I did. There are several states who had sort of this temporary ban on issuing it to anybody who walked into a pharmacy. That has since changed. Walgreens has issued a statement regarding that, okay? And if you're in a state where you're 65 or older, or a doctor says that you should get the shot, you can go back in. They're stocking the COVID shots, and you can go get your COVID shot, okay? I don't know.
Ah, fuck. Before that, right before that, she said you have to have a prescription.
How big of you? There are 16 states
I'll give you
where
this. There has been some confusion. There's been some confusion.
How big of you to admit that, Sandra? Come on.
So she says 16 states. I think it was 13 states where it was a state by state, 13 states where you had to have a prescription, and then the other 3 states where it was banned. 16 states, yes.
Okay. Okay. It was on a state-by-state basis.
I am upset about this.
Don't be so upset.
You urged Jesse.
But anyways, yes, she did say you need a prescription for this, so. These people are fucking annoying.
Because I video when I'm in public and I'm shopping?
No, don't take a video. We're not.
Why? I don't care about what you're allowed to do.
No, don't take a video.
Don't tell Americans what to do.
Hey, Marisol.
I video record.
No, we're not allowed to post in public.
I don't. No, I am in America.
Marisol, she's taking video from us. She's saying
Can you back her up? I literally am recording myself looking at jeans and she's running up on me. No, you need to back up. I don't care. Back up.
You need to back up. She didn't come up on you, dude. What the fuck?
You can take a game. No. What the fuck?
Watch your mouth. You're allowed to cuss? Watch your mouth. Like, literally.
I didn't. What did she say?
On me. No, you need to back up. I don't care. Back up.
You can take a game. No. What the
fuck? Watch your mouth. You're
I can't tell what she said. You can take a something.
allowed to cuss? Watch your mouth. Like, literally. No, can I?
Go against the Muslim people. Yes,
I don't care. But in America, we can record in public.
Everyone has a right.
I don't care.
Everyone has a right.
Yeah, to record in public. First Amendment.
No, we're Muslims.
So what?
Well, it depends on what state you're in. So in some states, it's like a two-party consent thing where in order to stream or record, and like if you're gonna publish it in a public place, you have to have permission from all parties involved. Places like California, crap like that. It depends what the state law is generally.
Go back to where you came from. We're in America. Here, I'll get a close up.
If you post this video,
I'm posting. I'm live right now. I'm live right now. I'm literally live on Facebook. Literally live. So I don't need to post. But you need to stop messing with Americans. What the fuck is wrong with you guys?
Bro, this is so fucking insane. Stop messing with Americans, dude. What the fuck?
Yeah, we'll see. I'll stand right here then. Let's see. Let's see if
It sounds like she sounds country. Normally country states are normally going to be one party consent states.
Walmart's going to stand up. Let's see if Walmart's going to stand up for your religious beliefs. I can't record myself shopping now.
What the fuck?
I was recording myself looking at the clearance and you ran up on me and told me what to do. That was very weird. Why did you just park right here? Are you just butting in? Another American, right? Yeah, get management over here. This is ridiculous. Don't worry, I won't come back here. They can ask me to leave. They can ask me to leave. I'll never come back. I promise I'll never come back. This is America. What is wrong with you guys? I don't care about Muslim. What are you talking about? So I'm supposed to care more about you? Aren't you guys supposed to be working? They were literally standing over there running their mouth. Yeah, they're on the clock, running their mouth and messing with customers. And apparently, she just wants to get right in the middle of it. Yeah, have a good day.
She looks like she ate some peanuts. She looks like she got a peanut allergy.
No, you're not leaving.
I'm going wherever I want. You think you're about to stop me from leaving? I don't work for Walmart. Are you crazy?
I work.
I don't.
I told you to delete that video.
No, I'm not gonna delete it. You're not gonna tell me what to do. Are you crazy?
And you can't take a video from people. Randy.
I can take a video in public in America. You better leave me alone. Yeah, please go back to work. No, you're not gonna stop me.
To be in the video and post in public.
But I am. I'm allowed.
But then why you been taking video from?
Are you getting violent? Back up. No. Now I'm literally intentionally videoing this. I was video recording clearance. But now I'm intentionally recording this. There goes another one.
Hey, she's taking video from us.
Hi. Maybe you're calm. I was standing over here on the
Maybe
clearance
you're
rack.
calm.
I was recording. These two were over here.
Maybe you're calm. Everybody else in this situation is calm except for this bitch. And she walks over like, okay, maybe you're finally calm. Finally, I can find a calm person to talk to. Oh, man.
They're talking just gossiping, running their mouth. She's seen my camera and came up to me and told me what I can and cannot
This is free speech, okay? They're allowed to talk. They're allowed to gossip. This is America, bitch.
do, and created a big scene. I'm not allowed to record because
Created a big scene. What the fuck?
she's Muslim.
dude?
I record my interactions in public. I was recording the clearance, and she keeps trying to tell me what I can do. Please remove her from me so I can continue my shopping. I'm going to go over to the beauty section now. I just wanted to check out the clearance racks. I'm not deleting anything. Go back to work.
Please tell her. We're not allowed our family. Look what
There you
is
go.
doing.
I am recording because you keep bothering me.
Yeah, you have to walk away.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I'm not deleting anything. Go away. I am literally on live right now. Leave me alone. You're crazy. Stop attacking Americans.
Stop attacking Americans, dude. This woman's literally attacking. I mean, I don't know that they're Americans. I would assume they at least have the ability to work in America. So I don't know, but sounds like she's the one attacking Americans right now.
To pull up the pill stream clip where Ralph tells his mom to hitchhike in the summer heat to her dialysis appointment. Really? That's kind of funny.
Yeah, well, I don't know exactly what he means by the pill stream clip, but why didn't he send it? Actually, he could have just.
That's true.
Yeah.
All right, only two more. K-Max does the online left feud.
Is that funny, by the way? Is that funny?
The idea is kind of funny that like.
Do you have any clips of your dead mom when you were arguing with her? Do you think that's funny?
Do I have a clip of her?
Yeah, do you have some clips where you were talking shit to your dead mom? Would you think it was funny if I was to pull that up?
Maybe, depending on the clip. If it was funny.
I don't think you'd probably laugh if I was to pull that up and start talking about it. Take money.
I don't have any clips
money to
of
sit here
her.
and talk about it. I don't think you would think that was too funny.
I feel like I touched.
Did his mom just die? Did she just die? Like the way that I don't know anything about him or his mom or even what clip they're talking about, but I mean, if his mom just died, I can understand maybe why that might be like a sore subject, but if you did that on stream to your own mom, like died from shame, so she's alive.
A nerve, and I didn't mean to. I just think
I'm
like
asking
there
you. I'm
aren't any
asking you.
clips.
Hey,
of
I'm just
my...
asking you if I had that clip and I pulled it up
you
right
had
now.
a clip of my
Give me
mom.
$5 to pull that clip up. Would you think it was funny?
If it was a funny clip, then
If they pay me $5 and they said, "Hey, Chrissy, here's your dead mom. Here's you talking shit to her." Would you think that's funny?
well, I've never talked shit to her. Like
I'm asking you a direct question.
Such a clip existed. If
Like, yes, that's the thing. Is that like, yes, if you did do this on stream, like, that's not on her. That's not her fault that you did that.
if I had talked shit to my mom,
It could exist. I think you probably talked a lot of shit to your mom, actually.
why would you think that?
I mean, I have no reason to not think that. I think everybody probably has some unguarded moments with their family. And I
Talk
think
shit
you're
to her.
low down for sitting
No.
here.
Whether or not the clip exists is very different. Whether or not you do that in public, whether or not you do that where there's a recording and everybody can see. What the
Laughing
fuck,
about that
dude?
shit to my face. That's what I think.
I can't tell if you're joking or not.
I'm not joking at all. I'm being dead
Okay.
serious.
Well, I also don't know if what that person sent was real or not. I was just thinking
well,
the
I'm
idea
telling
of
you
it is
now, I'm not
funny.
joking. I'm being real fucking serious right here live on air.
Okay, what I thought
Live
what I
on
was
air.
saying was
Oh,
funny was
shit.
the idea that you would tell that a person would tell their mom to like go into the sun, like go out in the summer. Like I was just
Well, I'm telling you, I sat here long enough for your faggot super chats, is what I'm telling you. And I didn't
fuck?
appreciate that last one. I didn't appreciate your fucking faggot laughter. And
What is wrong with him, dude? Oh my goodness, bro. Oh, what is wrong with this guy? What a baby, bro. What a big baby. Holy crap.
I'm really about done. So what else do you have for me?
Okay. I wasn't trying to like make you upset. I don't know. I feel like there's some confusion or
No, there's no confusion. I'm being real, just direct with you.
okay.
Tom Floyd, did you know Sharia is definitely being attempted, and you people just have your heads up your... Yes, I did know that. I definitely have my head up on my ass, and Sharia is being attempted. Hardcore. Hardcore attempts. The amount of Sharia everywhere I go, dude. Sharia is happening everywhere. I literally walked out in the middle of my neighborhood yesterday, watched a bunch of Muslims stone a woman to death for having a strand of hair showing.
Like, okay, I think you're taking what I said like a little too seriously.
Well, that's your opinion. I don't think so. I think that you thought, it's all fun and games and it's all, comedy routine. And I'm telling you, it's not. I'm telling you, you sat here and you got personal one too many times. And I'm telling you, fuck you. That's what I'm saying live on air.
I got personal?
Yeah.
How did I get personal?
Yeah, you, fucker. Yeah, you.
How did I get personal? I don't know you.
So when you guys send like super chats where you're like talking shit about people like as a super chat, that is, yeah, this is why I don't read it. And this is also like I get annoyed with other people like reading super chats that are talking shit about me, whether or not like whether or not they do it, or whether or not other people do it has nothing to do with whether or not I'm going to do it. But yes, this is one of the reasons why I don't read them.
You personally like that,
right? So how dare you fucking say some shit like that to me on air?
But I wasn't. I was just reading a super chat.
Okay,
Steven, you're being Jack Murphy against Sydney
I don't
Watson.
give a fuck. Shut up, cuck. I don't give a fuck, boyfriend. Get the fuck out of here. You're nobody. Shut the fuck up.
What a charmer.
Yeah. Yeah, tell it how it is.
I genuinely think there was a confusion here because, like, if I wanted to have you come on here just to like make fun of you, I would have done it right away. Like, I literally just, you and I are cool. We're having a conversation. Like, I genuinely think that you maybe misheard something or thought I was trying to be shitty when I honestly wasn't.
Well, that's your statement. I think I've pretty much spoke for myself here, and so people can just take it how they want.
Like, I actually do have a story. So I did a roast battle with a girl, and it was after my mom got diagnosed with cancer, and she had this joke. Of course, it's a roast battle. Like, all bets are off. People can say whatever they want. And this girl, Allison, she made a joke about my mom. It was like an open thing. Everyone knew she had like brain cancer. And she had this joke where, I don't remember exactly, but the punchline was like, the tumor your mom made in her head was still like the best thing to ever come out of her body. Like, she was trying to compare like giving birth to me and this whatever. And in the moment I was like, man, that's fucking low. And it made me feel horrible, but immediately the audience like wasn't having it and didn't laugh. And that was the thing that in the moment made me feel better. So if that is how I made you feel just now, I'm sorry. Like, I literally
I don't feel bad. I don't like you people. That's the thing. I don't like these motherfuckers. Like, take all the pot shots.
Bro, okay, so yeah, so if you've been sitting there for hours like being chill, you accepted the request to go on the show, and then you pull this baby shit over the super chat at the end. Like, nothing you say is going to justify that. You, like, what he's doing now where he's like, no, I just don't like you people. Bullshit, dude. Bullshit. Why would you go on there and sit through a whole show, and then at the end where she's going over the super chats, now you got something to say. Now you want to tell her how much you don't like her. Come on. Come on.
That you want. it's fine with me because I don't like you. That's the thing. Like, you can sit here and chuckle and give your little chuckle fuck response and all your faggot fucking super chats and all this shit talk. I can tell you that I don't fucking like you. I don't like these motherfuckers in the audience. And if they don't like me, God damn it, I fucking hate you. That's the fucking truth. And
All right, he's gonna get me fucking banned. This is so stupid. What a fucking loser, dude. He's such a baby. It's obvious he's just doing it for content. Like, he's just a lot of these people just crash out just to get like the W's in chat and shit like that. He's clip farming. Imagine if someone sent a super chat last night about her murdered dad she loves to grift off. The fucking audacity, and I don't even like Ralph, but Jesus Christ. I don't know exactly how super chats work. Does the host have to read them? Does the person get their money back if the host doesn't read them? I would have skipped any super chats like that if I were Chrissy. On a side note, Ralph absolutely steamrolled Frank. I mean, it is both. Like, I would say, like, yeah, it's probably not a good idea to read those super chats. Probably not smart. But, like, he's just taking it, like, a million miles past. Again, unless she just died. Like, nobody here seems to know if she just died or not. Nobody here seems to watch him. So, I don't have any idea what... Like, if she just died, like, I totally get it. So, that last comment was making it sound like, you know... it says just died last night. You know, if someone sent a super chat last night about her murdered dad, oh, okay, never mind. The dad didn't die last night. Okay, then never mind. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know when the fucking mom died. But that might like make somewhat of a difference. That would make like a big difference if he was if his mom had just died. I've never seen this person. You've never seen Ralph before? Ralph is from the kill stream. Ralph is OG. He is OG status, so he can just kind of do whatever the fuck he wants at this point. Yeah, Ethan Ralph, yeah. That's crazy. You guys have never seen Ethan Ralph.
Oh my goodness. Let's see, Geeky, go ahead, sir.
That's Ethan Ralph right there.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, I hear you. Go ahead. Hey guys, how you doing?
Doing great.
All right, so I got a couple stories tonight. So actually right by like
This is back before he went way off the deep end.
So much, and some of the
they literally, Nick Fuentes called into this show. This was an epic show.
Yeah, what do you say about that? I think he did some... You know, he's talking about horse penis and stuff and trying to force that
horse
on.
cock love?
Yeah, what about that? What do you think about that?
I thought so. As the one that broke that, I thought it was done. It was, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I thought that what he did
Why do you
was...
forgive him? You wouldn't forgive Nick if something like that happened.
Yeah,
I don't hold... Yeah, you wouldn't forgive him. If he said that, you would never fucking forgive him.
I don't hold any grudges like that.
You're full of shit. I can
You
see you
hold a grudge
smiling.
against
I
me. You
can
have
see
a
it in your
blood grudge
face.
against me
If
because I'm
Nick...
Mexican and you're Cuban.
Wait, what did he say? You have a blood grudge because he's
That's
Mexican.
what it's about.
And you're
I
Cuban.
finally figured it out. It's 'cause it's Cuban. I thought Nick did a bunch of soul math on stream to prove that our blood was actually really similar. I thought he's like, I come from
The other day we were talking about the tactical N-word. Right there, they're obviously talking about Bosch when they're talking about horsecock. Obviously, they're talking about Bosch, but we were talking about the tactical N-word the other day, and that was Bosch on the kill stream, where he said that they were all like saying the N-word to him to try to make him uncomfortable because he's a lefty and he's so soy and like uncomfortable with the N-word. And so then he said the N-word back in like a, you know, casual sort of statement. And he called it later when everybody was mad at him and he was getting canceled over it. He's like, guys, like that is the tactical N-word. Like, I'm not being racist. I'm not using it towards a black person. I'm not, but, and I can understand that like we're not supposed to do that, but in a debate scenario like this, they're kind of holding me hostage with this word, trying to make me uncomfortable and trying to get me to soy out about it. And so if instead I just use the word back, now I've kind of taken away their power and I've taken away their ability to try to to try to, you know, steamroll me with the N-word, and so I used the tactical N-word to get them to back down, and that was Vosh's whole thought process. So, like, the thought process is real. Like, it's a good thought process. Like, he's not wrong logically. Like, it makes sense in you know, in debate scenarios and shit like that. Like, he is correct. He is correct. It's just it's kind of interesting to listen to a debate bro autistically break down the use of the N-word by a white guy. Have you watched the Loner Box stuff? Yeah, we went over a bunch of it. I think that was like the first thing that we covered. Speaking of the N-word.
Voice actors for $500 to play an animated black character named Slug. And we're gonna see how far they'll go to do a good job. And trust me, white voice actors should not be reading the script. Okay, let's tell them the premise of the show.
No.
Trey, Sean, Devontae are supposed to be hanging out in Trey's mom's basement. The three of them are educated black men. Devontae brings a surprising new guest named Slug, a 6'4", dark-skinned drug dealer who just got out of prison.
So the three black guys are playing well-spoken, educated black men, and then they bring in old white dudes to play the hood rat who's gonna have a whole lot of shit they shouldn't be saying in the script. Okay.
Upon arrival, Slug determines that the three boys are not nearly black enough. We want voice. We want one to be believable for a black audience. So right. I need you to be black.
Okay.
I mean, do you have black friends or?
Not a lot.
Okay. Pick somebody who you think looks the blackest.
Oh.
So who looks the blackest out of everybody, out of us?
When you say who looks the blackest.
To you.
To me, that means, is anyone scare me?
Is that what it means to him? Bro, he did.
Bro, he did not, dude. He did not, dude. Holy shit. He did not just say that. He did not just fucking say that, bro. Holy shit. That they said pick out of the three black guys here, which one of us looks the blackest? And he said, when you say the blackest, I assume you mean which one is the scariest.
To me, that means, is anyone scare me?
Is that what it means to him?
Bro, he did not just say that. He did not just say that.
Everybody ready?
Oh yeah, we're ready.
And action.
Hey guys, cool if my friend Slug comes hang for a bit.
What's up, Slug?
What's cracking, gang? Hey, what's cracking, gang?
What's cracking, gang?
Nope, that ain't gonna work. Let's try blood.
What's happening, blood?
Blood. Blood. What's happening,
take
blood?
a drink, sorry. No, you go. Maybe if you look at one of us when you say it, it might make you, you know what I mean? Like,
it was nothing. Them crooked ass motherfuckers had the wrong guy.
Hold on.
I mean, I don't want to just
that
sit
guy's
here and
going
talk
in,
black
dude.
in front of you guys. If you guys don't mind, I don't talk black.
Okay, what is talking black to you? What does that mean?
But don't get offended, you know.
What does it mean to talk black though, so I can understand where we're going?
See, this, like, to me, like, that, I would immediately be like, if you said that to me, when you give me this script, and you are all black, you could all play this person, but you have a white guy come in to do this, I'm already like, all right, this is sketch. But then when you ask a question like that, like, I would, if I was one of, like, the people producing this shit and he said that, I would be like, yo, shut the fuck up, dude. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Why are you're ruining the fucking bit, bro. Don't ask him what it means to talk black or you're fucking it up.
Yo, man, what the hell are you talking about, man?
Okay, what dialect is that?
I don't know. I mean, I'm
Jigaboo.
from Ohio. I'm from Youngstown, Ohio.
Oh, bring that out. I mean, that's the...
I'm trying to. You don't like what I'm giving you. Put yourself in my shoes.
Well, shit, if I put myself in your shoes, I would just do that shit and quit fucking complaining.
All right.
Man, it was nothing. Them crooked ass cops had the wrong guy. like they always do.
I like that. Right there. What you just did.
Yeah, like they always, yeah.
What
that
you
was
just
nice.
did when you got in his face like that, that was perfect. Say it one more time, and then put nappy head motherfucker after it.
Bro! You guys are funny, man. Okay. Why your hair look like it just got out of motherfucking work, motherfucker? You nappy-headed motherfucker.
Oh,
Shit.
you added 2 more.
Damn, you getting into it.
Hey, you got that.
Wait, hold on. Where am I at? Okay. Man, fuck y'all, man. Okay. That's it, right?
There's no way, right? Oh god, it's so awkward in there. Bro, it's
The fact that they all just sit there and don't say anything. This is abuse. This is abuse. This is abuse.
Gotcha. All right. Well, hello. We're live now.
Hello.
Good to see you again. And it sounds like you think I'm a dumb, useful idiot American who is anti-ethno state for all the wrong reasons. So I want you to educate
That's
me.
a bit of a that's a dramatic description, okay? Also, hello. It's been like I think quite a bit since we talked like in actual person, on camera.
Yeah, we were on like a panel together, or an event together, but separate panels. But yeah, since last time we talked, I want to say it was when
Week
we were
thing,
watching.
I think, yeah.
Yeah.
Tim Pool stuff, yeah.
Yeah, the Tim Pool thing.
Yeah, it's been a while. Haven't seen your hat in a bit, and still pretty fabulous, I must say. Like, I don't know, you kind of pull this head off. Like, how do you do that? I could never.
Hey, look, what did Goebbels say? If you lie enough, then people start to believe it. If you wear it enough and act like it looks good, then people will start thinking it looks good. So it sounds like it's working.
Who said what? Can you pronounce his name again so I can
Goebbels?
laugh at you?
Goebbels?
I adore this pronunciation. Girl boss, essentially. You know, you basically girl bossing at me. It's
A girl boss? Yeah,
Goebbels?
Joseph Girl Boss, yes.
Yeah, there's girl boss. He's like girl boss. I mean, you can say he did a bit of girl bossing. I guess
Wait,
you
are
can say
you
that,
German-splaining to me right now? Wait, how do you pronounce
Yes. We say Hebels. They say just Goebbels, Hebels. Like
You know I
they
speak
didn't say
German, right?
Goebbels. I studied it at school, but no, not really.
No,
Like,
I
yeah,
speak German. I lived there for
Oh, you do?
years. Yeah. It's
Oh,
Goebbels. Goebbels.
Goebbels, yeah,
Yeah.
but not girl boss. You know, Goebbels.
Alright.
Goebbels. There's no girl boss in there.
I'm just
yeah,
gonna call him
yeah,
Girl Boss.
I did like no.
And most people always call him Goebbels, but there isn't really a good way to fucking say German names.
A bit, but like
I think somebody on here the other day called him Goebbels, and I almost said something, but I thought there's no, like, if they ask me how to pronounce it, I'm gonna sound just as stupid saying Goebbels, so not saying anything.
in a long time, and I didn't really use it much, so it's kind of like, you know, out of my head. I know too many languages, okay, to keep the Germans. I'm sorry to the Germans.
Well, look,
out
Germans
there.
in the comments, you can say who Girl Boss better.
Goebbels. You say girl boss in English. I don't know why.
So the title of this is Ukrainian Anna Tells Me I'm Wrong About Ethno-States. I listened to like maybe 2 minutes of this, and it sounded like they were talking about Israel-Palestine, and I didn't know that they were talking about the ethno-state aspect of it. But obviously, I mean, I've had a couple of arguments about this where people come in and they're like, yeah, but isn't it wrong that Israel has an ethno-state? And I'm like, I would never call this an ethno-state, just to be clear. I would never say that. But if we're calling it an ethno-state, no, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Like, I don't think there's any like negative outcome from the way that they're handling this. I don't think there's like a problem here. But yeah, I wouldn't call it an ethno-state. 2, I don't think that there is like any inherent problem with ethno-states, but there's like a lot of there's a lot of nuance to that. Obviously, like an ethno-state is obviously a generally going to be a bad thing, and it's generally going to have negative outcomes. So when you know, if you try to implement an ethno-state, the majority of the time you're going to be discriminating against some group that already exists there. If there aren't other groups that already exist there, I literally have no issue with you like having an ethno-state. And there was a lefty who jumped on a while ago and asked me about this, and we had like a short conversation about this, and the whole time, super friendly guy, like real nice about it the whole fucking time. And was just like, oh, okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I've never thought about it that way. I'll have to think about that a little bit more. And then left here and went back to his stream, reviewed the conversation that he had with me, and went off about how fucking racist I am the whole time. So it was very fucking annoying. Very fucking annoying to have somebody like sit there to your face and act like you're cool the whole time, and like, oh, what you're saying is interesting, and then you find out later they just went back to their stream like a weaselly little liar, and just ran with a completely different narrative while you're not there. They could have challenged you while you're sitting there together, but once you're no longer sitting there together, now they've got a lot of shit to talk. Now they gonna talk that shit. So yeah, the ethno states, I don't think there's like this inherent problem with it, but it is based on like how it exists in just yeah, how it's implemented, whether or not it actually like ends up discriminating against the people who live there, and creates like second-class citizens in the process. I normally and we'll probably get back into this again later, but normally the hypothetical that I normally give is, let's say after Jim Crow ends, or not even Jim Crow, after black people are freed from slavery, don't you think it would have been better if they had their own like ethno state afterwards, where they were able to like skip all of the like lynchings and discrimination, systemic racism, Jim Crow, different water fountains, like segregation, the entire cities getting burnt down? Like, don't you think it would have been nice for those people to just skip all of that, be able to like create their own kind of ethno state sort of thing in a state or something like that? Tom, should we play Ark tonight? Probably not. Probably not. I don't think I'm gonna have time for that. On top of that, I'm trying not to play attention controlling games while I'm on stream for a while. So but yeah, I think that there would have been, if looking back now, I think, yeah, that may have been better. There's arguments in both directions as to whether or not that would have been better. But the point is that like it doesn't, every time I bring that up to people, they're immediately like, okay, I guess I could see that. But normally one of the reasons that I bring that up to people is because lots of times, as soon as I say like, yeah, all ethno states aren't necessarily racist, a lot of people are like, you sound like a fucking racist. So then once I dropped the fucking hammer of like, wouldn't it have been great if black people could have skipped the systemic racism, skipped all the oppression once they got out of slavery, and we could have given black people their ethno state? Then they're like, oh, okay. Now he's saying the opposite of what I thought he was saying.
Or sometimes Goebbels, people say like Goebbels, like
Oh,
that,
yeah.
that. I don't know. I don't know what's
If they're
happening there.
gargling
Anyway.
or something, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
speaking of
Point is-
Nazis, let's talk
Speaking
about
of-
ethno states.
Okay, so my kind of subject, I will say, dude, it's been 2,000 years since I have a beef with you. Like, essentially, when I got mad at you, you were speaking with Destiny. It's been so long
Yes.
that I will not pretend that I remember exactly what you said, okay? It
Yeah,
will be
I mean,
dishonest.
I
Yeah,
don't
so-
want to
yeah.
dishonestly frame it, but let me try to refresh everyone's memory, which
Uh-huh.
was we were talking about Israel at some point, and I said, I don't care about like the Zionist project insofar as like, okay, sure, you want to have a place to protect the Jewish people because they get persecuted everywhere, but if your state requires you to ethnically police like people coming in and out to maintain some sort of ethnic majority, then I don't think this is good. And something along those lines. So if that refreshes
something
your
like
memory.
that. It's something like that. I do remember. That was basically came off to me as like as this very maximalist position of like ethno state kind of bad, like overall, like not that like you're like super duper like fucking kill them all ethno staters, but you're like pretty like generally you don't like it.
Yeah, just to clarify, my position is like morally.
Yeah.
I don't think there's good justifications
morally,
for
exactly.
most
That's what
ethno states. Period. Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of why I even wanted to talk about, because it came off as like about the moral subject, right? And I even wrote down the points, but I don't know where they are. So it's
So there's just some piece of paper floating around in your house about the soy pill and ethno states.
Yes. So my kind of like beef with this, as I remember it, was there was one phrase that fucking triggered me, but I don't remember exactly. So let's drop it for now. Maybe you will say it again. Who knows?
Yeah, probably. I have a very limited vocabulary.
Yeah, I mean, problem is that I have two kind of like gripes with the subject. I don't really want to make it particularly about Israel because fucking Israel, I don't want to talk about it. But like, if we have to, we will. But there are two things, right? So one thing is I have a gripe with two things with Americans, with the definition of the ethno state, essentially. So what they understand as an ethno state, right? Because it's completely different here. And I have two working definitions, basically, that I hear people in the West make, and I hear people outside of the West make, right? So we can talk about like yours, like which one do you even like agree with? Which one is yours, right? Well, maybe you have your own sort of idea about it. Who knows at this days? At this time and age, everyone has their own ideas, okay? So that's one thing. And I don't think that one definition applies to Israel, and another definition I think applies to Israel, but it applies to literally everyone. So besides, so that's kind of like my thing. And the second thing is the moral thing, if we have time to talk about it, because I do think that it's a very blanket statement to say that all ethno states are immoral. And it's very, in my opinion, not to trigger anyone, it's a very privileged American talking point. So I would like to like address it from that perspective, why I think it's a little bit like close-minded due to the maybe perspective you have as an American on it. So those are two things I would talk about.
We should have time for both. So yeah, let's get into it. This is fun. I get to choose my favorite definition of ethno state here.
Basically, yeah. So it's kind of not even like about you. It's just in the general, to be honest. I hear that quite a bit of people, quite a lot of Americans, in particular Westerners, bring this up. So it's not like even like I'm like singling you out in that sense. Like everyone's singling out Israel. Okay?
Aram San tipped $21. Tom has his own baldness state. L'chaim.
A gripe, right? Because I was
I'm the surrogate for all the dumb Americans, the dumb ignorant Americans. I'll take it.
Yeah,
Look, I've traveled to Europe. I'm used to it. Okay.
You are representative right now.
Yeah.
The ambassador, if you will. So yeah, that's so the thing is with ethno state, to make it like super simple, right? What we typically think when we hear that word is that is a country that operates as a state based of the shared ethno-religious language and cultural principle. And it is concerned with the preserving of the hegemony of that certain political or that certain ethno-religious group, right? So this
is like definition one then. So it's like there's some
like
sort of like
broad
cultural unity, whether that's language or like
typically
shared
it's like
tradition.
ethno-religious, typically, right? So it's like ethnicity and religious kind of like tie down together. Not so much in the modern times, but like typically it's like depends where though. If it's in the Middle East, then it dies tie down, obviously. But in Europe, it's not as much. But still, majority people would be like Catholic or like Christian, like Orthodox or whatever the fuck, right? So you have like this ethnic majority, and you have a religious majority typically, and language and culture that is preserved in there. And the state is sort of built around this. So the unifying principle is this shared identity, if you will, right? And this state typically is very concerned with the preservation of that, right? So that keeps being the hegemony, that keeps being the majority, right? And that's the broad thing. So the problem I have with this definition is that if that's the definition you use, then it's everyone.
Yeah.
It's Poland, it's fucking Sweden, it's really any country. It's Ukraine, it's countries in Korea, Japan, it's every Arab country, basically. It's almost every country except New World countries, which would be based on a completely different principle, like United States, right? It's a civic nationalist principle. You have a nation, you don't have a ethnicity that shows you as an American. You didn't even have the language, I think, official language that much until like Trump declared it, I think, English or some shit.
But correct me if I'm wrong. Like, would you say like pre the massive immigration changes, like in the 60s and 70s, that like all the neo-Nazis get really upset about? Like, would you say that we would be closer to that definition, where you have more of a Christian majority nation, you have more of a white majority nation, and it kind of has moved away from that since then to a much higher degree?
That's very American talking point, because we wouldn't say that French, German, Irish, and English are same
it's all
people.
the same thing. Okay, yeah.
Yes, so it's not the same ethnicity, it's not the same language, it's not the same culture, not the same. Yeah, so yeah, that's kind of like even not the same religion in some cases, right? So that's kind of like the shared identity that when established in the United States and the New World countries, right? The ethnicity wasn't the unifying principle. You escaped actually your own countries mostly, right? Your own homelands, and turned to settle in a completely different space altogether, with a quite unfortunate nuking basically everyone there to do it, but that's a whole other situation, right?
Sure.
So you established yourselves there, and then you created a national identity. This like badass Reagan speech comes to mind, like everyone can be American, but no, everyone can be German, and it's true, it's true, and it's cool. I mean, used to be cool, I guess. I don't know if Americans think it's cool now, but yeah, used to be cool.
We're still
Anyway,
number
that's
one, okay?
That's number one, yeah. So that's kind of like makes it impossible to demonize Israel on that principle, because then you have to fucking demonize every other country that isn't basically New World countries, and maybe India. Okay, I think India doesn't have such a big diversity in terms of like ethnic groups there, religion. I don't think one is like even primarily one, if I'm not mistaken. I might be mistaken.
Well, yeah, it's super diverse. They have all these different languages. The primary is like Hindi and in English actually to an extent. But yeah,
because of the colony.
I know what you mean.
Does come to mind, the only country, but primarily I think about New World countries, so like Canada, America, or Australia, whatever.
Yeah, I'm an alignment here. It is too vague to just say, oh, you have a shared culture and language and that sort of thing. Yeah.
I mean, you can do that, and you can say, for example, hey, mine is based, right? I think like the American version is based. Obviously, that's I don't want to argue that. That's opinion, right? But at the end of the day, like it's just weird to demonize particularly Israel, because then you are rating everyone is allowed except the Jews. That's kind of like me. It goes into the uncomfortable zone real fast.
If you're being that vague, and it's like, why are you only specifically calling this one out as an ethno state? Then it's like, yeah, I agree with this. Okay, so what's the second one?
So that's kind of how we use it, by the way. So in that sense, if some people here, I mean, so if people would say like something
Ukrainian?
isn't, yeah, I mean, not ethnically, but nationally.
Oh, you're actually not?
No, I mean, not really. I'm mostly Greek. And I also have Russian and Polish. So
hold on.
There you go.
If you're Greek, Russian, and Polish, and you define yourself as Ukrainian,
nationalist principle. Yeah.
On a nationalist principle, it's like it's not really like this ethnic, like I guess we'll get into this. What we're talking about, like is Ukraine like considered like this ethno state in the same definition that we're going to use, and like whether or not that's good or bad. But it's like it sounds like you're.
A disclaimer, I'm not actually an ethno-state big guy. I'm like civic nationalist. I enjoy my civic nationalism, okay? So I'm not arguing for everyone to be like super rigid for the ethnic principle, right? Because, for example, I am not ethnically Ukrainian, but I was born here. I have a Ukrainian, citizenship, and I am Ukrainian in the national sense, right? But if I would speak about like ethnicity, blood, all of that DNA, who my parents are, then I'm not. So
right, and this is a comment. We don't have to dig into this yet, but like what you just described, which is you not being ethnically Ukrainian, but being able to come to Ukraine, be a nationalist for Ukraine, make your entire identity and career about protecting and serving this country. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But like, as a child of immigrants, right? It sounds like. No. Or you're the child of immigrants, of Albanian and Greek immigrants?
It's a bit no Albanians, but it's a bit complicated because like basically in the Soviet Union, everyone who was like occupied by Soviet Russia, they were like all made part of the one big thing.
Is it just me, or does anybody else just like fucking love it where you get like that Russian-ish sort of accent where they say in Soviet Russia? Is it just me who just that is just they fucking said it in Soviet Russia? Is it anybody else? Thank you, Aaron M Sound, for the $21 dono. Did we get the cheers in chat, guys? Did we get the W's and cheers in the chats? Did we do it? Did we do it big for my man's Aaron M Sound? The #1 chat on YouTube. Everybody else is jelly, but they hate us because they ain't us. Oh, I keep seeing this text back here from the game, and I'm like, what the fuck is that? Okay, I think for the most part I fixed this. There's like a little bit of something there. It's not too bad. I don't think I look as yellow now, but I do think it's very bright now, so.
Right.
So technically, my parents kind of like moved from Georgia, that was under Soviet Union, but it was Georgia before it was under Soviet Union, and that was Georgia now after the Soviet Union dissolvement. So technically, they moved to Ukraine from Georgia, but at the time
it's
it
all
was
the same
one...
place at the time.
Yeah, yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Well, what I'm saying is like what I'm
Yeah.
principally opposed to, like the whole reason I was saying what I was saying in that conversation, is that it seems to me that people would use this justification of like shared culture, shared ethnicity, shared language to say people like your parents can't move into this place because they're not the original thing. We need to restrict the amount of those people that can come in, even though you're a clear demonstration that at best these people can become even more nationalist than some of the people born here. And like still support the project of the country and the culture and like all of that. So that's what I'm like principally opposed to, in case that wasn't clear. But yeah, let's
so
go.
this brings us to the second definition, because you very smoothly brought us into that subject, right? So
Okay.
I found like one of my notes on my phone, which is kind of funny because I actually wrote it down on paper with like a granny. So basically, right, the second definition that is way less broad in terms of like more. Let me find which one I am actually doing here.
Yeah.
So we can see it, because I think I write it down. The one I remembered. Yeah, the other one would be basically that. This one is a bit more demonized. I feel like it's kind of like nationalism in the United States is used pretty like negatively typically. The state where citizenship rights and political power is restricted to one ethnic group. So basically, this is another version of ethno state that I found a lot of people use, right? So not only it's the nation that is the state that is interested in preserving the hegemony and make certain.
Right, let's get just FYI, we did hit the goal. Well, we can get some more W's in chat. Just super happy, super glad, super psyched, stoked even that we hit the goal. So appreciate it, guys. We'll we got it at 25 out of 50 now. So rock on, super cool, super awesome. You guys.
Policies to preserve that hegemony. This state is restricting the rights, the ability to be in the positions of power, to be like in the parliament or the government, whatever it is in the country, right? To a particular ethnic group, and minority ethnic groups don't really have that many rights or protections that apply to them as the one that apply to the big ethnic group, right? So that's kind of like how also a lot of countries function till this day, and it's also how most empires functioned, right? So great example would be like Ottoman Empire, for example. It's a huge fucking thing, right? It conquested a bunch of people, Arabs, Turks, they're Armenians, Greeks, blah, 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 all sorts of people, different religions, different ethnicities. Only Turks had the absolute privilege there, right? So every other group was subjugated, wasn't allowed to be represented in any like leadership positions, have to pay completely different set of how it's called, money you have to pay to the government.
Taxes.
Yeah, basically. Basically, yeah. So they have a completely different set of rules. What was allowed to do, what the position. That's what basically that, right? And in modern countries, you see that. Obviously, you see that in Arab countries, for example, quite a bit of them have the rule that, for example, you cannot be governed by non-Muslim guy. Right, in your country, it's not possible.
And so it's
right?
a spectrum too, right? Because like in America, technically, the president can't be a non-citizen, but this is not restricted to an ethnicity. Like there's no American ethnicity. It's just like, hey, you should have been born here, sort of thing.
Yeah, although I highly doubt that people would be jamming with non-Christian fucking president in the United States, but probably not on law, right? Not on like actual. I don't think there's a law, right, in the United States that says that non-Christian guy cannot be a president of the United States.
Yeah. Real quick, I got a super chat from Prince of Salatus. Thank you for the 5. And do you agree that Crimea belongs to Kazakhstan?
Kazakhstan? No, absolutely not. Yeah, to Tatari, Crimean Tatari, the indigenous population of Crimea. Yeah, native. I would agree with that. So
No, I
they
think he's
typically-
joking because it's like the whole, like,
Yeah.
oh, Crimea belongs to Russia. And it's just picked a random country
Dude,
nearby. And it's like,
I'm
actually, you know what? It's
wait,
Kazakhstani. It's
Wait,
Kyrgyzstani.
guy, my guy. Actually, I would rather them than Russians, if we are honest. Yeah. So yeah, if you play that game, sorry, what I was talking about. Oh, but yeah. So by that restrictive definition, doesn't apply to Israel either. Because, well, rather, the first one applies, but it applies to everyone else as well. But this one doesn't apply because, first of all, I'm not super educated, okay? But as far as I am aware, that in Israel, there are 2 million Arabs, and those have the exact same rights as Jewish Israelis.
Yeah,
Like
I'm also not
Mizrahi
super
or-
educated, so I won't speak on authority. My understanding is there are, well, there's definitely, like, you know, second-class citizen type stuff in settler territory, like, you know, West Bank
That's a whole
area.
other thing. That's occupation. Yeah, I'm not talking about
Right,
that. I'm
but
talking
in the
about
country itself,
Israel
I think
proper.
there are like
Yeah.
biases. I don't know if there are like specific laws in the book.
Yeah, but not on the laws. Biases will be always there. Okay, it's inevitable. When there is a big majority population, you know.
Fuck. Okay. Yeah. The like it is true that nationalism and patriotism to some extent will always kind of exist in every country, and that it is essential that there is some sort of shared culture. Like shared culture is really important for a country to exist. It is unhealthy to not have shared culture, which is like a lot of what we're going through right now, where before under like, you know, Bush and Obama, like it felt like there was a shared culture. We had disagreements, we had differences in politics, but that didn't change whether or not we were American. That didn't change like whether or not we wanted the best for the country. That didn't change, you know, whether or not we loved the Constitution. That didn't change whether or not, you know, we believed in American values and American freedom and that sort of thing. Now that is different. That is different. That has changed. And this is part of like the big issue. I watched a couple of episodes. If you guys have ever seen the show The Newsroom, not a great show. It's a show from Aaron Sorkin. He did The West Wing. Not a huge fan of like the quick, quippy sort of 90s style of show, but also The Newsroom is just, it is overtly populist and almost even centrist at the same time, like sort of shit. And so it is a really strange show that just doesn't fit my vibes at all. But they talk a lot about politics in there, and one of the things that they say in the show, which this was in 2012 when the show came out, is they say that the country has never been more divided since the Civil War. And I thought, wow, they're saying this in 2012. Sheesh. they had no idea what was coming for them. They had no fucking idea how divided we could be. That 2012 was like still considered the good old days. The idea that now we look back at that and think, yeah, man, we were all way less divided back then. And back then they're saying we've never been more divided since the Civil War. Seems a little weird. Seems a little strange. But yeah, like it is healthy for your country to have like common goals, common culture, you know, commonalities across the board. It is important and essential for a healthy country.
Oh, it's really inevitable. But I'm talking
again,
about
grain of
the
salt.
laws.
I haven't looked into this recently, but what I was going to say, what I wanted to bring up, because like this is a spectrum, right? Like you would say, even by the second definition, America was never really an ethno state, right?
No.
Like there's not even like an ethnicity to protect at that point, and like saying white is so America centric. But I would say something like the Chinese Exclusion Act where it's like, hey, we are limiting specifically Chinese immigration, even though it's not an ethno-state. This is like an ethno-state kind of policy, and so this
no,
is
it's a
like
discrimination against a particular group. That would be basically, you could call it racist, you could call it a discrimination, but it's not going to be banning migration is not an ethno state in my opinion,
in and of
even
itself.
In and of itself. Yeah.
Okay, so it requires it because like the reason for doing so is to protect that ethnic majority, and if it's not that, then it's that's I guess what I'm getting at, where it's like
depends on the reason.
Yeah, it's like, okay, maybe they're specifically discriminating against Chinese people, but it's not because they want to protect a majority, it's because they want to discriminate against Chinese, and these things are not necessarily linked, but could be.
Yeah, let's go there in a second. But also one thing about like Israel as well is that not only those Arabs have the exact same citizenship, so that definition just doesn't apply because they have the same rights. They're also represented in the Knesset by 21%, I believe. No, wait, they're 21% of the population, and I think they have 19 or 20 seats. So technically, they are represented pretty accurately in the governing body, which, by the way, America does not.
That's right. I kept thinking it was 20% of the Knesset as well, and then I found out recently it's not 20% of the Knesset. It's 20% of the population, and then 20 seats in the Knesset. Yeah.
You have more African American population when you have a percentage of them represented in your Congress. So that's really not the argument. So
well, can I ask this? Because again, this is uneducated.
I feel like Soypil hasn't said this yet, but I feel like the thing that he's getting at is whether or not the ethno state is protected under law. I feel like that's like what he's gonna take issue with, but I haven't heard him say that. Did I miss it? And he did say it. So I feel like that is likely going to be his issue, not just an ethno state's existence.
But like this is my understanding. Me as a non-Israeli, also not Arab, just an American Jew, because I have Jewish ethnicity.
I don't know. I thought he was memeing.
No, I really am. Pretty much a name only, right? Like I don't, which makes this argument a little sillier to me. I have no cultural ties. I don't speak Hebrew. I never had a bar mitzvah. It's literally just because my mom is Jewish and my great grandpa was the last one to even remotely do anything close to this. But because of this, I would have an easier time becoming a citizen and acquiring land or having some sort of privileges.
Israel,
in Israel, and like this is like on the law. Technically,
but that's
not, hey, Arabs are discriminated against, but I get these privileges by virtue of being the ethnicity Jewish.
Yeah, that's fine though. No, what's wrong with that? Like most of my
it's not about saying whether or not it's fine. It's like this is to the point of like, oh well, Arabs aren't discriminated against, like they're equal in the law. It's like, well, not really. Like someone that is in exactly the same position as me in America, but is I don't know, Saudi Arabian, they would not be able to do this. And so that is like an example of what I would say is like the law privilege.
So yes, okay. So he is essentially saying that I don't think he has said that, but I think that is essentially what he's saying, is that the problem with an ethno state is when you're defending the existence of it in law, and that's where to him it sounds like it becomes an issue. Because they have laws that make it easier for Jewish people to become citizens, and that this could create some sort of like second class sort of thought process from the people who do not have that privilege, and that's the worry, is that there ends up being second class citizens in this scenario. I think that's my steelman of where I think he's coming from right now.
No, that's privileging. That's not discriminating. Okay, so for example, if a guy in Israel is Arab, he has the exact same rights as a Jewish guy. So if he didn't, then that would be a restrictive ethno state by the second definition, right? But just encouraging people from other and giving them privileges from traveling to Israel and getting citizenship just because they're Jews is not really. Like it's a preserving the hegemony, the first definition, right, was we are preserving the hegemony. So by wanting people of Jewish descent, right, from all over the world to come to Israel and to become citizens of Israel, you are preserving that hegemony, right? It's something
Right.
that they actively want to do.
What-
But like, why are we
not?
loading
Do we
that?
count it as discrimination if it's like, okay, some random person with no ties to Israel that is not Jewish in America can't do this? Maybe they never want to. Sure, but like the fact that I can by virtue of nothing but my ethnicity, to me that is at least positive discrimination towards me. And if for some reason this person did want to, and we both went to apply for this, and they would say, no, you are not this ethnicity, to me that is discrimination. That is saying you are not this thing that we prioritize as this hegemonic state, as Jewish state. Therefore, no, we don't want to give you the same privileges. Like, and
Well,
whether or not
wait
you
a
agree with
second.
that being
If
a
I-
good thing is different. But to me, that is like a very clear distinction as to who is being prioritized, who is getting more rights.
Yeah, but we just agreed that it's at the beginning. I thought that just simply prioritizing and creating conditions for preserving the hegemony without like straight up cleansing people or fucking tossing them somewhere, right, is not really. It doesn't apply just to Israel. Like you can't just acquire.
Again, this is my thought process is that yes, there has to be something that actually like creates the second class citizenship, and that's what I'm waiting for him to like make an argument towards. And I'm not saying that immigration law can't create a second class citizen. I'm not saying it can't, but I am like waiting to hear that argument and hear what the thought process is behind why that would be the case, because I don't think that's necessarily the case. And so yeah, I'm open to it, but I would want to be able to like hash that out.
Citizenship in most countries easily, right? So, for example,
but is it based on ethnic things, right? Like so, like
yeah, but that
for
project
example,
is I'm Greek. I got Greek passport because I'm Greek.
Yeah.
So I traveled to Greece, and they were like, "Base, you're Greek, gets your passport." That's
yeah,
it. So
I
what's
understand. So
different
yeah,
with
okay.
that,
So
bro?
if we're talking.
And this is similar to like I was talking about this earlier today when I was talking to immigration people going to New Zealand, is that like it seems New Zealand does prioritize people from the United States. That like they do want people from the United States to move there, and they also want them to like it's even good if they move there and still work in the United States to where they're not taking jobs but they are like spending their American money in that country to where like it ends up kind of being a double win. Yeah, that is the I heard that you're part Irish. Can you get the Irish citizenship right away? I have no idea. But yeah, like the fact that there is some sort of like prioritization in some way isn't necessarily creating a second class citizen. Again, I haven't heard him say second class citizen. I am trying to steel man here, but I'm assuming that's what he's trying to get at.
Specifically about acquiring citizenship, sure. It would be easier for me to get a German passport because I have a German father, and I could get dual citizenship or like have some sort of like land rights.
Exactly.
Hey Tom, your hash 1 FAN.
My hash 1A fan. Or 1 FAN. Let's go. I love my hash F 1AN. Or whatever the fuck it said. Thank you, IDF. Kills children. Appreciate it. Let's get some dubs in chat. Get them W's in the chat.
I think the extent to which this is different from Israel is not just, hey, you have a parent that was born in this country, right? It's basically ethnically based. So
my father wasn't born in Greece. So
he wasn't.
Nope. So it works the exact same way. You basically have the in Greece, right? There was this big project because a lot of people, similarly to Israel, left Greece due to Turkish, wars and occupations and all that shit. So a lot of people, for example, my family back in the way back, right? They escaped occupation of Turks, and they ran to what was at the time Georgia, Russian Empire at the time, right? And then a lot of people scattered in Ukraine, in like Russia, and all sorts of things. Mostly because they shared similar religion, like Orthodox Christianity, and similar ties. Many people chose to run to Russian Empire at the time, right? So because of that, they started living in those places generationally. Multiple like people were born, right? And that completely different part. Then Greece became independent. They are their own country. They also returned a bunch of things, a bunch of territories. Some didn't. Obviously, we have a lot of strife between Turkey and Greece still, but it's a whole other subject, right? And they really wanted to do this to basically stimulate those Greeks, right, who left, to return to Greece now. So this is basically the exact same fucking thing, because like a bunch of Jews left, as way fucking back, but they left Israel because of the the Arab shenanigans. So technically, Arab people were at the time were like the colonizers, the settlers. Then Arab lived there for so long that now it's like stupid to make the fucking to say like the Palestinians don't belong there, because obviously they do. They live there for fucking 1,000 fucking years, right? So at this point, it's like it's a complicated subject. But the same thing here. Like my father was invited, right, to get a Greek passport essentially, just because he was ethnically Greek.
Yeah, so it had nothing to do with his like prior citizenship. It was literally just based on his like. Yeah. No, I'm just clarifying. I'm not like arguing or anything.
Yeah. 100. I'm just explaining. Yeah, it's exactly the same thing technically. I mean, based of the same logic even. And he went to Greece. By the way, not only he was born in little village in Georgia, but he was also never spoke Greek, because they lived in a part of the that was Turkified. So all of my family spoke Turkish instead of Greek. So he didn't even know the language, but he was still invited, and he traveled there, and he got the passport, and I now also could as his daughter, basically, right?
Mm-hmm.
And because my father was proved to be Greek ethnically and had the lineage, I could also get the passport. Okay. So my mother cannot, by the way. She cannot.
Okay. Even if she's married.
Yeah. So that's like, so this is not me even saying what is your take on this. This is me just providing you that that it's not something like extremely unique that only Israel does it. So that's kind of why I'm a little bit miffed.
Yeah. Okay. No. So let's clearly make a distinction here. So just the concept of like someone being ethnically close to whatever the majority or the historical majority of a country is, allowing them easier access makes sense to me. I don't think this is the only thing that would you would need to require to be an ethno state. I don't think Germany doing this is like, well, I'm an ethno state because I say Germans can, have easier access to this in the same way I do. The idea, though, that it being tied more to the ethnicity for restrictions and acceptance, I think goes a little beyond that for Israel. So correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe we both have to look this up. Do Arab Israelis have the same privileges as someone like me, like some American non-Israeli Jew, to have this like acceptance back into the country, or no? Sorry, Arab Jews, not Arab Israelis, excuse me.
Yeah, I got confused. Sorry. I believe if you're Jewish, it doesn't really matter. You can be like Ashkenazi, you be Mizrahi, which would be Arab, but Jewish, right? I believe I'm not 100% certain, but I never seen anything saying that they are not allowed to return to Israel from other countries, for example, like, I don't know, Lebanon or like some other in the Middle East place, right? It's not just the right of return of European Jews, okay? I don't believe that it's the case. I believe if you are Jewish and you can, show it, then you have this like privilege to basically go there and acquire the citizenship and shit like that. So yeah, I don't know. As far as I'm aware, again. Okay. I never heard otherwise.
This is something I would have looked up earlier and made sure I understood exactly what is not allowed. But this is all... I got a super chat. Maybe this is a clarification. This from Kilo $5. The Israeli Constitution explicitly guarantees the right to self-determine exclusively to Jewish people. Okay.
Yeah, but you can be Arab Jewish though. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I think
it's the same thing I said, but I think they also be considered Jewish. Yeah. So yeah, it's not like just Ashkenazi were allowed that. I don't believe that's the case. If someone has like proof otherwise, they can provide it. But I don't believe that I ever heard this. I do speak with a bunch of Israeli people who moved from Ukraine. So but I don't think that's the case. Anyway.
So I guess like what I would try to get at is the things that I have a problem with. It's not that maybe it's a little easier for certain people, even if I do think it's a little silly that
Well, let's talk about this, by the way. Why do you think that's silly?
So, like,
I'm just curious.
if a Palestinian who wasn't ethnically Jewish, let's say a Palestinian American, even to make it more close to my situation, who maybe their family, came from that area, maybe there was a diaspora, maybe they moved away, I don't know. If they want to go back to that land and they want to, immigrate, it's harder for them, despite them having a historical context, maybe family that still lives there, a connection to that land. It's harder for them to get in than me, who has zero connection, but because my great-grandpa was a certain religion and ethnicity in Europe in 1910, this gives me a right over them. That is something I think is just a silly policy that doesn't...
Wait.
Huh?
Why it's silly? I get that you think
right.
it's silly.
I think it's silly because...
You explained,
right.
you explained
it's silly because
you didn't explain why it's silly.
You are now saying, I don't really care what your connection to this place is. I'm specifically just trying to prioritize this culture, this mindset. And
that's the goal, though, right?
No, I understand that's the goal, but that's the issue I have, right? So, like, this is the American-centric version, right? Like, I would never say we should start ideologically testing people who come in. Obviously, you want to make sure they're not, like, terrorists, but past that, like, if I'm an American citizen and some crazy right-wing Republican Christian nationalist is an American.
Yeah, but to some extent, this is like ideological testing. Like, if we try to make sure that somebody isn't going to come in and work for the Russian government to spread propaganda from Russians, like, this is ideological testing. There is like ideological testing to some extent, and it's within our framework. It's saying as long as you're like not doing XYZ according to our framework, then you're okay. And yeah, it's essentially like, yeah, you have to agree with what it is that we think about these things, or at least not be like tied to an agenda to do those other things.
American citizen. I would never make the argument that like either of these people should be excluded on the basis of ideology from being able to live in this country. And it seems to me that some, especially the way Israel does this, but like, Germans giving priority to people with ethnic German backgrounds to say, hey, it's easier for you to become a citizen here. Okay, like I understand this, but they're not saying, well, also you have to follow these German cultures, and even you don't even have to speak.
So again, I'm going to agree with him that a lot of these things are weird. I'm going to agree with him that this might be silly. I'm going to agree with him that like this isn't like my preference for things. But when she came in, like she tried to make it clear that she's like here to have a moral discussion, and that like it seemed he agreed that he thinks this like sort of the existence of this sort of state is immoral. And right now, these aren't really like moral statements. I don't think it could be that he's using these terms for like it's wrong when he says silly. Like it could be that like that's what he means, and we'll clarify that in a little bit. But yeah, my expectation was to hear like this is why it's immoral. This is like there is a harm that comes from this. There is there's a group of second-class citizens that now exist. This is where like you can see how the harm presents itself, or even potential harm down the line. Like that's what I was expecting in this, and this is kind of like my frustration in these sorts of conversations, is that it feels like every time I have this conversation with somebody where I say like I just haven't found a real like immoral existence, an immoral argument for ethnostates. Like I haven't found a reason for why they ought not exist whatsoever, that like their existence at all is automatically wrong. I have never been able to get this argument, and the best argument that I get is normally like just based on immigration. That's it. It's normally just based on immigration, and it's like, oh, well, these other people, if they want to move to your country, they should be allowed to. And I'm like, but why? Like, why should they be allowed to? Like, if me and like my country and my democracy, like we don't want them to, why should they be allowed to? Like, I get like in the United States, we already have like tons of different races and ethnicities that live here that, like, at this point, for us to discriminate against one ethnicity in any way would be creating pretty major problems. But that's not, like, not every country is the United States, and I'm not going to say that because it's hard for the United States, or that because it likely would become discriminatory in the United States, that's going to be the case everywhere else. And but yeah, I rarely get the response of, like, this is why it is immoral. This is why it will be a problem. This is why it will cause harm. I almost never get that. I feel like I start to get this, like, you know, vibes based. Yeah, it's not my sort of thing. It's like, oh, well, I agree. I'm not moving to Israel. Don't plan on it.
German for me to get that. For me to get like a blue card and like become a citizen once I'm there, there's some language requirements. But like,
get it, by the way, you don't have to. Like all of my friends migrated to Israel without speaking a word.
No, sure. I'm not saying like in comparison, but I'm saying like there isn't like some cultural tie. There isn't some like nationalistic tie. It's just you have this ethnicity, and so in Israel, it's like, okay, it's not just like, you know, like the Jewish ethnicity is sort of tied to this like project of maintaining this Jewish hegemony that like is explicit in the project of what Israel is. In Germany, there's not this like, I mean, there's obviously like, you know, the extent of like German supremacy, which is funny talking about that in comparison to Jews right now. But like, it's not like we need to maintain, I don't know, Oktoberfest. We need to maintain like the German cultural practices, because these things aren't like, first of all, that's not even like a countrywide thing. It's literally like based in the South. So it's a bad example. But like, it's not the mission of the country to like make sure that there is a German state. And if Germany was to change and be malleable, like we see all these Turkish immigrants coming in, and like there's more Turkish Germans, and like Döner is now considered German because like the same way burritos are American. Like this is like the shift of countries that happen over decades that I'm okay with. I think this is fine and good, and I think preventing this is discriminatory and bad. And Israel seems to take this to an extent, or any ethno state that I would oppose is taking it to an extent. It's like we need to specifically preserve something by making discriminatory laws, because if we don't, then we'll lose this thing that I understand why you value, but I don't think is morally justified to say, and that's why we're allowed to say, no, you can't come here, or you have to leave. That's
I understand your point. I just don't think any of that is relevant in the comparison, because the goal, right, of Germany, United States, when they, you know, allow people to migrate or to get citizenship or otherwise, is not to preserve the culture and the ethnicity as a hegemonic majority. So we are returning, Israel is. So we are now returning to this sort of like actually important difference. But I thought at the beginning that we agreed that there's nothing particularly heinous or like super duper unique to wanting to preserve the hegemony. Because if you ask,
just tried Slither on my phone, it was not good. Yeah, I can't play Slither on my phone. I can't play Slither on my phone. It is not fun. It is very, very difficult. I will only play it on my computer.
Any Polish person, any you know, Ukrainian person right now, obviously, any Italian, whatever the fuck person, they will all say, Korean, Japanese, whatever, they will all say unanimously that that's something they care about, preserving the hegemony.
Maybe I said something that alluded to this, but in my opinion, like I don't agree with this. Like, don't get me wrong, I understand prioritizing and liking the concept of like, hey, we all speak this language and share this culture. What I mean, like, you know, there's always going to be distinction. Right, sure. But like, I don't think it's makes sense for me to say, like, immigration restrictions. I'm not like an open borders policy person. Like, I understand like you need not because of like an ethnic reason, but it's just like if there was this free flowing immigration completely unrestricted on any aspect, this is going to cause huge economic shocks. There might be like disasters and like the welfare state or whatever like can't compensate, like the hospitals can't compensate, like you need something to control and understand like the economics and inflow and outflow. But if someone wants to come here, whether they're let's not use America, let's say Germany, right? Because this is good. This is more you know, more of a German centric thing. It's not like this white or, you know, America, anyone can be American. Let's like, can anyone be
America
German?
Doesn't work with this comparison. Let's go with Germany.
So in Germany, where I lived for a few years, like I'm okay with the concept of anyone can be German, even if they are, you know, Turkish or they're Syrian or Muslim.
Yeah,
the concept of someone coming in here and like having some you know, ideology that's completely antithetical to the hegemonic, everyone's cold, and they're very efficient, and
I've never heard that both of them are pronouncing the word the same way, but I don't think I've ever heard people say hegemonic. I've always heard hegemonic. And each time one of them says it, it catches me off. Hegemonic.
Punctual, but I don't think that's the requirement, or should be a requirement, right? And I don't like the idea of restricting people from being able to have that freedom of movement just because they're not the right thing.
See, he's doing it again, where he says, "I don't think that should be the requirement." It is. The thing that we're looking for is, why ought it not be? Not like I think we all agree. Like, none of us are saying it ought to be the case. There ought to be ethno states. We're not saying they ought to exist. What we're looking for is, why ought they not exist, though? Like, that is the thing that we're looking for. That is the differentiator here, and that's where there seems to be a lot of disconnect, and we're not getting that. We just keep getting this. I don't think they ought to exist. Okay, but ought they not exist? Is that? Is that the argument that you're trying to make, or are you just still making an argument for something that we're not really talking about, that we have already agreed upon?
Does that make sense?
You know that the current Germany is like absolutely ass pained about how many immigrants there are now. You know that, right?
I'm aware. I lived there very recently.
Yeah. And that's the
But
reason
I don't like
why.
that.
I am super cool with the idea of people coming in, with other countries, from other cultures, other religions and shit like that, only if they sort of assimilate, only if they become part of this country. But
Why?
if someone said because I want to preserve this culture, I don't want to become fucking Polish. I don't want to. I like to be Ukrainian, right?
This is getting into the distinction here, where it's like, I don't have an issue with 10 million people from a completely different culture changing the way the makeup of this country.
Let's make America. Okay, so let's say how many millions of people you have. I'm not sure exactly, but I think quite a bit. Yeah, a lot of people in the United States. They know the exact how many millions are there.
Like 340 or 50.
My God, that's a lot. Forget millions. Okay, let's say 60% of people come around now, and they are not, and they are, let's say, they are, I don't know, Sharia law Muslims.
Sure. Yeah, this is like the main argument, by the
way. I think there's literally like 300 million more people in America than there are in Ukraine, I believe. I think Ukraine, with Ukraine, one of the largest armies in the world, I believe has around like 40 million people. Okay, Google, what's the population of Ukraine?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Okay, Google, what is the population of Ukraine?
Sorry, I don't understand.
Interesting. Okay.
By the way, like for people in Germany or the UK, where it's like, we have to restrict these people because they're going to make our country into what we don't want it to be, right?
Yes, yeah, and it doesn't even have to be fucking like Sharia Muslims, for example. Polish people, I quite like them. I've been in Poland. We are allies in many things, right? But they are extremely conservative compared to us. They are super religious, super duper compared to us, So Catholics, but it doesn't have to be like, I don't really care, like Arab, whatever the fuck, super religious Christian. For me, it doesn't really make that difference. So do I want them here to vote for people who would be making those values prominent in my country? I don't. So yeah, so that's like, is that racist against the Poles?
Yeah.
No, it's not, because it's about their ideology, about their political beliefs. I don't care.
I think. So I've said this a bunch of times before, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm way off base here, okay? You guys can correct me if I'm wrong on this. I feel like everybody understands when we look at a black or brown country, we look at a country that's not white. I think everybody understands why they don't want a bunch of white people just flooding into their country and becoming the majority. I think we all get it. I think we all understand why that's the case. but it feels like if we say something about like a country that has a white majority not wanting other cultures coming in at too fast of a rate, at least, and drastically changing the culture at a very fast rate, that like this, I think, to people becomes very problematic. And I think it is odd to me. That is my perception. You guys can tell me if I'm wrong, but it does seem like a lot of people can easily understand, brown and black people, why they don't want that. And then in white countries, it's not easy to understand why they wouldn't want that, regardless of whether or not it's a racial thing. Because like from arguing with like ethnostatists, from arguing with neo-Nazis a lot, you start to realize that they have a lot of arguments that are true, but then they take those arguments that are true and stretch them to the fucking moon, right? They'll take it really far. And so one argument is like, they'll say, studies show that the more a community is like invaded by a group that does not seem to share similar traits or culture or ethnicity or, you know, religion or whatever, like the more that they don't feel like they have a shared common value with the people around them, the more distrust they start to have for their neighbors and for their community. And that this starts to create like higher crime rates. This starts to create lots of people that are, you know, they feel afraid all the time. They feel like there's crime happening, which is what's happening currently with a lot of like conservatives, is that they're all like, oh, but the you know, the Somalians, they're coming in, and the fucking Haitians are eating our cats and dogs, and the Mexicans are taking our jobs, and like they when they feel like there is this thing that is like changing things, and it's about the speed that it's changed at, right? That is mostly what it's about. There are some racist people out there that just don't want to see a brown person whatsoever, but there's other people who are more so about like the drastic speed at which it changes. And that is where, and that is natural. That is a natural human instinct that like you feel safe around people who you feel like you share common aspects with. You have commonalities with these people. Social cohesion is all about feelings. Exactly. Like in social cohesion is just an important thing. It just is. Like it is a thing that matters. And because conservatives are scared of everything. Well, true, but we're not just talking about conservatives here. This is everybody. Like this sort of thing applies to everybody. And this is why, like, you know, like gay people, you know, when gay people first start like popping up all over the place, like a lot of people are like, whoa, this is going to be the end of society if people are having sex with, you know, men are having sex with men and women are having sex with women. Like, it's the fact that it's different that makes them afraid. That is the thing. It doesn't have to just be a conservative. It's just like literally anybody. Trans people, you know, everybody thought that like trans people were just like, if that became normalized, that's the end of society, right? Like, it's not, that wasn't just conservatives, that was everybody. Like, this is a normal thing to where things that are different are scary. That is very common. That is very normal. That has always been normal, is that if there's something that's different to you, then that's what makes it feel off or odd. And if something feels off or odd, it's kind of scary. These are just like natural human things. We're all, you know, very tribalistic as well. And, you know, maybe that plays some part in it. But for the most part, whether or not it's tribalistic, it's still the case at the end of the day that Like, people, social cohesion matters. People need to feel like they belong to a community, like they have an identity, like they belong to that identity. They belong to a community. They have to feel like they are part of something bigger than themselves. And when they don't, they start to feel like everybody else is coming after them. And that is everywhere. I mean, go put some fucking like soy ass, you know, SJW woke-tard motherfucker with blue hair, pick them out of fucking Portland or Seattle and go throw them in the middle of Georgia. That person will not feel safe. That person will have a lot of distrust of the people around them. That person will not feel like they have a whole lot of shared values with the other people around them. It is a thing that is not just conservative. Everybody fucking feels this way. Everybody feels this way. And again, this is one of the problems with the United States right now, is that we have just two sides that are polar opposites, that each side, the conservatives, do not understand the liberals and cannot get inside their, you know, mind frames and really understand where the fuck they're coming from. And liberals cannot get inside of fucking conservatives' brains and understand where the fuck they're coming from. And so there's these two sides that like really just do not feel like they are part of the same culture anymore. And we're seeing like a society decay as we speak. Like, we are watching it in real time pretty consistently. Somebody like Donald Trump, he doesn't have to be right. He doesn't have to speak the truth. He doesn't have to be moral. He doesn't have to help. He doesn't have to do any of those things. He just has to make you feel safe and make you feel like there is a like, acknowledge that the issues that you're afraid of, that they exist. That's about it. Like, just acknowledge they exist and people feel comfortable with you now. You are now safe for them. And that's the same for liberals and people, you know, that on our side, where we're looking at our own issues and we're looking at the things that we care about and the things that matter to us. And Donald Trump makes us feel not safe and makes us feel like there is no cohesion there. And Obama does, you know, so. These are real things, and regardless of whether or not you're a white country or a brown country or a black country or an Asian country or whatever, doesn't matter. Social cohesion matters to everybody. It is an important thing to everyone. I just realized the emotes pop up in front of me. I need those behind me. All right.
They're ethnically Polish. But I don't care. That doesn't matter to me. Who cares? But I care that they will completely change the culture and the nature of this country. They will make it Polish.
The only war is class war. Sonny, I brought this up the other day, and I was expecting you to answer, and you didn't. And I was a bit surprised. You know the term, like phrases like the only war is class war. You know that's called class reductionism, right? You know what class reductionism is, yes? Like, that is, for leftists, for progressives, what you just said is like, you are like the enemy of all enemies. You know that, right? Like, the like top-down arguments are very like 70s based arguments, and that people are not, like, leftists hate that sort of fucking thought process today. Tom, this goes back to conservatives functioning based off fear, while liberals are the opposite. I mean, that doesn't seem to be the case. There's not like, that's an oversimplification, because if you look at liberals, like conservatives literally say the same about liberals, where they're like, yeah, liberals are all afraid of, you know, fascism all the time. They're all afraid of, like, you know, racism is always supposedly taking over, and there's always, you know, oh, the transphobes and the homophobes, and but if you stop the immigrants, and but what about the like, there's always and they talk about, like, oh, anytime you watch, you know, liberal media, it's all just fear mongering, like, oh, look what ICE is doing. ICE is killing, killing citizens, and oh, they're just dragging people out of their houses and deporting them. They don't know if they're citizens or not. And oh, look, people are just going around just murdering black people. And now we got to get out and protest because white people are just murdering all the black people all over the place. Like, they'll say literally the same thing. There isn't like a simple way to say it's one or the other. It's neither. As Orwell once said, war is now an internal affair. War is waged by each ruling class against its own subjects. The object of war is to keep the structure of society intact. Yeah, I said I'm probably guilty of that. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. That's just what I've come to after reading as much as I can about shit. So the reason that people don't like class reductionism is because there are other wars like race, you know, there's other castes that exist, and those caste structures are blatant because of markets. Markets make a caste system just glaring. And if you get rid of those markets and you get rid of these institutions, you get rid of these structures, if you do actually just make everything fair all of a sudden and remove a lot of like the oppressive aspects of it that apply to all people, you won't really be able to see the ones that only apply to some people, and then there will be no fixing it. Like, there's no way to fix it if you can't really see it anymore as easily as you can right now. So like right now we can go look at statistics on like hiring. We can go look at statistics on how much black people make versus white people on average. We can go look at statistics on you know, just all sorts of things that make the social classism that exists, the caste systems that exist, less like these make it a lot more blatant and a lot more apparent. And if all of a sudden they're gone, then nobody will feel like they have to fix racism anymore. And then, you know, black people and trans people and everybody else now just has to kind of deal with it. That like these are the main goals. These are goal 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. And then once we get to a point where we've like you know, gotten some sort of real class solidarity, because white people growing up, going to college, and then saying that they have like class solidarity with a bunch of people who actually grew up poor. But these motherfuckers grew up rich and had their parents pay for like all of their tuition and buy them a car and everything. Those people do not really have class solidarity with these other folks. There is a massive gap there, and they are not coming from the same place. They are not looking for the same things, and that like yes, the social aspects kind of have to be fixed first.
If I wanted to live in Poland, I would live in Poland. If I wanted to live in Germany, I would live in Germany. You know?
This is a hypothetical. I don't know if we can, like, it's unfalsifiable. Let's say if Israel realized there was a huge contingent of anti-Israel nationalism American Jews that formed a movement to do birthright at the same time and take advantage of this system, and then change the policies of Israel to accept more, you know, Arabs in, or to like get rid of the ethnic policies, do you think they'd stop birthright?
I mean, I'm not Israeli, so I don't know, but I would imagine. Like, for example, if I wouldn't, for example, would I, for example, prefer, let's say this, like hypothetical, or like this close to reality, right? One of my close friends is, who is a volunteer as well as me, is Faik. He's Azerbaijani. He was born like me in Kharkiv, but he's Muslim. and he's Azerbaijani, and quite different, like in terms of appearance and in terms of like culture, in terms of traditions, his views, religious, all of that. He's not some like super duper crazy like Islamic fundamentalist guy, but you know, he's quite in there, like Allah, go Allah, right? So do I have more problem with him? Or will I have a problem? No, I have zero problem with him, by the way. Or will I have a problem with a Ukrainian, let's say, ethnically, right? Who like speaks Ukrainian, it looks Ukrainian, whatever, right?
Yeah.
But they are extremely pro-Russian, fucking Putinoid. Do I want Fike or that guy? Obviously Fike, right? So that's not really a question of ethnicity in that sense.
Yeah,
so
it's
I would
ideology.
imagine...
To be clear, I don't think you're like some hyper racist. Like clearly, you're like, I don't care if they're ethnically Polish. If they want to immigrate and do what my country's culture is, I would like that. So they could be Arab, they could be Polish, and I appreciate that. I understand it. Like you value, like when I'm in Germany and it's like, okay, hey, we have this cultural mindset.
By the way, just before you say anything, I am quite soy.
You're quite soy?
Yeah.
I'm like you're not nearly so like hardline on this. Yeah, no, don't worry. I've met a lot of right wingers in these places.
Just the hair should like kind of like may explain it. Like I'm not exactly like
True.
Just for everyone there. Like I'm there's a lot of people in Eastern Europe, in Ukraine, in like all sorts of countries that do care more about ethnicity for sure, like than me. So I'm not speaking for everyone here. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, nobody's saying like don't still try to like get better outcomes in the meantime. Like nobody would say like, hey, don't worry about making things better for right now. Like no, yeah, they wouldn't say that, but they like the idea that there is no other struggle but class struggle doesn't really consider the like the caste structures that make it a drastic difference for a white person who lives in an apartment complex, for $1,200 a month versus a black person who lives in an apartment complex for $1,200 a month. Like these two people are not living similar lives just because they are in the same class. They're not dealing with the same problems, and they don't have the same types of discrimination. They don't have the same types of problems in their lives. So it is going to be, they are going to care more about one, while still, yes, they would like to make more money. They would like to, make things cheaper. They would like to get more subsidies. They would like all of that in the meantime as well. But like, it's not the only fight. Like, class is not the only fight, because there are many others in the meantime.
Saying that I'm not particularly interested in ethnicity, but I can understand the argument there, and that's why I'm basically arguing, quote unquote. Yeah.
So what I'm trying to get at is like, I am very sympathetic to this argument. So if I'm in Germany, they don't have turnstiles on the subways because there isn't this cultural need to prevent people from getting to the subway without paying. There is a idea, this social cohesion that we need to pay for the subway. Now, don't be wrong, people still, there's literally
but the reason that's the case is because of class war, right? No, that's the point, is that like class differences do not fix this. Class differences do not fix these sorts of issues. So like when we look at a study that says that if black and white people both fill out the same exact applications, but a black person, well, actually, let's put it this way. A poor white person in a trailer park is not viewed as dangerous. They're not viewed as a problem. They're not viewed as like a leech on society. They're not viewed as a gangster. They're not viewed as a drug dealer. They're not viewed as a pimp. But the black person living in the projects is viewed as all of those things, right? They are viewed as all of those things. And that didn't just come from class existing. Classes did not cause that, because it's just the class is not the problem there, because even currently, the people who uphold that more than anything, those sorts of cultural norms, are the poor white people. It's not the rich white people who end up like upholding those biases. Rich white people are the ones who are like normally college educated, and they're very liberal, and they want like, you know, people to, you know, they put the black box in their fucking Facebook profile, and they, you know, they go and do the rainbow capitalism and all of that shit. Like the rich white people are in large are not like feeding into the cultural problems, the biases and the stigmas that exist. Whereas the poor white people, they definitely are. And they don't have systemic power, but they have cultural power, they have influence, and they very much so just decided the last fucking presidency. They just decided 2 out of the last 3 presidencies. The uneducated, poor, white, working class just decided 2 out of the 3 last presidencies that drastically, like, you talk about systemic power, holy shit, they drastically fucked us in a million ways. We're back in a fucking war that's totally unnecessary. We just got rolled back all the DEI laws. We got rid of all these trans rights aspects of our government. Like, there are so many things that disappeared because the fucking poor white man had so much power in those 2 elections, to where all they had to do was just have the majority of the primary vote to get one guy through so that he could win. That's it. Like, he just had to have 30% of the primary, and now he wins the fucking election. Like, they are that, and that by itself shows that it's not good enough to just look at class. The rich profit off pushing these 2 groups apart from each other. It doesn't matter if they profit from it. Like, the people who are enabling this more than anybody, you can say who profits is fine. The people who enable it more than anybody are not the big corporations. The big corporations are not enabling it. The big corporations are doing their fucking rainbow capitalism. It's not the big corporations. It's the, you know, the big corporations are the ones that everybody's mad at for their woke agendas and all that shit, right? It's too simplistic to just say, but they profit off of it. Sure, to an extent, but this is not being enabled by them anymore. These are old historic norms within our culture that are deep-seated and that are not going away, because we don't realize that this is not just a top-down model, but it is a bottom-up model as well. It is both. And it feeds into itself. It's never good enough to just point at one. What do you mean it doesn't matter? Profit is what the main driver of our society. Because I literally just explained. The majority of corporations are not doing that. The majority of corporations are not pushing racism. The majority of corporations are doing, like, especially big corporations that have any sort of power that you're referring to. They're doing fucking DEI practices and shit like that. They're doing rainbow capitalism. Like, I don't know what you see and what you think is happening, but the majority of the big corporations are doing the exact opposite of what it is you think is happening, apparently. Non-fun. Appreciate the raid, homie. Let's go. You guys go follow Non-fun. His link's at the bottom of chat. Go check out his channel. I disagree. Give me an example. Give me an example of where it's obvious big corporations are the ones who are pushing racism. Do not tell me they're profiting from it. Do not give me an outcome from this. I don't want to see an outcome. I want to see the driver. I want to see where's the evidence that they caused this. I want to see the causal effect. I want to see that. I don't want to see it from 50 years ago. I want to see it right now. Right now, today. What are they doing today that is purposefully pushing for more class divide or race divides and things like that? Where is that happening? It's sick. Your abuse is sick. How about that?
Signs everywhere that you have to check these people. People still, Germans,
Yeah, no,
immigrants, they will steal. But for the most part, they understand, hey, wait a minute. We should pay for the subway because not only is it the right thing to do, but that's how the subway's funded. We should all do this. And the idea of like, what if we made half the country not believe that is very annoying. I want people who come into Germany to have that mindset, to assimilate into that mindset of like, we're all in this together. We all need to contribute to the same project. So I support assimilation. There's all these great policies of like, hey, here's free language courses for immigrants. Here are like cultural courses for immigrants. Here's how we promote German culture. I'm fine with that. What I'm not fine with is taking a look at who the people coming into the country are and saying, well, you're ethnically German by some standard and you're not. And so maybe making some sort of like discriminatory policy. I know we already agreed, like, yeah, obviously, like it makes more sense to have the ethnic Germans come to Germany if they have some history, but because you can't measure the ideology of what an ethnic German or an ethnic Jew or an ethnic Ukrainian really is as a
no,
litmus.
You can. Culture, ideology, values, you can measure those.
You can, right.
Yeah.
But ultimately, like, there's so much variance in this that I
they
would...
do matter.
Huh?
Not to Americans, apparently, but they do matter,
But they do.
Yeah,
and there's obviously, it's more likely that someone...
Again, they do matter to everybody. It's just... Tom, if people could come together past racism, our ruling class wouldn't be able to... Yeah, but again, you're giving me outcomes again. Like, you're giving me an outcome that you see, and then you're assuming because you think these people benefit from it, therefore they're the ones who are doing it. But you don't have any reason to believe they're the ones who are doing it. Whereas, like, we have tons of reasons to believe they're not doing it. We have endless amounts of evidence to say they're not doing it. But you're still stuck in this like 70s way of viewing things that just doesn't align with reality anymore. This is we live in the 21st century now, and things are very different now. Like, social movements have learned how to capitalize on capitalism. They've learned how to weaponize it against the rich. That like, there's more of us than there are of them. If we boycott their businesses, if we cancel their fucking CEOs, if we if we stop shopping and post their shit all over Twitter, like, things have drastically changed since then, which is why rainbow capitalism exists. Rainbow capitalism is like a blatant example of the shift in power structures and the fact that there are some ways that we have a lot of influence over what's going on. And this is why things like DEI and all trans acceptance and all this other shit exists in large in drastic contrast to where it was even just in the 90s, because we live in a different world. It's not the same. What is beneficial to companies now is for them to abide by the mob rule, and if the mob rule says fucking Black Lives Matter, then the corporations believe Black Lives Matter. Like, they believe whatever it is we tell them to believe at this point. It's like, and I need you to think about it this way. Think about the fact that, okay, just pretend for a moment that I'm right, okay? Just pretend, just a hypothetical world, okay? Hypothetical world, I'm correct, and the corporations are all just doing rainbow capitalism, and they're all trying to get rid of systemic racism because they're pressured into it, okay? That still wouldn't change the culture that existed before. That would not go anywhere. The fact that culture with the lower middle class and working class and the MAGA types, that doesn't just disappear. that is still a thing that is passed down from one generation to the next, and that like these are norms that go away very slowly. This is not something that just because corporations decide to stop doing something that it just disappears immediately. That's not how that works. And so even if you were right, that wouldn't change the cultural norms that exist one way or the other. It wouldn't change it. Those would still exist. Those would still be there. So that's the part that I need you to understand is even if you were right at whatever point that corporations stop doing this, the culture would still be what it is. The culture would not immediately change just because the corporations changed.
One with the ethnic background or parents from that country are going to have something to do with that. But in my eyes, there's so much variation here that the idea of like restricting certain peoples on ethnicities for immigration is getting to an uncomfortable concept of why don't we just let.
That wouldn't be an effective strategy. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm trying to get you to understand it doesn't matter. That like what you're saying would not change the culture. What you're saying would not change. As we can currently see, like with it isn't the rich people who are trying to stop DEI. It isn't the rich people who are trying to stop the trans people. It isn't the fucking universities and the big corporations and all of this shit who are trying to push back against like diversity and all of these things. It's not them. It's the fucking poor white folks. That's who's doing it. Well, and when it comes to trans issues and gay issues, it's poor black folks as well. Like, these are the ones who are currently like gripping on to these sorts of cultural norms. It is just poor people right now.
Anyone who wants to make a life here, to the extent to which our system can handle it, and promote them as many ways as we can to assimilate into our culture, but not discriminate against people who are not, ethnically tied or have some weird right of return.
You have a country like that. Not everyone needs to be like you. That's America. We don't have that.
Sure.
So that's fine. I don't think that every single country who doesn't have this mindset is evil. Okay, that's my whole point. Like you can't.
I didn't say they're evil. To be clear, I just don't. I don't like that.
I mean, you do. I mean, I understand. I don't like many things about Americans. Like, I think your free speech shit is stupid as fuck.
Okay.
But what can I do? It's not my right to like.
You're
say
stupid.
How it should be. Because like, if your only statement is I don't like it, we don't have any problem with each other then. I don't like many things. Like that's fine. Right?
This is what I keep saying. This is what I keep saying. His arguments keep going back to, well, yeah, I just don't like this. Like this just is weird. Like it's just not my vibe. It's just not what I'm looking to do. It's not that I don't think this is necessary. Like that's all fine. It's not what the conversation's about though. The conversation is you think this is immoral. Why do you think it's immoral? Where is the argument for the immorality here? That's kind of like what we're just kind of waiting on. And I get like this isn't like a trying to shit on Soy Pill or anything. This is a thing that I think like truly most people like never consider this far into a ethno state, because obviously in the United States, like ethno states are like people who are advocating for ethno states here, they are absolutely fucking retarded. Like this is an absolutely abhorrent ideal. This is an evil thing for them to push for. The outcomes are just blatantly obvious how this is bad with our history and in our like current makeup of the country, that it is just blatantly clear why this is bad here. Why it's bad everywhere else, it becomes a lot more complicated, and it's it's not as obvious. And so whether or not it even is bad, whether or not an ethno state is bad, it becomes a hard question to answer.
Have to like fuck all really if you don't, but it's just that I imagine when you make a statement like that, when you criticize right Israel about that whole thing, you're making it as something like it should change, and like I don't think that's good morally, right?
Yeah,
it's not just I don't
it's
agree
like it's
with
prescription.
it, right?
It's like I don't think this is morally right to do. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So because you are prescribing the judgment like that, that's where it comes like my problem. Because like if you just simply say, I think our system is better and I appreciate it more and I like it and I don't like that shit and I don't want it, that's fine. But also like consider this. It's like a non-American perspective for you, I guess. Just something to think about. Is that you are, I don't want to be extremely soy, okay? It's going to sound very soy, but I'm on the soy pill channel, so who cares at the end of the day?
Don't worry, it's not insulting.
It will be very soy, but like it stinks of privilege to me. So it stinks of someone who speaks of the country that never had their identity been infringed upon. You speak from a country that never have been genocided, never had been colonized. Your country has been colonized by you.
This is why I said, like, for most people, these sorts of things, they only exist if you're not white. Like for white Americans, like these, you know, colonization is a thing that white people do, and like the colonialism is just, you know, that's a white person thing. That's what the British and the French and the Americans did, and like that's obviously not the case. There's way more to this than just white people doing this. And there's also, yes, like what it is that we would what it is that people would call genocide. This can apply to what's happening to Ukrainians and with Russia. There's fucking like concentration camps and people just being murdered and entire cities just being leveled, and more people have died, and you know, just there are and there seems to be an intent or at least a disregard for, you know, to wipe out the life or to not even consider the life of Ukrainians. And so but these aren't brown people, these aren't black people, these aren't Jewish people. These are people that most of us in America would look at and say, oh, they're white. Those are white people.
By Americans. But you know, you American people, right? Your American national identity was never infringed upon. Nobody tried to make you speak another language forcefully. Nobody banned your language. Nobody prohibited your existence. Nobody thrown you into fucking camps and deathballed you. Nobody gassed you. You know, all of that. Nobody settled you the way you settled the continent yourself, obviously.
Sure.
So speaking of that, you have to understand that for you, the idea of preserving your own core hegemonist identity is silly for two reasons. Because
like outside of like, you know, some a few circumstances, like white people haven't really been genocided overall, and haven't been colonized that I can think of. Like there's not a scenario where white people have been colonized. Now brown people have colonized brown people, and you know, black people have colonized black people, and brown people have colonized, you know, there's I think I said brown twice, but anyways, you get the point. Like there are other groups have colonized, you know, their own groups, or been imperialists with their own similar races or ethnicities, or I guess it can't be an ethnicity for it to be colonization to some extent. But the point is that yeah, like these are things that like other ethnicities have done, just not really to white people. But which is why normally, as I was saying earlier, we normally do understand white people. We can understand if we hear like an African country is being taken over by a bunch of white people, that like too many white people are moving into Africa all at once, and it's like really changing the makeup there. We can understand why that's bad. We can totally understand why that sucks. We can't understand it when it's happening to white people. We're like, what? Who cares if like the makeup of the country has changed by like 25% in a 2-year period. Like, what's the big deal there?
One, you don't really have a hegemonous identity to begin with.
Sure,
you know?
but we
So,
also
you know,
have never
yeah.
had it be a threat to the same extent other countries have.
Yeah,
We're saying.
but you also never really experience what it's like to have it infringed upon. So if I were you, I would also be like, why the fuck do I need to protect this thing? Who attacks it? And
Well,
like, it's valid.
To be clear,
Nobody attacks it.
I am. I mean, you know, I haven't. I have family that died in the Holocaust. I've you know.
I'm speaking as an
No,
American.
I know,
Jews
but I'm saying like
obviously-
Americans in general, like they don't have this experience. But like I'm not. This concept isn't like it's not like I can't grasp it. I totally understand this, but I think there's a difference between, say, Russians trying to come into Ukraine, change the ethnic makeup, and eliminate the culture, literally do a genocide type like ethnic cleanse and cultural.
Yeah, but that was happened to the
wipe.
Jews.
Or doing this to Jews, right? Yeah, like which has happened to them all over for hundreds, thousands of years.
That's why they care about the preservation of that hegemonous identity, because we know, all of us, I'm not like saying I'm a Jew by any means, but like I relate to that. That's why I'm speaking that way, okay? It's not that I'm like saying Jews had the exact same. Yeah,
the difference here is
preserve Ukrainian identity, because each time we are governed by people and we are that or aren't us, we're getting fucked. So of course, historically, it has been the case, right? So I don't want Poles to govern. I don't want Russians to govern in Ukraine. I don't want them to be the majority, because when that's the case, we're fucked.
Well, yeah, this is what I wanted to get at. So I think there's a big difference between like the most extreme example, which is a country using hard power like Russia is to come in, fuck with the culture, eliminate this country culturally, not maybe, you know, like nuke it off the map, but like be like, no, like we're replacing your schools with Russian language schools, and we're replacing your kids with like, you know, this sort of shit. There's a big difference between that and people immigrating to the country that might not be part of that cultural makeup, that might not 100% buy into what most people would consider German, Polish, this sort of thing. And so it seems to me, and like maybe there's more merit to this argument in Israel. I don't know if I buy into this, but that people are afraid that if you have too many of these people, eventually there's this weird kind of like same goal as the hard power invasion thing, but then once they're kind of, you know, slipped into the government, then they're going to vote and change it themselves as this sort of like malicious thing. And to me, I don't see it that way. I don't see like, oh, these people are going to invade, subvert us, get into government, and then change our country. I see it as people with different opinions and cultures can come in, and that can mix, and they can vote differently, and that's fine. And I don't think that because they're going to vote in a way or change the way that I like the country the best, that this gives me the right to say, you can't be here. Does that make sense?
Why not? Like, why can't you? Why he says he doesn't have the right to do it, but why? Why wouldn't you have the right to do that? Like it's your country. Like, if Nick Fuentes was able to get, he says as a malicious thing, but the malicious part is like, it's very subjective. Like, they won't see it as malicious. If Nick Fuentes is able to get like a lot of his all of the other white people across the world, all over Europe and all of the Nordic countries and all over the place, all, you know, South Americans, all the white people who do want an ethno state, who do want like a monarch, and who do want you know, Christian nationalism and all these things. Why it like, you don't think that if they all started moving over here, casually or not, all white people, but they obviously have a very different culture, very different ideals, very different values, very different like hopes for the future and for the country moving forward. Those people start moving over in droves. They are changing the culture, especially if they all bunch up in specific areas where they're not super spread out, and then they start getting Nick Fuentes-esque people elected in, you know, Miami and like Orange County and places like that, and they are able to start to build momentum and power within our government. But it's not malicious. Like, these are people who are just looking for a better life. They're tired of being discriminated against in Germany. They're tired of not allowed to do the Hitler salute in Germany, and so they need their free speech in America, and they're coming there so they can start advocating for their version of for the original version of American values. They want the original version where white people are prioritized above everybody else. And like, why can't I look at that? And even if it's not like a plan, but they just start coming over in large groups, why can't I look at that and say, I don't want this. I don't want this. Stay in your own fucking country. I don't want that. Like, why? Why can't, like, the amount of people who banned, the amount of countries that banned Lauren Southern and Stefan Molyneux and Richard Spencer and all of these other people from even coming to their fucking countries, and everybody else associated with them in the alt-right, like, all of these countries were pretty clear, like, yeah, we don't want that shit from America coming to our country. We don't want that shit coming over here. Y'all deal with that over there, because we don't want to have those fights here. We don't want to have that in our politics. So New Zealand was one of those countries that banned them. So yes, this is like, why can't you? Why, when he says like, well, I don't have the right to say this, why not?
I mean, that makes perfect sense. American sense. Like, it's
like American sense. Yes, she keeps saying this. I like when people say, I don't want Somalians coming in and doing X, Y, and Z and like changing the culture and blah, blah, blah. If the things that they were accusing Somalians of and Haitians of and all these, if the things that they were accusing those people, if that was real, I would agree with them. Just so everybody's aware, just so you guys know. If the conspiracy theories that these people dreamt up, if that was real, I would agree with them. I would agree. I would be like, yes, this needs to stop. This is fucked up. Like, that is not okay. We gotta figure something out here. If that was a real thing, a real problem that was happening, yeah, I would agree. It's not real, so I don't agree with them. But yeah, I don't have a problem with like looking at certain groups and being like, you know what? I don't want that shit. No, thank you.
It's very, very cute, but I am so envious, dude. I want to be you. I want to be you so bad. I want to live in a country when I'm not threatened, you know, and I don't have to assess fucking threats every 5 seconds to the very existence of our nation. That's very cool. I want that.
This is the bombed versus the unbombed, right? I'm an unbombed.
Yes, yes. I mean, I understand 100%. By the way, despite memeing where that comes from, like I am not like saying that your logic is like some sort of that is stupid, or it's not. It applies to your country. So that's why when I hear like white nationalists, quote unquote, whatever the fuck they are in the Americas, or, you know, when they speak about like let's return to the country as it was, and I'm like, what? Like English, German, Irish, French, Italian?
Yeah.
That,
like
you know,
mixing all these white things together. Yeah. And
to me that's funny, obviously, and to most Europeans.
But it's the
funny,
same
right?
logic, right?
Yeah, I mean, not really. Like, it just doesn't apply to the United States. That's why it's so.
Well,
you're not.
It doesn't, because white as a concept is a silly kind of thing that we made up to conflate all these things and use it to make out groups of like, you're black, you're Mexican, you're not white. Even though if you tried to do this in Europe, like, they'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? You know, like Germans are obviously better than French, and, you know, those stinky French people, like, you know, it's silly, but the logic is the same, right? These people are saying, this is what I consider the American majority hegemony. And no matter how silly that definition is, they're going to use the same logic to say, this is going to change. Like, white culture, white hegemony, white cohesion is threatened when you have Mexicans coming in and
Well, it depends how many.
Indians coming in, right?
How many? You know, if the country is like majority, what Jews are trying to prevent in Israel, right, is to have a majority Arab country. So if your country was a majority Arab, hardcore Sharia law, fundamental Islamist, it would change the United States. It's just not happening, you know. I don't see it happening anytime soon, to be for real. Like, you know, that you have 60% Mexicans in your country. You know, it's just, but the right of return, for example, what the many, like, you know, Palestinians demand, will make it majority Arab country. And if you don't even believe that they will be ethnically cleansed, which I personally believe that they will ethnically cleanse the Jews if they are the majority, but even if you don't buy that, we don't have to talk about that at all, then they will not be the majority in their own country anymore. And what kind of safety net they can possibly have then? And that's a valid concern.
This is what I'm getting at, where it's like, there could be the case where it's like, oh, like if these people had ultimate power through voting and democracy, this would lead to some sort of genocide or something like that. And that could be a very valid risk, and you'd have to assess, like, how do we deal with that? But, like, again, this is the same logic in America with baseless, faulty, you know, ethnic origins. Faulty, but that doesn't matter, because ultimately it's true that the thing they want to preserve, let's say whiteness as in a white majority, would be threatened by different ethnicities coming in and saying, actually, I don't think we need a white majority, right? So no matter how much I think their stupid like thing they want to preserve is just like this baseless, you know, oh, what is even white? They are correct to say, inviting people who aren't that, who will change the makeup and say, yeah, we don't want restrictive immigration laws, and we will elect a black or a Mexican or whatever president that's not this German, Irish, Italian thing, that is going to get rid of the thing they want to.
I don't know what you're asking, Mantis. So Tom, how do you square that with the whole Islamophobic stuff then? I don't know what you're asking in the least. Like, I've been sitting here trying to think about it the whole time. Either it's the thing that I literally just answered by saying I would agree with it, or I mean, all the right-wingers pushing for less Muslims. Yeah, it's literally, I literally just addressed it and said, if they were correct about their conspiracy theories and about the misinformation, I would agree with them that there's like, we need to do something about this. The fact is that they're wrong, that they are incorrect. When it comes to like them committing terrorist attacks or whatever, if that's what you're asking about, or if you just mean just like too many moving here at the same time, like I've talked about this a bunch, that like from my understanding, there is a point where you get to like like about 20%, 15 to 20% of a country or of a community, where 15 to 20% of it is one new like ethnicity that is moving in all at the same time. They're like, this is where like problems start to exist. This is where they start to arise. And this is where people start to feel like they don't recognize their own neighborhoods. They don't feel at home. Sorry. I'm eating this crunchy peanut butter and it is really sticking in my throat, so I'm sorry. While I'm talking, it's jumping up and choking me out of nowhere, but I do think that like we should limit immigration to an extent to where we never get to those points. We should never get to levels to where like people don't feel at home, or they feel like they're in a different country, or they feel like, so you know, this is not their same culture or whatever. And I look at Dearborn, and really I look at Dearborn and I think that's got to be like a terrifying situation to go through. That really does have to be like something that's hard. That really does have to be a hard situation, that you can be the wokest motherfucker of all time, but when all of a sudden everybody around you is Muslim, wearing hijabs, kind of holding like a very new standard, there's new social norms, there's new religious practices happening everywhere, and kind of expectations of those religious practices, and different languages being spoken, to where lots of times you're standing around a bunch of people who are talking about you and you have no idea what they're saying. Like that, I don't care who the fuck you are. That can be scary. That can be annoying. That can be like, damn, dude, where the fuck did my little town just go? Like, the little town that I grew up in, spent my whole fucking life, it just disappeared. Like, what the fuck just happened? That is a normal thing. That's fine. It's fine for people to feel a certain way about that.
To preserve. So I don't think that's justification, whether or not the original thing is worth preserving, to restrict other people's movement and say you can't have a voice in this country, because there's so many ways I can look at all of these people coming in, or in Germany, all these Turkish people coming in and assimilating and changing things just for the positive, not in a way to threaten, not in a way to like destroy what it means to be German, but as the natural consequence of how cultures shift and how countries develop and become new things.
It's a completely different thing, dude. It's like, it's two completely different things. You're not fucking threatened. There's no valid. You can't compare two things that are similar in principle, where one argumentation is valid and the other isn't.
Okay, well, here, let's pick Germany then. Let's use Germany as an example, right? What do you think because this is real. This is a real sentiment. What are they trying to preserve when they say like we have too many people who are Turkish coming in, for example?
If you have like, for example, Turks, it's like a little bit cringe as well, because Turks have assimilated pretty well, as far as like I know. I've been in Germany for a couple of months, and most of them aren't really, you know, committing like unhinged amount of crimes. They're not like doing anything to, you know, they're not getting elected in the fucking German, you know, Reichstag or anything like that. So it's not really, it's a little silly. I have always thought so, because like I've been in Germany for many months. And
to be clear, the reason that we always say like 15 to 20% or somewhere around there is that this is when you get into periods where there isn't like a need for integration anymore. When there is like a whole subsection that exists that isn't like American in any sense, and doesn't speak English, and doesn't have, you know, these aren't people who grew up in America, whatever. That like you get to a point where yes, the assimilation is not really happening at the same rate anymore. Whereas like if they're coming in at a slower pace, where they're like 5 to 10%, those people are forced to assimilate because they have to be able to communicate. They have to be able to work a job and talk to people. They have to be able to fit in and understand the other norms and facial expressions and body language and all of these other, like they have to understand that in order to exist. And so this is a way of like self-reinforcing some sort of culture. But yeah, when they get the high numbers. So like this says, immigration is perceived to create cultural problems when the pace of change outstrips the host society's capacity for integration, leading to perceived threats to national identity, social cohesion, and security. So these are the three things that I keep bringing up. Is like you have to feel like you belong to something. You have to feel like there's an identity there. The social cohesion, whether or not like you feel like you have something in common with the other people, and then whether or not you feel safe, whether or not you feel secure, whether or not you trust the other people around you. These are the things that like really matter when it comes to having a healthy society. This often occurs when immigrant populations are large and concentrated, leading to reduced social interaction, language barriers, and conflicting cultural or social values. Pace and scale of change. High levels of immigration within a short time frame can create tension. Data indicates that when the foreign-born population reaches historic highs, nearing or exceeding 15% in the US, it often prompts intense debate about the ability of existing culture to adapt, as noted in studies from the Center for Immigration Studies. failed integration, assimilation. Problems arise when newcomers do not or cannot adopt the economic, social, or linguistic norms of the host country, causing siloed or segregated communities. Perceived cultural threat. Cultural friction occurs when native-born citizens believe their traditions, religion, or language are threatened, particularly if they believe immigrants are not adapting the dominant culture, as discussed in Oxford academic studies. Resource and structural pressure. Large influxes can put pressure on infrastructure, housing, schools, social services, which can lead to resentment from the local population, shifting the view of immigration from beneficial to a strain on community cohesion. It is important to note that immigration is a dynamic process, often described as a mutual blending of cultures rather than a purely negative disruption. The perception of it as a problem is often heavily influenced by social and political context. So yes, this is...
I never saw like any like even confrontations between really the Turks and the Germans, or like being like Turks mostly work in like fucking, as you know, like fucking food industry.
The language thing just seems like a justification for racism. Because how would your state or whatever become overtaken by a different language unless the immigration was at such a level that they were? First off, this would exist with French people coming in, or German people coming in, or Swiss people coming in, and all not being able to speak the same language. One. Two, I just explained how that would happen. It doesn't have to be your whole state. It can just be a specific city, or a specific part of a city where you live, where your community has always been, where you've grown up, where you work, where your, friends and family are all at. And now, all of a sudden, like, a ton of people pile in at a high rate in a condensed area. This is what happened with Springfield, Ohio, when they were all complaining about the Haitians eating the cats and dogs, okay? Were they eating the cats and dogs? No. Was there an insanely high rate of immigration that caused real problems? Yes, that is a very real thing. That is a very real thing. It caused social and economic problems, and that was the main that was a real part that, again, conservatives don't know what's actually happening in reality at any point. So that they were beginning to outweigh the amount of people that were already there. They don't have to outweigh the amount of people. That's what I'm saying. They don't have to outweigh them. Imagine if 30% of the people that you come into contact with in a single day don't speak English. Imagine if 30% of the people that you work with don't speak English. Imagine if 30% of the cashiers, when you go to restaurants, don't speak English. This is not just a race thing. I'm guessing that's a very fringe example. That cannot happen all the time. I don't know what you mean that cannot happen all the time. If there's about 1 million immigrants who come into the country each year, okay? Most cities don't have 1 million people. Most counties don't have 1 million people. But if 1 million people coming into the country all do go to the same place, go to the same city, go to the same county, even half of them, half of the million, a quarter of them, a tenth of them, all go to the same county, they are drastically changing the makeup of that county. They are drastically changing it. What is the problem exactly? What is my job? Does my job require English? No, I don't know what that means. Does your job require English? You mean, does it require language or does it require English? I don't think I'm even interested in answering the question. The question, if you're actually asking, does it require English? Like, those people signed up to move somewhere. Those people signed up to immigrate. Those people signed up to go to a place where they would have to learn a new language and learn a new culture and learn new norms and all of those things. They signed up for that. If you didn't sign up for that, I don't know why we're expecting you to go and change all of this shit. My grandparents worked in factories, etc., and never learned much English. What is the issue? I don't know whether you're giving me two fucking people. No real issue with two people. If they were 30% of the fucking, community, then that's where it becomes an issue. I never said any single person who doesn't speak English, this is a major issue. I never said this. There's no fucking way you could possibly think that I said anything remotely close to that. Very clear, talking about large groups of people congregating in small areas.
And all sorts of things, and it's like, if anything, it only added to the country. So with that, I'm like, in agreement with you, and I do think that aggressive sentiment against migrants, that isn't, it's not always valid, of course, because like, you ask them what do they do that is wrong, or like that is harming the country, and they're like, who knows, they're just Turks,
Right, but this is like, we can look at this with the benefit of hindsight and say, look, they've assimilated so well, really we should never have had like any sort of policy restricting this or discriminating. But if you were to look at like when this started, like I want to say like pre-2010s, you would be like, well, hold on, like these people are not going to be German, and they're going to change us to like a more Turkish culture, and we need to restrict them, and we don't want them to come in here and change what it means to be German. And now being Turkish American is such an integral part of German culture that I'm like, this wasn't a threat insofar as it was going to destroy Germany.
Many migrants in Australia were called over here to work in the 50s, and there was not language classes provided to hundreds of thousands of people. Sure, I understand, but you, Freddie, know English to some extent. Some version of it, whatever. But you know English. If all of those people all congregated in one small area, and your parents grew up in a place where they didn't need to speak English to be able to go to school, to be able to go to work, to be able to go buy things, then why would they? And then you also now grow up with parents who also don't speak English, and a culture that doesn't speak English. And so why would you learn it?
Germany, but it was a threat insofar as what it meant to be German didn't include being Turkish American. It didn't include donor, right? But
they're not just allowed in with no stops. They aren't majority. Like if they were majority, it would be fucking Turkey. So like,
I guess yes, like if we take it to the extremes of like, if we could show over the next 15 years that like Germany would go from 80 million Germans to 80 million Germans and 120 million Turks or something like this, right? It's like, oh, maybe we ought to consider what this will make the country look like, and like, I don't know if that means we need ethnic.
No, everyone should consider it.
Sure. I understand this,
but limit it.
Well, yeah, but limit it based on what? The fact that they're Turkish, or the fact that like you think that
in
Turkish
general,
people...
you can't just fucking have like, hey, come on in. It's not you yourself said you have to have reasonable borders. You're not an open borders guy, so you can't have a country if you don't have a fucking border. So yeah, it's just it defines the country, the border, right, in some sense. And it's just we are now talking about immigration, which I don't think we should be even like talking about. We're talking more about like I think you're kind of like conflating the idea of preserving the ethnic hegemony with the idea of not allowing migrants. So I'm not against not allowing migrants, but I'm certainly against allowing like millions, bajillions of them.
Well,
And I
yeah,
don't
and
think
me
that's
too,
wrong.
but not really
Yeah.
on the basis of ethnicity or like lack of German ethnicity, right? It would be because like, hey, this is going to cause economic and like structural shocks,
Yeah,
infrastructure
but
shocks
like,
that we
why
couldn't deal
not?
with,
Like,
right?
if you have like some magical Germans living somewhere, it's not really the case. But if you have like, I don't know, million Germans that escaped Germany, so something like if that was
Yeah,
the case, right?
in
Not
Argentina or something,
Argentina. Yeah, yeah. I mean, like not the Nazi shit, but like, even that, for example, like for example, you had like it's just Germany is also mostly the aggressor. That's the problem.
Yeah, in that
That's why
case.
we are so. It's also mostly imperialist country. So, for example, let's say like you have a I don't know like American. If you didn't nuke all the fucking most of the Native American people, for example, if they didn't die out of the disease and like all sorts of shit that happened, right? If for example they ended up escaping, like let's say Jews did back in the day from the Jewish kingdom, and then you like build your own shit here, you live here like as Americans for generations, and then at one day, native people are like, hey, maybe we should like go back to our ancestral place, right? And they, for example,
Oh,
live, I
wait,
don't
one
know,
sec. Sorry,
silly
you cut out for me after ancestral. Can you start over? My bad. This is a thing on mine.
ancestral.
And yeah, the ancestral land of the Native Americans. Yeah.
Ancestral, similar words now that I think about it. Anyway, point is that they, for example, let's imagine some silly situation that they live in like France, I don't know, Germany, I don't know, Denmark or some shit, and then they all like, hey, you like, let's return, right?
Right.
Yeah, it's just it's a completely different
I thought she said ancestral too.
thing because like they used to be there and you nuked them and now they want to return.
I'm still not sure what the problem is exactly. I like that you can go to the suburbs in Australia and most of the people are speaking Greek or whatever. I don't know any migrants that don't want their kids to learn the local language. I don't know how I can explain it in a different way. But I also don't feel like anything that you're saying really engages with anything that I've said. Like when you're talking about like, oh, well, what's the problem with these two people at their job not speaking English if the job doesn't require English? Like, I don't know, nothing. I didn't. That wouldn't really have anything to do with anything that I said. When I'm talking about cultural issues, cultural cohesion, cultural, like we could talk about like economic hardships and like, what if there's like less jobs available yet you're still allowing immigrants in, or if there's like a lack of like specialty jobs but these immigrants tend to work those at higher rates and now they're getting the jobs that people are going to school for and can't like are wasting degrees, or like there's all sort sure there's like economic things if you want to talk about jobs and shit. That's not really what we're talking about at all. We're talking about social issues, social reasoning, because everybody agrees, literally everybody agrees on the economic parts. Everybody agrees. There seems to be nobody who disagrees. If your country has economic hardships and immigration is going to make it worse, you turn off immigration. You hit the off button. But you said imagine if people at your work didn't speak English. Was that the only thing that I said? Or was that one of like 6 examples to give you a full picture of your culture? If you if you just took the one thing, you think that one thing is culture now. It's not. I gave 5 or 6 examples, and they were all giving you an aspect of a culture that you live in.
Sure.
So that's a completely different thing. And like, that's not the same. That's kind of what happened with the Jews, right? So the locals didn't want them there. Now they were like, what? Who the fuck are those like European Jewish fucking people that are coming in here? Like it's we live here, but
Because yeah, even it was responding directly. No, because even when I said, I didn't say there's 2 people at your job who don't speak English. I said 30% of the people at your job, I'll say this one more time, 30% of the people at your job don't speak English. 30% of the cashiers that you go to don't speak English. The No one spoke English in the factories. Okay, well then never mind then. You debunked it. Just the factories alone. You got it. That's what I kept saying, just the factories.
You know,
Thank you
it's
for
not
that.
the same thing as it's just
I
random
can't.
assholes trying to fucking mass migrate to your country, right? Though native people would be native people you wronged by getting them the.
Dude, Freddie, like, are you trolling me right now, or do you really think the job by itself, one factory is like, or a bunch of factories are the culture? It like that people, it's the whole culture. Like that's what we're talking about, or that factory is 30% of the whole community. Like, what is that what you're trying to say? But you keep saying factory instead of 30% of the culture, or what is happening here? I'm saying 30% of the culture. You keep saying this one factory. I don't know how, like, that is not what I never said anything about one factory. I didn't say this. This is why Kamala lost. It's, I fucked it up. I fucked it up. No one speaks English here. I don't know where here is, but if people come in the chat, they don't speak English, I generally ban them pretty quickly. There are suburbs that are more than 30% a culture other than Aussie, and it's fine. You're saying 30% that don't speak English, and it's fine. That's what you're saying. 30% don't speak English. I don't know what you mean by like Aussie culture. It might be different there than it is here, but because here I wouldn't even say like, you go to Chicago and that's where American culture is, and then you go to New York and that's American culture too, and then you go to California and that's the American culture, and like these are all very different cultures, very different existences. They all speak the same language, but different cultures. Over 30% of Australians are born overseas. To an extent, let's see. As of June 30th, 2025, 32% of Australia's population was born overseas, totaling approximately 8.8 million people. This is the highest proportion in over 30 years, driven by recent high migration, with India now surpassing England as the leading country of birth for overseas-born residents. Total percentage, 32% of the population. Total number 8.83 million. Top countries of birth: India, England, China, and New Zealand. Okay, so 3 of the top 4, I know the majority of those countries speak English: in England, China, and New Zealand. Okay, only like 10 to 19% of India, so less of India. Okay. Rapid increase. The overseas born population grew by 258,000 in the year ending June 2025, with strong growth in younger migrants. Highest age group: people aged 30 to 39% represent the largest group of overseas born residents. State distribution. As of 2021, Western Australia had the highest proportion of overseas-born residents at 34%. Historical context. The proportion of overseas-born residents has been increasingly steadily since hitting a low of 9.8%. Okay. Social cohesion in Australia is under sustained pressure as of 2026, with key issues including declining institutional trust, intense cost of living struggles, and heightened tensions surrounding immigration and multiculturalism. This isn't like the fact that this exists in Australia, just to be clear, that this exists everywhere. Like, that all of that they just named, that exists fucking everywhere right now. So it's the fucking populists taking over that are making it to where that is literally everywhere. While community level ties remain resilient, national belonging is at a low point, exacerbated by raising concerns over housing affordability and social media driven division. Declining trust and security. Social cohesion is being challenged by declining trust in government and media. A 2026 report warned that online outrage, economics, and foreign interference are impacting national resilience. Economic inequality, financial insecurity, and high cost of living are major dividers. Concerns over immigration levels have risen significantly, with nearly half of Australians, 49% in 2024 to 2025, viewing current numbers as too high. So half of your fucking country right now believes that you guys, your immigration numbers are too high. So I don't know if you're like, hey, we're at 30%, but I don't know if that was supposed to be like, and we're all cool with it, but doesn't seem to be the case when half of the country views it as too high and 30% of that country is foreign born. We're left with 20%. 20% seems to be left there. And what do you mean and? That's the whole point. What do you, Freddie, my head's gonna explode. That's the whole fucking point. That's the whole point. That's it. That was the point. Social cohesion goes down when these things happen. It causes social divides. That was the whole point. That there is like there is stressors on your society when these things happen. You don't think migrants are racist ladder pullers? What is a ladder puller again? I just heard this phrase for the first time like a couple weeks ago, and I didn't know what it was. Then I asked. You guys did tell me, but I don't remember. I had never heard this term before. A ladder puller refers to a person who achieves success, promotion, or security, often through communal support or a ladder of opportunity, and then acts to prevent others from using the same, often now removed, path to follow them. The term represents selfishness and the restriction of opportunities for future generations or peers. I mean, I guess maybe they are. I don't know. To me, that wouldn't matter very much, I guess. Like, sure, it is. I'm sure some of those people exist, but I don't know. I'm super fucking lost at like where we're going with this argument anymore. I'm saying these sorts of issues cause stressors on social cohesion. You say, nah, because what about this? What about that? We're here. I go look at your country. You guys have high stressors on social cohesion. Seems to be a large portion of the country agrees on this. And then now you're just arguing that like you don't have a problem with it. Okay, fair. You don't have a problem with it. That's cool. I'm not trying to convince you to have a problem with this. If you think I'm trying to get you to be upset about this, I am not. I'm not trying to get you to be upset about it. I want you to say what the actual issue is beyond just a vague social cohesion. Were you here when I went over the data earlier and I was going over like what studies say, and because this is like literally like the 10th time I've gone over this issue just in the last like 4 months maybe? No? Okay, so yeah, we just went over like a bunch of data earlier. I don't have it up anymore, but yeah, we went over like a bunch of this shit earlier. Gone over it a ton of times in the past, like because this is a conversation that, again, like normally most of the time I'll have like a debate with a white nationalist or some sort of like ethno-statist or something like that, and those people I'll end up having like a lot of agreement with them in some areas. And after I get done, then like chat's mad at me and they're like, what the fuck? Like, why did you agree on that? Why did you agree on this? Why did you agree on that? Like, that's just racist. That's just stupid. And I'm like, no, like they are right though. Like they are right that is the outcome. Like whether or not we want it to be the outcome or whether or not it should, like it just is the case that these things cause problems. People want to feel safe. They want to feel at home. They want to feel like they know the places that they are. They, you know, if I grow up in a community and I don't move far away, lots of times it could be a like economic thing, but it also could be just I really like my community. I really like my home. And I can tell you, when I first moved here in Georgia, where I live now, I didn't like it. It wasn't a cool place. I didn't really enjoy it. And I never thought much of it after that, but it grew and it changed, and it changed into a place that I actually really enjoyed, but still didn't think much of it. Then I traveled a good bit and went to other places within my state, went to other states, went to other, across the country. And when I got back, I sat and thought, holy shit, I love where I live. This is fucking amazing. And then I talk to other people who live in other countries, in other parts of America even, and when I talk about where I live and the benefits of where I live, they're like, that's fucking crazy. That's insane. Like, that is just really nice to be able to deal with that. Like I talk about it, I've said this a bunch. I have 5 Walmarts within 15 minutes of me. There's probably, not exaggerating, there's probably about 20 Subways within 15 minutes of me. Probably more. I'm like, truly, there's probably more than 20 Subways within 15 minutes of me. There's probably more than 20 Taco Bells within 15 minutes of me. There's 3 different skating rinks within 15 minutes of me. There's 3 different movie theaters within 15 minutes of me. I can go and drive an hour in that direction and I can be in the hills, in the fucking boonies, going swimming in the creeks, going fishing in the ponds. We have a lot of lakes here and a lot of ponds here, but they're all stocked and they're all like very well kept and produced and everything. But I can go out and go fucking like swimming in the rapids, and I can go drive past like just an hour of nothing but farms and shit in one direction. If I go in the opposite direction, I'm in the middle of Atlanta, and I can go to Atlanta Falcons games. I can go to Atlanta Hawks games. I can go to the Atlanta Aquarium, the biggest aquarium in the world. I can go to museums. I can go to there's so much here that where I live, I am in between everything in the suburbs and everything that I want on like a daily basis or whatever is right fucking here. It's all right here. I don't have to go far. I got 3 malls within 15 minutes of me. I got 3 Home Depots within 15 minutes of me. Like everything is here, and I got options on top of options. I really like this area. If I grow up here and I really like this area and it's a great place for me and I really enjoy it, I could understand somebody who lived in Dearborn 20 years ago and all of a sudden, like what's considered where I live, all of a sudden it is like all Somalian. It is it is a bunch of people who often will be speaking a different language around me that I don't understand. You know, possibly talking about me in ways that I'm not capable of understanding, standing right in front of me because they know I can't understand. Whether or not they're saying something rude about me doesn't matter. I'm going to be wondering that one way or the other. The religious practices, like often I will just be walking somewhere and all of a sudden there's a person on a little magic carpet on the floor, bowing to Allah in the middle of the day. Everywhere I go, all of a sudden, everybody wears turbans. If you don't wear a turban, if you're a woman and you show your hair, this is a little frowned upon now culturally. You don't have to do it. Nobody's going to stone you to death. But like, there's just, those sorts of things are not things that I really liked about my community, that I really wanted to stay here for. Those were not the things that I really grew up enjoying. And like, it's a thing that is foreign that makes it like, okay, that's cool if people want to do it. I'm not trying to stop anybody from doing that, but that's not what I'm looking for. That's not like, I want to do things with people who I have things in common with. I want to have some commonality with the others people around me. I want to be able to relate to those people in a way. That doesn't mean I don't want to once in a while go down to Chinatown and have some good food on the streets and hang out and watch the fireworks and watch the parades and the dragons and shit and crap like that. Sure, yeah, hell yeah, I'm gonna go do that. But I get to leave and go back home and go back to my community afterwards. If I couldn't, I would go to another community. I would go to another community that was similar to my community. There are lots of issues with trying to run a country or city. People don't like it when the rents go up. People don't like it. High-rise buildings. People don't like migrants. People don't like traffic. I don't know what we're doing right now. Am I supposed to be convincing you to be upset about this, or what's happening right now? Like, I just feel like you guys are just like, yeah, like, I just don't care. Like, it's not that big of a deal to me. Cool. Again, I'm not trying to convince you to be upset about any of these things. I don't have any desire to like try to get people to feel like there's no cohesion or anything. That is not my goal here. The point is that culture is important to people, including white people, and that I think that when we flip the roles, if we have an Asian community in China and all of a sudden all these white people move in and they all just speak English and they don't speak Chinese and they're not they have a very different culture and very different values and they do things very differently, and they're like, I think that we all understand that those Chinese people could be very upset with this and very annoyed by this. I think if we do it in Africa and we all just take over fucking Nigeria and now all of a sudden like we drastically change things and it's all very different, like I think we all understand those people are not going to be happy about it. It's a very different culture. It's not their culture. It's not what they've wanted. But I feel like when it is white people, people are like, why would they be upset with it? If you can't understand, that seems weird to me, but fine. You don't have to. Just letting you know, that's like 80% of human beings are going to have these sorts of issues. You saying that it's a problem just because people don't like it, like migrants? No, not because they don't like migrants. I didn't say migrants. Social change. They don't like social change. Social cohesion, I'm just asking how this is a problem or how it manifests what you want to be done. Just because I don't know if you just got here or something, but these are all just things that I feel like I've been repeating the whole time. And so I feel like if I'm saying things and you don't think that's a problem, again, I'm not trying to convince you to think this is a problem. But this is like how societies are run and what's taken into consideration and what seems to be important to most human beings who care about their culture. Like, that's it. That's if you don't care, again, I'm not trying to convince you to care, but I'm just going to keep repeating the same things at this point, that if you don't care, you can just say you don't care, and this is fine. Don't you listen to rap? That's literally social diversity. Good one. Great, because I'm arguing against social diversity. Shit. I can't believe. You're right. Well, I give up on the social diversity argument. Thank you for convincing me off that, Vandred.
The fuck out of here, right? And they now want to return, but they're native there, right? They have the right in a way. Because
well, I mean,
it's not
like,
the same.
I don't even know if I would draw this distinction, but this is kind of like getting to the heart of it, where like, not only would Israel not allow people who are not Jewish, or like restrict it to like more Jewish immigrants.
Did your neighborhood used to be majority bald people? Yes. Yep. I found out recently that my neighborhood doesn't like bald people. I was telling you guys about this a couple weeks ago, but yeah, my not just bald people, but apparently my tattoos and everything. This is not their jam at all. Apparently, I was very surprised to find out. Wait, where the fuck did he go? Did I never upload this to YouTube? I feel like it's right in front of me and I'm just not seeing it. I'm like 90% sure I uploaded this to YouTube. But well, shit. I guess I didn't upload this to TikTok either. All right, whatever then. Yeah, oh, that's right. Yeah, no, I know why I didn't upload it anywhere else now. Yeah, I had a bunch of people on TikTok who were calling me a fucking Nazi at the time, so this was the exact opposite of anything that I wanted to upload.
Where you at?
Stream Foolery Show.
The what?
It's a stream on YouTube. It's called Foolery Show.
Okay. You're not supporting either side. You're just.
I mean, I'm a liberal, but I'm here to cover it.
You don't look liberal.
Really? No, I'm a liberal streamer. You can check my channel.
Okay.
Liberal debater. I
Okay.
do a lot of debates.
All right.
Yeah. You don't think I look liberal?
Dude, you're looking pretty Nazi there.
Nazi?
Yeah.
I'm balding. I shave my head, but
What kind of ink you got?
This is a scorpion. So I'm born in November.
Kind of Hexet.
Oh, this is just a cross. It's literally just a fucking cross, and she said my cross looked very Hexeth. Like, she thought that I was a fucking Nazi because I had a cross tattoo, dude. Like, that is something that makes me feel out of place. That is something that makes me feel weird. I'm not even a fucking Christian anymore, but that makes me feel weird. Where, like, you just see a fucking cross tattoo and you think, and it's weird that people did this to Hexeth too. Hexeth's tattoo did not resemble any fucking Nazi tattoos, but everybody doing that to Hexeth was weird as fuck because it was just a fucking cross. It was just a Celtic. He had a Celtic tattoo. It was a normal fucking cross tattoo. It wasn't a fucking Nazi tattoo.
You need something. You need
Huh?
a sticker or something that
Just as media or what?
media or
Yeah,
y'all or something.
Yeah, I tried to get one, but yeah, I'm just generally just trying to cover it, just talk to people.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Sorry to judge you by appearances, but there's a lot of shit going on in the world.
yeah, it's okay. But yeah, you can check out my channel, Tom Foolery Show.
Okay.
Lots
All right.
of debates on there. You'll see.
Okay. All right. Cool. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. She's probably been in chat for the last 6 months and sitting there like, why does he always show this? Well, it didn't even seem like she had an issue with my. It didn't even seem like she had an issue with my like shaved head or anything. It seemed like it was really just the fucking tattoo. Like that's the way I took it. I took it as like she's like, as I'm like, well, yeah, I shaved my head. She's like, well, what about those tattoos? And I'm thinking, maybe scorpions could be like a Aryan Brotherhood thing, maybe. So I guess I could maybe, because I know they have snakes and shit like that, so it's possible that maybe the scorpion is, but then she's like, no, the cross. I'm like, it's looking very Hexeth. What? White women side-eyeing. Yeah, dude. Yes. And that's something that I need to get out of my fucking culture is white women, dude. Holy shit. Like, and again, I live in a very diverse culture. Like, I live right outside of Atlanta. Atlanta is a very diverse place. We have a lot of Latinos. We have a lot of black people. We have a lot of white people. We are a very diverse area. So it is not yeah, it's not like this, like, you know, we gotta have our white Christians or anything like that. It is a very diverse culture that we have here that I really like. A lot of gays. There are a lot of gays. Yep, we got a lot of gays.
But even the people that might have some sort of claim over the land, those like Palestinians, they're also not allowed, right? And,
Yeah,
and it's not just because they're not Jewish; it's because of this like kind of.
Americans would just allow all those like French native Americans, English Native Americans, Irish Native Americans, Polish Native Americans just to drop by, like by millions?
I don't know what this would look. Whether or not they allow them is probably not. But I mean, obviously we haven't. But like the way that we kind of dealt with Native Americans,
it's not real
with
situation,
these,
but you know, it's
right. But like
not,
the way that we dealt with it, with like reservations and like reparations, like I don't know if I'm happy with like the results of how we've like kind of kept this like weird like separate but equal, or like you can use casinos to like generate revenue.
Yeah,
like,
I don't think that's.
Well, I think the Native Americans are really weird for having problems with all of these white people coming in here and kind of taking over the land and just being by far the majority and outnumbering them to a point where they just don't even matter anymore. I think it's It's ladderism.
That's a great system you have going on there. Don't get me wrong. I just brought this example up because it like makes more sense in terms of like original people had to leave due to like genocide or like colonization or whatever the fuck, and now they return. It's
Right.
still I bet you fucking most Americans will not be like, well, sure, like bring like fucking I don't know 50 million of those guys back. Like no, probably not. Like
no, but would you support then like some sort of filtered system where like it's limited? Let's say this, like Germany is like, look, we realize we fucked over maybe this was the Dutch, but let's just say some country in Africa, whichever one they fucked up, and it's like, look, we want to say that you want to make a better life for yourself. Maybe you want to take advantage of the first world privileges that Germany has, some of which that were acquired through us fucking over your country. So we're going to have a funnel that's restrictive insofar as like, yeah, we're not gonna like maximize this, but we're gonna give you like paths to like come here. And it doesn't matter if you're ethnically German, it doesn't matter like what your ideology is, like you get this opportunity to make a better life for yourself here, and we're gonna not make it so like the entirety of this country comes in, but here you go, here's a pipeline. Like I would support that. And I think that doing the opposite of that, which is to say, I don't care what happened to you, you are not allowed to come here unless there's like some specific ethnic thing that you have attached to your history, or if like I can 100% be certain that you're going to assimilate. I don't think that's a fair thing to do. I'm morally opposed to the idea of like ideologically restricting this. I understand like in the extremes of tens of hundreds of millions, like yes, okay, maybe this would be some crazy and like invasion type thing, but for the most part, this is not how like immigration works, and restricting it on that basis to me is just doesn't. It's not.
I mean, you can't
justified.
get citizenship. You can't get citizenship in most countries, right? By following the fucking rules and shit like that, making it easier for something of that shares your ethnic background is not the same as not allowing anyone else. So the restrictions could be more tense, right? Can be very, very, very difficult to get a citizenship in the country, or it can be like relatively easier. As far as I know, getting an American one is not easy unless you're like an exceptional fucking person or whatever the fuck, right? And it's just so it's not like like I said, we just moved so far away from like the whole ethnic state thing now. I feel like we're mostly talking about like immigration and shit like that. But yeah, my main thing is like sometimes it's like you have to look at it from the validity perspective, like how valid is the idea, right? And is it immoral to want to preserve your ethnic hegemony? And I think just by itself, it's not. So we can make
it's
examples.
Not immoral
for example,
inherently.
Yeah, for example, you can make a example that was done objectively quite immorally. It would be like, for example, Ottoman Empire at the end of it, right? It was clear that the empire was like sort of collapsing. Everyone was pretty fucking distraught about that. Then you lose World War I, and it's a shit show. And they decide, the nationalist movement then came to power in Turkey called Young Turks, hilariously enough. I don't know why the fuck they named themselves that. Hassan's uncle organization.
Oh, we all know why they named themselves that. Everybody knows why they named themselves that.
But whatever the fuck. So the Young Turks basically did make that claim of a very, very, very restrictive ethno state because.
Like as she just said, the Young Turks were like a genocidal group in Armenia. They committed the Armenian genocide. Cenk Uygur used to be an Armenian genocide denier. He used to argue against the Armenian genocide and say that it never happened, it didn't exist, right? Which is Turkish, to an extent. Like I can understand why he would, why he might be like more susceptible to it, but yes, he then went and named his channel The Young Turks, and those are the fucking people who committed the genocide. And Anna Kasparian, I believe, is fucking Armenian. From my understanding, he named it the Young Turks while he was still getting like a lot of heat for being a genocide denier. Now, today, he says, I keep that name as like a remembrance for those people or some shit like that. It's like it's some major cope, dude. But I'm not positive on that. So I've heard tons of people say that like he named it this before he like recognized the Armenian genocide was a real thing, and that but I have not checked that timeline, so I want to be clear. But even his reasoning still makes absolutely no sense to me. Like the idea that he knew that the Armenian genocide was a thing, and that he still named his channel The Young Turks. I do not have any idea how the fuck that could be the case. Like, it just it's like, to remember the Jews, I named my channel The Nationalist Socialists. In remembrance of the Holocaust, I named my channel The Nazis. What?
Because they said that the Armenians and the Greeks are by default traitors, and they cannot be trusted because they are
Jew lover.
Muslim.
Right, and double checking. This is an example of this was done in a bad way.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. So they decided that, nah, fuck those people. They cannot be trusted. They based it sort of like of a semi-real thing, like with the bankers and Jewish thing, you know? People base it like of reality a little bit, but they twist it. Because, for example, there were a lot of Armenians who wanted to assist Russia, wanted to collaborate with like Russian Empire during the war between Turkish Empire and Russian Empire, right? So it's not like out of nowhere, but the Young Turks pointed, look, you know, those people, all of them, right? All of the Armenians here, all of the Greek people here, they are treacherous and they assisted the enemy, and they are not to be part of us because we need.
Did you guys see the Hassan clip today? Oh my goodness. I sent it to myself, but I don't think it's saved because it should have been in my clips from earlier. There's a clip from Hassan asking his chat, like, so somebody in his chat said something like, well, the majority of Americans learned that Pearl Harbor was just like an unnecessary strike on America, and that like America didn't ask for it. And I guess that's not the right term. I'm trying to think of like when you didn't ask for like an attack. There's like a specific term that I'm trying to think of. Something, but unprovoked. Yes, thank you. Yes, like they're like, most Americans learned it was an unprovoked attack, and Hassan's like, what? No way, dude. Like, the American education system is so horrible, dude. Like, no way that's true. Like, what? And he puts a poll in chat. Like, how many people here in America learned in class that the Pearl Harbor was an unprovoked attack? And it's like 89%, I think, of people said that that's what they learned in school, which I don't believe them. I would bet it's a fucking 100%. I would bet anything less than like 99%. I don't really believe you. But not only, like, there is an argument you can make for Pearl Harbor not being unprovoked because of like sanctions on Japan at the time or whatever. Like, okay, fine. Like, saying it wasn't unprovoked for that case seems a little weird, but fine. Like, that's at least like something I could accept in some form or shape, to where it's not just like the most delusional thing of all time. But then he goes on to say he said, wait until everybody finds out that FDR actually planned this the entire time, and that's why he did the sanctions, was so that America could get pulled into the war. That they sanctioned Japan strategically so that Japan would bomb Pearl Harbor and pull the United States into the war. This was that's what they teach in Turkish schools. Yeah, maybe that's what it is.
We need to preserve ourselves, and to do that, we need to be, Turks and Muslims, essentially, right?
Right.
So their
Well, hold on,
decision
wait.
was to.
This is. I think maybe we can get to the heart of this and like back up and like look at a super bird's eye view. Do you think it's okay to treat every member of a certain population or an outgroup, every outgroup that is not the in-group, the same, with the same prescriptions, no matter if there are some portion of that outgroup that does something you don't like? Because that's the thing I'm principally opposed
Generally,
to.
no. Yeah, generally no, of course. Yeah, because especially because has been used historically, right, to do that generalization thing and just genocide people. For example, like Stalin declared all Crimean Tatars to be Nazi collaborators. That was not true.
Right.
And in fact, the opposite was true. Most of them were in the Red Army, right? But he used that to declare them basically non grata, to declare them the treacherous nation. And what's done is that they were completely removed from Crimea entirely, basically.
And so the way I'm looking at this is like, okay.
Yeah, that's never a good thing.
You look at mass, millions of people coming in, and this could potentially cause shocks. This could potentially change the makeup in such significant ways that, like, if this happened in a short period of time, this could be some insane thing happening. Like, I understand that risk and, like, saying, like, how do we make some sort of pipeline for this and compensate for this? But when I look at any country that says, you are not this, or you are this specific ethnicity, which is not this ethnicity, and because we have a fear of what if a bunch of these people came, or if even like what the ideology of your specific ethnicity is, you can't do something. That's what I have a problem with. You as an individual
like, with the Turkish example, right? With the Turkish example, why I even brought it up was because that they didn't have the legitimate reason, first of all, and second of all, their answer was to destroy, to basically expel and kill the minority. They were already the majority. You see the difference there? They were already the biggest, most powerful group, Turks, in Ottoman Empire, right? There was already majority Muslim, with like Turks and Arabs being two main groups in Ottoman Empire, right? So they expelled and killed millions of people, Greek and Armenians, right, in the process, because they perceived them as a threat, but they were already the minority group. They were already the group that was underprivileged, that was second-class citizens in the Ottoman Empire. It's not the same as if Turks said, I don't want other people here because I want to be majority Turkish country.
I understand like the positive of pushing someone out who's already here is very different from I don't want you to come here. I understand that.
Yeah, so preserving your hegemony by let's say inviting people in and giving people of the same ethnicity privileged status and the ability to easily get the citizenship, for example, like my situation with the Greek thing I brought up, is not and also like maybe making pretty restrictive the ability of other people to get citizenship in the country, right? It's not the same as like expel. So that's like those are two things. Like one thing I would be obviously against, anyone with some sort of sense should be expelled.
But like you and I both have similar principles. Like where we draw the line is different, but again, so
but you still haven't been able to convince me if you have a legitimate reason to preserve that hegemony. For example, like let's fucking abandon Israel. Fuck them, okay? Grain stealing assholes, don't care. But yes, abandon them, okay? But just talk, for example, like easily about Ukraine. Like I would actually make a slightly provocative question to you. For example, currently.
There's tons of people in his chat. I keep seeing people calling her Israeli Anna and shit like that. Like his chat's really fucking going in on her.
Russians are engaged with the settler company, right? So territories that they occupy, they bring.
And there are like a couple of I might be one person, I'm not sure, but it seems like a couple like pro-Russia people in there as well.
Russian people there. They deport Ukrainians, and also a lot of Ukrainians just simply escape to back to non-occupied Ukraine, right? And they move settlers from Russia there, and then there are and gonna be and maybe already are parts of Ukraine that is occupied that has now more Russians there than Ukrainians because they moved Russians there to resettle it. So like places like Melitopol, Mariupol, places like Crimea, whatever the fuck, right? And if we ever were, for example, to take it back, right? Let's say, and we take it back, and let's say I personally believe that most of those Russians will run to Russia. If I'm honest, that's like my hope, kind of, if that ever happens. But like, if let's say they remain, and they are the fucking settlers who came there to illegally occupy territory, and they now live there for like, I don't know, 10, 15 years, and now 20 years later, we take back that place, and now we have a bunch of fucking Russians there, ethnic and otherwise citizens of Russia, right? So what do you think would you be against Ukrainians basically doing the fucking ethnic cleansing? Not killing them, obviously. I would not support that, but pushing them the fuck out back to Russia.
So can you explain like the exact mechanism? So essentially, you're saying like these are companies or like groups that are hired by the country to like it's almost like the agenda of a separate country to change the ethnic makeup and make it more Russian. Is this kind of
Well, this is literally something that Russia did. So it's not just to be clear, it's not like just a hypothetical, but this is like this is what they did with it was a Crimea. I think it was Crimea.
So the reason I think this is different, and I wouldn't have a problem with these people being kicked out, is like, yeah, this isn't individuals with a wide range of opinions. This is state actors.
They are, though. They're just Russian. They're just Russians. They're just regular Russian people. They just come around and they go there because they're stimulated by Russia by, for example, providing them cheap prices for burned down apartments that they sort of rebuilt in Mariupol, right? They will now be easier, cheaper for them to live there, so they can go there. Israel does that, by the way, with the fucking settlers. They, the territory there will be like cheaper and things like that, right? So they come around, just regular Russian people. They just
but what I mean is like, this is they are being used as pawns as the agenda of a country to ethnically cleanse you.
We're going somewhere,
right?
Yes.
So if you could show me that the Mexican government was like, if we
Well, he did say like at the very beginning that if there's some sort of like malicious agenda attached to it, that he would obviously feel very differently about like trying to get rid of a group.
Make it easy enough for Mexicans to get into California, and eventually they'll infiltrate the ranks. And it doesn't matter that we haven't like, told them what to do. Just by virtue of being Mexican, they're going to have some allegiance to us. And suddenly now we get better tariffs and better, and like eventually we'll be able to make California secede. Like I'd say, okay, well, hold on. Now we're not discriminating just on their ethnicity. Now we're saying we are opposing a literal invasion from a state acting, agenda. And we have to do something about that. And I do think that is different.
Yes. Because then they will be a legitimate threat. I mean, it's kind of silly to imagine Mexico being a legitimate threat too, but the thing is that when it's a legitimate threat, it's a completely different thing, right?
But even imagine that it's not like a state agenda. It's just like it could be a political agenda, or even not a political agenda, but like the outcome is the thing that you're afraid of here. It's not the intent. The intent there is not the problem. It's the outcome that you're worried about. So whether or not there's an intent from a state doesn't really change much.
So, for example, do I want Russians here? For example, you said like you can't group people, right? All of them, right? But in this case, I can, because those people are a tool that the Russian state is using to assimilate, to settle, and to make the Russian be the hegemonous majority on those territories, right?
Yeah, so, and this is, correct me if I'm wrong, like this like has defined parameters. Like I think like what they're doing is like a war crime, right? There's like we see that you are trying to use your people to like push other people from this country out specifically to acquire that territory, right?
In a way, like you could, they also like doing way worse things. For example, like conscripting local people against us. That's like completely fucking deranged. It's like
Yeah, I said this earlier. Like, if we know that like there is a state that's actually doing something like this, like we literally have laws against this and consider it like espionage and shit. So we already have like, you know, this is why like a Tim Pool and Tenant Media and shit like that was such a big deal, is because this was considered like that sort of thing happening.
Anti-Geneva, you know, and the Roman statute behavior to basically conscript Ukrainians and occupy territories and throw them to fight us. It's like, yeah, but it's not really like, basically like what I'm trying to say here is that it's not as like black and white as you make it out to be, because technically if we were to just push them out, like let's say we take, I don't know, something, Mariupol or whatever the fuck, right? We take it back, and now there are majority Russians there, the people who have been during the
Wait, why are you guys surrounding
there,
me?
and they now
What
live
did I
there.
do?
So they are, you know, legitimately have been living there for quite some time, right? They maybe even have, I don't know, families or whatnot during like 15, 20 years, right? And now we expel them. We like toss them the fuck out back to Russia.
Mm-hmm.
Technically, that would be ethnic cleansing, like by the definition, right? Because we are cleansing particular group of people of a particular background.
Sure. And I might even oppose that, right? I might say, well, maybe you could do this in such a way where if you can now say, like, let's say when Ukraine takes this land back and is like, look, we realize you have established lives here. You've been here 5-10 years. Maybe you were part of some like, you know, ulterior like state acting agenda.
They fucking hate us, people who came here. They think we're scum and we don't deserve any land we own. So what do we do with those people? It's what they think.
You try to integrate them and you say like, look, we're, you know, this is Ukraine again, but like, yeah, you think that's impossible?
Yeah, that's America talk. That's suicidal behavior. You like
So yeah, other countries would call those re-education camps, and here when it comes to America talk, we don't do this. This is against the law. We cannot have these sorts of re-education camps, and so the type that he's talking about is just like hopes and wishes.
That's one thing I really because that's keeping those people there. It's the recipe of having Donbass and Luhansk, of having Russia then using them for insurgents, for militia, for local conflicts that will never end. Never mind the voting. Never mind that they will be then we have to give them rights then if they are part of us officially, right? We will have to give them voting rights. They will vote for pro-Russian candidates, and it's gonna be this fucking circus all over again. You know, that's a suicidal behavior. That's kind of why I fucking hate this America brain, because you ask people to engage
I understand what you're saying. I don't.
Israel included, by the way. You're asking the suicide out of them by saying they shouldn't.
You're asking the suicide out of them.
If you're not pushing, as a Palestinian, if you're not trying to push Israeli Jews out of Israel, you're suicidal, because these people, even if they are individuals with a wide spectrum of beliefs, ultimately, these people are a part of an agenda from the nationalist government to have people vote people that they want into power,
I just hit
who
the
are then going to get policies that will bomb Palestinians, that will take their land. Like, this logic in my eyes is now can be turned around on Israelis to say like, yeah, Palestinians should ethnically cleanse them, because if they don't, it's suicidal, right? Like, and I don't think that's justification for kicking them all off the land.
That's I don't support Palestinians fucking having the one state with Israel. I don't. I'm a two-stater.
Well,
I think they
hold
both
on.
have
I understand, because you say that would be then their prescription, but like, don't you see that like my policy here would be, if Palestinians did have the right to return to, you know, integrate into Israeli society, I don't think they would be justified in kicking all these people out, because those people might or literally have voted people into power that fuck up Palestinians. I think at that point.
Wait. Okay.
Wait, but that is literally the reason that you wouldn't do a one-state solution. That is the whole idea. That's the whole fucking point. That like, a one-state solution is impossible. Currently, two-state solution seems to be possible. Three-state solution seems to be impossible. Literally everything seems to be impossible. But the most impossiblest among all of them is obviously the one-state solution. Like, that is a fucking pipe dream and a half.
Can you explain? I think I lost the
okay.
The
So
thread
like,
of
I'm trying to
what
make
you
like
said.
the one-to-one here, where you're like, you know, if we go back in, is it okay to ethnically cleanse the people who have established lives here, because those people might vote for things that are going to fuck up our culture and our peoples, right? Like you said that Ukrainians might have justification for then ethnically cleansing these Russians. I think in the short term, like especially if it's very short, like it's like, oh, these guys just got here, they're very clearly part of this like a government agenda. Okay, maybe there might be some room here to just be okay, guys, it's been a year, we're putting you back. But when they have established lives here, and no matter how different their agendas might be, you agree that like it's Russian citizens, right? It's not state actors, and they might have tons of different agendas, and they might be open to changing their minds on things and open to assimilation. I don't think.
No, fuck them up, big time. That's fuck them up. If they live here for 20 years, even if we take the country, like if we ever take this territory back in like 30, 20 years, and they're still there, fuck them up. You know?
I don't. Yeah, but like, so why shouldn't the Palestinians do that? I don't think they should, but it sounds like by that logic, if the Palestinians could ever have any,
should Palestinians do what?
Like if they were to be able to have any sort of power in Israel, an Israeli democracy, they should. No, it's not about they would. I'm saying should they? And it sounds like you're saying yes, they should.
Well, thing is that Israelis there are not really, they didn't just come in like 10 years and occupied the fucking thing, right? It has, they have been living there.
But by the logic, it's like, look, these people are going to vote for things that fuck us up.
That's the native country. It's not like the other way around. It's the Jews who have been tossed out of the fucking place in the first place. So you're like, again, conflicting those two things. Like,
yeah, the thing with Israel and Palestine is way more convoluted than the issues with like Russia and Ukraine, because who even is or isn't an outsider when it comes to Israel Palestine is not a clear case. that is not a clear case, and not an easy, there's no easy lines to draw.
I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is, look, there's no question that Palestinians have been forced off land, right? And it's like, as this nationalist agenda of Israel gets more and more power, there are consequences for the Palestinian people. They lose land. A lot of them get bombed. They get pushed off of their settlements that are expanding into their territory. So by the logic of what you're saying in Ukraine and Russia, it would seem to me that like it would be justified. And I don't agree with it. I don't want this to happen. But that if the Palestinians were somehow able to get any amount of power back from any of this land or be able to participate in the democracy, they should ethnically cleanse the Jews, because it's like, oh, the Jews, if they get power, they're going to kill us and they're going to take our land, right? But I think that
they don't have a country. I can push Russians. We can push Russians, settlers that came in to Russia. Where are you pushing Israelis to?
So the only difference here is not the ethnically cleansing would be okay if, let's just say, there was like Israel 2, and it's like, okay, as long as you guys all go back to Israel 2,
then they would be fucking settlers.
Yes.
That you all call them to be. That they're not. Don't tell them to return to Brooklyn, by the way. Anti-Semitic as fuck. I hear you say that. You're not getting a pass. Okay?
That was in frustration of like, damn, I really wish they didn't make Israel in Israel. I wish they made it in Brooklyn. They should all go back now.
Yeah, where do you push them? To the sea, as they say.
Well, like, if there's no place to go, I understand this, but like, I don't think this is the determining factor as to whether or not they should do it, right? Because I don't think it's like in the scenario where they could go back to Russia. I'm not like, oh, and if they've lived here for 20 years and there's a potential for like integration here, like we should just say fuck you. Like,
I mean, by the way, if there are people there, right? There are particular people. I mean, it's a messy.
Well, it seems like she's kind of ignoring his question. Like obviously, Israeli people aren't outsiders at this point. Like, Israeli Jews are not outsiders, and so if they're not outsiders, then like, and there is a one-state Palestinian solution where they're running shit now, would it be moral for them to just remove all of the Israelis? And the problem is that, like, this is probably why a one-state solution just would be immoral. Like, because that is kind of a given that will happen. That's just kind of like, it will happen. Like, whichever one had power likely will do that to the other, and there isn't anywhere for them to go. There is no place for them to move to. So
ass process. I will, I don't want to even to deal with that nonsense. It will always be messy and fucking look bad if we do that, right? That's why they settled them there as well, by the way. That's also one of the reasons, because if you want to push them out, then it will always look fucking bad, no matter how you do it, right? Especially to the gentle, fucking infantile Western mind, it would be extremely awful, and everyone would be saying, oh, Ukraine is doing ethnic cleansing, all that dog shit, right? But a point is that there might be people like Russian people who came in there, and then they will be like, well, I want to stay here, I want to stay even if it's Ukraine, I want to, still remain in like whatever the fuck, Mariupol, Melitopol, whatever it is. But that was built on the bones of Ukrainian people that they killed or tossed out prior. And also they came to the illegally occupied territory, knowing that is occupied, to live there. They're not some like stupid ass zombies, right? They know that Russia occupied this and that used to be Ukraine. They came to Mariupol, it was burnt to crisp. They saw that during the rebuilding process that they were doing there, right? So they know exactly where they came. They know exactly that they got the apartments of the people who they killed. So should I be like super sympathetic or risk my country and the national integrity of us, the wrong side in this, to maybe toss out 1 or 2 people who would be chill if they stayed? Or like a dozen of people, 100 of people? This is a calculation, nasty one that you have to make, but you have to make it. Are they worth it? Can there be people who can be chill and live there? Maybe. Like, I'm not gonna say like all of them 100% demons, but yeah, it's just the calculation you have to make.
Right. And,
Never mind.
I understand. By the way, the logic
yeah.
isn't lost on me at all. It's
Yeah.
just the issue I have morally with the idea of like, is if that was the only option, okay, cool. Because if they don't, like, Russians are going to be able to have justification when they try to come back and steal this land back in 20 years. Okay, but the fact that you're like, well, is it okay to fuck over 1 or 2? Like, where do you draw the line of how many people who clearly are individuals am I willing to fuck over to have a more broad policy of discrimination, knowing that, like, it's like, hey, I'm not going to let X amount of Mexicans into my country, because no matter how many individuals of there that would be perfectly acceptable to me, if I looked at this on a case-by-case basis, ultimately, I think that they'll make my country worse if they're still here. Like, that to me is where the moral, failing here of like is the utilitarian potential. Yeah.
Listen, that's why you have to look at the case-by-case sort of basis here. Like, because there are so many factors in, right? You can't just, that's kind of why I have the problem with what you said at the end of the day. It's not that I don't see your logic or that I don't see your reason.
Yeah, I feel like he's come around to her position now, that like there isn't a moral problem with the existence of ethno-states inherently, and that like there are scenarios where they can exist and it's not immoral, and that like we need to look at it like one at a time to really assess which situation it is, because just saying ethno-state's bad is not really a good assessment. Like, there are, I feel like, yes, at this point he's just kind of at her position now.
Reasoning, I do, obviously, right? Otherwise I would be talking talk with you. But yeah, but it's just that I think the main mistake you make is not your reasoning, is that you apply it to literally everything. Like, it's a maximalist, very broad position without taking into account quite a bit of a nuance, because like the example that I brought up to you about Ukraine is not at all similar to the example of, I don't know, France randomly nuking Arabs from their country because they, ethnically cleansing them to be French. Like, it's not the same, right? Those are two different things. But
right.
Like,
and like, I'm glad we had this example of like a state agenda, right? Because that does make it a lot different.
Yes, of course it is. But it's also the people agenda. It's not just the state. Like, it's not that the Russians are like absolutely free from the, like, imagine yourself like a Russian like that. You live in, I don't know, some fucking bumps fucking hole in Russia, like, I don't know, Syktyvkar or some shit, right? And now you get in a proposal to live in Mariupol near the sea. The city will be rebuilt. You will get like a better apartment that you have now for much cheaper. And you're like, yeah, like they killed Ukrainians there, and it's like they steal their land and it's occupied, but like, it sounds based, like I will go there. So you do understand what kind of person you have to be to even make that choice. Either you are extremely poor desperate, which the case, they do use people like that in the army, unfortunately, quite a bit, and or you have to be absolutely moral cunt that doesn't care,
Yeah, and don't you think, like, instead of having a broad policy that will fuck over the people who aren't immoral, it would be okay to try to have programs and ways of assessing this and making sure a state government.
How do you assess who's lying and who's not?
It's
Like,
not
for
about
example,
lying. Like,
here
I'm not
comes-
saying we like literally have like a poll where we test their ideology, but it's like that's why I don't support a policy. Just and then we'll kick them all out just in case. It's all right. Let's try to incentivize the people who have this not immoral character that we disagree with to work with us. And then if there's people that are
You can
part of
only do that if you are in power to do that. If you are powered up to do that. If it's not a big risk to you, right?
Yeah.
So if we had zero risk of Russians attacking us again, or like a very low risk, let's not go zero, let's go like just quite low, right? And we're not fighting with a country 30 times our fucking size that tried to destroy us like 10 fucking times during our history, right? And occupied us like 5 times by now. So yeah, it's just if we were in that position, then yes, we should maybe make moves like that. But we're not in that position, and we'll never will be. So why the fuck should I risk my people to my sovereignty? Risk our nation
Sovereignty.
for the potential like individuals who would be good. I understand. So
like,
so I guess
sad on to them, but like whatever.
So
you know,
I see a
in the
question in
grand scheme
chat
of
that's a
things.
little more of an extreme example of a question I want to ask, where it's like, because when you said like I'm okay with fucking over like the 1 or 2 like non-immoral people here, but someone in chat's like, you know, like what to what extent, or like where this is maybe a little unfair, but like where is the line drawn? Like if you had to fuck over 1 million people for what you think is the sake of your country, right? If you had to fuck over like 10 million people,
by definition here, you know, depends of how what fucking we mean. I don't support obviously killing them. I don't support any of that. But like, yeah. But point is just to make it clear that I don't mean we should kill those people, but just in case. But like, yeah, it's just that they are by default already immoral because they came there. You know, so it's not
immoral
like, you know,
just from coming.
Wow, she's a pansy. She's not even in favor of murder, dude. What the fuck? I thought her and I were on the same side.
Yes.
Well, but like you
what's
said,
not
like some of these
immoral
people
about
are
it?
like poor, maybe they have no other choice, and Russians are exploiting their situation. And so like
They don't have- they
like
have
from their
to.
perspective, it's
They
like, okay, I have
destroyed
nothing here.
Poland
Now I
shit.
have something. Maybe I'm the pawn of a state, but like why should I get fucked over just because the state tried to use me to assimilate your country?
That's immoral. That's immoral. Even if you're poor, that's
Alright, just real quick. We had another debate to get to, up to you guys, but in order to add 2 hours to the clock, we got to get $20 more on the goal. The link is pinned at the bottom of the chat, so if you want to donate to the channel, use the tips link pinned through Stream Elements. We got 10 minutes left. We got $20 to go. So if you want to continue the stream, consider donating through Stream Elements.
immoral. Yeah, sure, you're more incentivized because you're poor. I can understand that. You know, like there are some fuckers who came there like just because they're fucking assholes, basically, who enjoy imperialist colonialist projects because they hate Ukraine, right? And they think they have a right to us. But at the end of the day, even if I'm poor, that's not my problem. That's not my problem. They're poor. That's not the problem of my.
I'm realizing I started to notice a pattern. If I click on Stream Elements and look at all the donos, and then I click on OBS, I get the loading, excuse me, the loading wheel. Let's try it one more time. So, let it load. Well, shit.
Country and of my nation if they're poor in Russia and they decide to
Okay.
come here and steal and live on people's bones. Don't give a fuck. I have friends who.
There we go. Yep. Okay. Now, if I switch off the Stream Elements tab, turn it off. Okay.
So
Back.
Russians live in their apartments.
Holy
now.
shit. Holy shit. All I have to do is put the Stream Elements tab in the background and it stops all this fucking lagging shit. That's it. I just click off the tab. As long as it's not a tab that's in the front, it's fine. That's wild.
Do you imagine how that feels? You have been left, you have been tossed out, like running for your life while your fucking neighbors and your dog and your mom get like shot in the fucking face. And then you see fucking Russians posting Instagram videos of them posing in their apartments that used to be yours.
Yeah,
Like,
and
why
to be
should
clear,
I
that's
put
why like I
that?
think the time matters, right? Like because if you're gonna like say the Native Americans, you know, like, oh, I'm upset, I see the soy pill, he's on like Ohlone land right now, and it's like that used to be my ancestors versus like 5
You're on
years
Turtle
ago, 3
Island.
years ago,
Yeah,
you just got here. I do.
Well, that's what she said though. That's literally what she said earlier, where she was talking about the fact that like with Russians, they just showed up within the last like 5 to 10 years, so it's very different. Whereas for Israelis, like those people have been there for much longer, and so it's not as easy. I'm not sure what soy pill's position is and what this fascination with bright lines for how places should be run is. Bright lines. So his position isn't very clear, honestly. Initially, going into the conversation at the very beginning, he was saying that he thinks that ethno-states are immoral. The existence of an ethno-state is immoral. It is wrong. Okay? And so I said at the very beginning, I said, look, he's going to have a hard time explaining this because, like, I've thought about this for a long time. I'm open to being convinced of something else. But, like, I hold the position that there is nothing immoral about the existence of an ethno-state. And that, like, there are lots of ways that you can use an ethno-state to create second-class citizens. There's a lot of ways that you can oppress people. There's a lot of things that you can do that creates problems within an ethno-state. But as long as you're not doing those things, I don't see a problem. And I think he's going to have a really hard time describing a problem. Very early in this conversation, he moved from, well, I just don't want that. I think that that's weird. I think that's a little odd. You know, that's just not my thing. And I kept pointing out, and she kept like less than I did, but she would point out every once in a while as well, like, yeah, we're not talking about like how you feel about it though. We're not talking about like whether or not you think it's weird. We're talking like you're supposed to be making the case that this is immoral, that there's like that this is wrong. And like she's like, I get it, like that's not my preference. But I'm also saying it's not wrong. Would Hawaii be an ethno-state? I mean, technically, almost like every country would be an ethno-state. This is also what I said early on, is that he's probably not going to have a real issue with an ethno-state. He's probably going to have an issue with laws that reinforce the ethno-state. They like laws that make sure that the ethno-state continues to exist. And I think he did get to that point at some point. Yeah, I think he did say that. But yeah, it just hasn't really gotten much to a moral problem with ethno-states' existence. From what I've heard, I'll admit that there are points that I've missed. So
I think these things are different.
Years ago. Of course, there can be a point to be made, of course, right? There is a point to be made. I will concede that, at least. That if, for example, if we didn't take it, I don't know, 100 years has passed, be quite different now, I guess, in many sense.
Yeah, that's the thing, is like there's not an exact cutoff for this. And like this whole like retributive like what's the word I'm looking for? Like this like back and forth, like kind of like revenge, like push you here, push you there.
It's a complex situation. It's a very complex situation. You can't really, for example, like I don't know how much you know about Nagorno-Karabakh with the Azerbaijan, Armenia whole situation that happened recently. That basically nobody cares, but they did toss the fuck out the fucking Armenians there now, Azerbaijani people, you know, and they have been like back and forth, and they have been fighting who is in control, who is in the majority there, based on ethnic grounds again, right? But the recent Azerbaijani took Nagorno-Karabakh, and Russia was not able. Russia, as ally of Armenia, was not able really to defend them or didn't give a fuck because they were bogged down here and they just simply didn't care basically to assist their allies, I guess. Same with Syria and, you know, Assad and shit like that. So they just tossed the people the fuck out. And like it happens, you know?
This is making me think now, like, how do I phrase this? Like, okay, so it's like, okay, obviously we already were on the presupposition that the ethnic cleansing would be bad if like from the Palestinians doing this to Israelis. But like part of this to you is like, because they where are they pushing them back to? Versus in the Russia case, it's like I'm pushing these Russian settlers that were active at the state.
Just to make it very clear, is to if you're doing this against settler colonialist fucking invaders, that's a little bit more morally justified, to put it mildly.
So you're right. Let me ask. I'm not prescribing this to you, but like, so Palestinians being like, okay, West Bank, Gaza, Israeli settlers, kicking them out back to Israel. This would be like more morally justified.
Yeah,
right.
Fuck him. I don't care about those guys. Like, fuck him up big time. Actually, do
but I
whatever
was
you want.
also to flip this, like, where do the Palestinians go? Like, if we keep getting pushed out, right? Like, there's no Palestine to return back to. It's not like
I don't support settlers whatsoever. I think they're a fucking legitimate target. They should be fucked big time. Israeli ones.
Well, what I'm saying is, like, from their point of view, the country of Israel is that. This is like, oh, whoop, the Jews came in and made a settlement and pushed us out, and now we have nowhere to go, right?
Yeah, but that's like, first of all, it's not really quite the case in the sense that if there were not 2 million Arabs living in Israel, I would say maybe, you know? But you can get a citizenship, and they do, and they live, the non-Jews. There are 2 million people there. It's quite a bit in a small country like this, you know?
Yeah, but the Palestinians can't do that.
I mean, you mean the one in the occupation right now?
Yeah.
Or... That's the problem. That's the occupation problem. That's why Israel is fucked up in the head because of that. Not because they're fucking settler colonial Brooklyn guys, as you guys like to say, but because they have permanent occupation. That's insanity. That shouldn't be happening. Obviously, you can't have people not be part of your country, but also not be in their own country and just permanently keeping them in a fucking limbo of endless occupation. That's where the fuckery happens, really, because it will never be resolved in any normal way unless it's just mental. Of course, they need their own state, Palestinians, but problem is that their state biologic will also be an ethno state. But you should be then opposing them, I guess, because they're not going to be having.
If they're like, yeah, no one else can come in. But
I mean, yeah, but that's silly to oppose. That's silly.
So yeah, here's a chatter here. Why are you fucking letting a liberal Zionist spread propaganda here, dog? She is spreading BS. And you're apparently not that educated. What the fuck? Remember, this is their response to what she just now said. Okay? This is their response to what she just said, talking about how wrong Israel is for the blockades and everything. Do not name the chatters, Tom. Oh, was it you, Freddy? Oh, it is. It's fucking Freddy, dude. What the fuck? Well, time for me to go. All right. I'm just kidding. It was not Freddy. It was just fucking kidding.
Silly. If you lived in like Palestinians had, they have dreamt about their own country, like just in a way that Ukrainians were far longer, let's be for real. But we have been fighting to have our own country. Before like Lenin, Soviet Union occupation, we had 4 or 5 years of war.
I mean, truly, this is a really good debate. I really enjoyed this debate, and this is an interesting conversation. It's rare that you hear conversations that you haven't heard before. Like, I've had this conversation, I think, 3 times now with like people on the left, where we talk about why I don't think ethno-states are bad, inherently bad, like why they can be bad, but why they're not necessarily bad. I think I've personally had this conversation 3 times. I've never heard anybody else have the conversation. Not people on the left. 2 people on the left talking about why ethno-states are not bad. I've never heard this before. And so I really enjoyed this conversation. I really enjoyed hearing other people talk about this because I think it's helped me. I've said a bunch of times that I can read a whole book. I can watch a whole series. I can go through a whole lecture, through a whole, you know, semester of lectures. I can like go through all of the shit and really like have like a grasp on what it is the person wanted to teach me.
Joe Romero tipped $20. Bums.
Oh shit. Okay, that was unexpected. All right. Fuck, I'm sorry, Joe. I don't think I can do it. Fuck. I think I already fucked myself mentally. I think I already fucked myself mentally. Like 2 minutes ago, I texted everybody and was like, yeah, I'm getting off. I'm going to bed. I'm so fucking tired. Joe, it's up to you, dude. I'm so sorry. I can refund it if you want, or I can add it to tomorrow, but I don't mind refunding it if you want me to. That is totally on me. I should have fucking said something. I am a fucking douchebag. That is totally on me, dude. Totally on me, Joe. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I was like zoned in on the game, ready to go, and then once there was like a minute left on the clock, I was like, okay, all right. I just realized how fucking tired I am. I'm so ready for bed. It's all right, good. Don't worry about it. Thank you, Joe. You oh wait, you're the wrong Joe. Okay, yeah, the Joe Romero did not say the same thing. Tom is an Indian call center. Oh, I thought you were calling me an Indian giver at first. I was like, in this case, it's good that I'm an Indian giver. I'm offering him his money back. This is... Why am I bad for being an Indian giver this time? I said add it to tomorrow. Okay. Just so you know, that did not come through. Yeah, as I was saying, I can go through like a whole book. I can like read something. I can watch a whole documentary. I can like go through like a whole seminar, whatever. I don't feel like I understand something until like I have debated it and feel like I've like stood on my own feet, right? And I have to debate somebody that I actually feel is like an opponent, like somebody who's really challenging me in that area, somebody who's really getting me to flesh out my ideas, really making me like ground it out and make sense of it. And if I can't do that, I don't feel like I really know the thing, or I don't feel like my position is correct yet. And that's the same with just about anything. Like until I have debated it, sometimes numerous times, and like really fleshed it out. And sometimes I can listen to other people debate. Sometimes, but in this case, I had like 3 debates on it, and I never felt like any of those people were really challenging me. I talked about the one guy who was a leftist who literally sat there the whole time just acting like everything I said was really interesting and like he'll have to think about that, and then went back to his own channel and reviewed the debate, reviewed the conversation, and talked about what a fucking retard I am the whole time. He literally sat here with me the whole fucking time. Pansy ass, bitch ass, motherfucker. Sat here the whole fucking time talking to me about these things, acting like, oh yeah, that's interesting, huh? Yeah, that's odd. And then he goes straight back to his fucking channel and reviews the debate and is like, this guy's such a fucking idiot. What a fucking racist, dude. You hear that? He's trying to make excuses for ethno states right now, dude. Like, he's trying to tell me like, oh, I bet he wants to like tell me he has black friends to say he's not racist, even though he wants an ethno state. Like, this is the whole fucking thing was just him strawmanning every single argument for me. And then he would like, I watched a little bit of it. Every single time what he would do is he would play his argument and then he would play a little bit of mine, pause, be like, isn't that crazy, Jet? You hear what he just said? Isn't that crazy? Then hit play again. Then let me say just a couple more words, hit pause again, and then like re-explain his argument. Okay? So now, like, you haven't grasped like what I've said in the first half of my like argument yet. Because he's paused to where it's all broken up in that argument. And then he would like re-explain his argument and why his argument is so much better than mine and why I'm so fucking stupid. And then hit play again. And now, like, again, you're only hearing like the latter half of my argument without any addendums, without anything like, you know, the basis of it at the beginning. You don't hear any of that, and then he'll play his argument again and then do the same thing, like chop up my fucking argument every time to where his audience doesn't hear it at all. It doesn't hear it at all. Talia, you're so far behind, dude. I've noticed this for like the last like 2 hours. You are so far behind. This is fucking crazy. I kept meaning to tell you. My bad. I should have said something a while ago. You're like 3-4 minutes behind, but maybe longer, 5 minutes. But anyways, that's what I do too. I'm really nice in chat, but down in the pub, I talk endless shit about Tom and the Voice. They all think he's not just wrong. I used to do this all the time when people would invite me on the panels. If I couldn't make it, instead of saying, no, sorry, I'm busy that day, I can't make it, I would always reply and be like, I would, because I really like this topic, but I think it's a lot easier for me if I just don't come to the panel, and then when you guys are done, I will review it and strawman all of your arguments so that I sound a lot smarter than everybody. That's way easier because you guys don't even get a chance to challenge me anymore. So I think I'm going to do that instead. Thanks. Appreciate the invite, though. Would you be looking to make some extra money, like probably pay well for the quality clips, shorts, reels of a fast-growing, newly funded AI tech vibe coder channel? Funny personality too. Maybe. If you want to send me some info, I'll look at it. Most of the people that I edit for, I'm not currently editing for, so. Happy to pick up some work. But yeah, so if you guys didn't watch the whole debate, go back, watch the debate at the beginning. But also at the very beginning of stream, we explained a bit of a new evolving issue with Sulfur and Lonerbox that is apparently happening, where she's doing the same thing to him now. So it's a beautiful world out there, dude. And it's somebody messaged me and they're like, dude, this is a fucking pattern of behavior. I was like, you know what's crazy is like most of you guys only know about me and Lonerbox, whereas there is a whole other like line of bodies in the wake. Wait, Sulfur came from here? Yeah. 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 So yeah, if you want to, if any of you guys, you can go back and watch like a little bit of what I said, but if you want to watch like the fucking drama, there's one video that gets some of it, okay? It gets like the early parts of this. It doesn't really get the latter halves. But this is it right here. Two-faced e-girl caught red-handed over and over.
This is like the pattern that I'm having
this is the debate here. So if you guys want to watch it, I'll link it in chat. But this is like the first part of it. There's another part that happens later that I never clipped and put out, and I wish I had. Like, I wish I had done that. But oh dear, it's interesting to see how people try to insert themselves and influence streamers. Bro, that was literally, you guys understand what happened with all of this is literally because like I had been talking to like I'd said for a long time, like I'm not really into like monogamous relationships. I'm not really into like talking to you know, being in a committed relationship. It's just not my thing. Like I'm not looking for anything serious. And I would like talk about the fact that like I was seeing people or I was talking to people or whatever, right? As soon as there was somebody that they knew, they found out that I was talking to that was in this community that was Mantis. As soon as they found out that there was somebody in the community that I was talking to, they all start freaking out and acting like she's trying to influence you. She's trying to manipulate you. She's trying to X, Y, and Z, like all the shit. It turned out every single one of those fucks were the ones who were trying to manipulate me. Every single one of those fucks were the ones who were trying to slip in and do the shit. It was them. It was them, dude. It appears she did or is losing the same, doing the same to Waterbox. Yeah. Yes, I messaged him, and I've talked about this a couple of times. Like there was a period where like he first said, you know, hey, I just found out that there's like this hater group of me that's like a whole Discord, and it turns out that Sulfur is like the head mod in the Discord and everything, but she says that like that's not what it's meant to be, and that she's gonna try to like moderate it better and everything. I said on that day, I should go find the clip right now. I said on that day, I bet you anything, that is her hate group for him. I bet you anything. That is her, because he's like, I talked to her. She said it wasn't meant to be that. She'll moderate it better. It's a total accident. Some of the stuff got out of hand because she's been busy. She wasn't paying attention. And that, and he's like, she's still a mod here. Nothing's changed. Like there's no real issues there. Like we cleared everything up and it's all fine. And I was like, I need to message him. This is about to go really badly. This is about to go really fucking badly. I need to fucking message him because she did the same exact shit. How does Sulfur manage to get mod in multiple communities while being like that? So my community was the first place that I know of her doing that. When like my community was the first time she ever did anything like that. Like before, she was like a sweet, like kind of quiet person who was just she was just kind of fun, like, but when she did it to me, like that was, even like a lot of people, even when we proved she lied, I leaked fucking phone calls, I leaked text messages, I leaked all sorts of shit. She started accusing me of sexually harassing her. She's a fucking lesbian. Like she started accusing me of all sorts of crazy shit. She started accusing me of grooming women. She started, full grown women. She started accusing me of like everything in the fucking book, dude. She wrote a 40 chapter document on me. She wrote a 40 chapter, like 500 page document on me. Okay? She is fucking nuts. She's actually fucking nuts. But it was impossible for me to convince anybody of this because she was like the perfect victim at the time. She had never had any issues. She had never had any problems. She had never done this to anybody else. She was never like somebody who went after people. None of this ever happened. It had never fucking happened. She's psychotic. She is. I'm telling you, dude. She's in this debate here. I showed some of this earlier, but in this debate, I'd catch her lying about me for like the third time, where the rest of it had been in DMs, and I kept approaching her on it, and every time she'd be like, I'm so sorry, it's really just a misunderstanding, blah blah blah. And I'm like, okay, like it seems like you're talking shit about me. And she's like, no, like I'm sorry, it's not that at all, blah blah blah. And then literally after the third time we talk about it, the very fucking next day I go to a stream, and the very first chat is her like, Tom was lying to me all night last night, you wouldn't believe it. And I'm like, what? We just talked about this. Why the fuck are you didn't say that to me? Why are you saying it here again? So I'm like, yo, let's jump on stream, let's talk about this. She jumps on, and the whole time, like everything I bring up, she's like, you know, I don't really care about that. It's not an issue for me. So like it's like whatever, we don't have to like what do you mean? No, what? I know you don't care that you're lying about me. Nobody thought you cared. You don't have to keep telling me like you're not so worried about you lying about me. Like I get it. That's the problem. That's the whole point. But she ends up conceding everything. Concedes, like says she was wrong again, immediately gets done, goes back to making up some new fucking shit about me and like painting me as like a creep and all of the shit. Fucking insane, dude. Absolute fucking nut job. That was kind of cool. All the smoke, just a little green. But all right, I'm gonna head out. I should be back on tomorrow. But yeah, I put the link to this video in there, and if you guys want, I can link you the other stuff. Like I leaked like phone calls with her and shit, where she just like absolutely, she had no fucking idea I had calls recorded with her, and she just went and absolutely fucking lied about this shit. Just absolutely brazenly out in public, just lying, because she thinks I'm gonna just turn around and be like, what? No, she's lying again. Why does she keep lying about our phone calls? Not this time. I had the fucking phone calls this time, and this time I fucking published them. I was like, fuck you, bitch. Come on, Tom. You knew the read. She crushed on you, and she's a fucking lesbian. And you knew she was a lonely, retarded bint who would work 40 hours work week for free at Tom Corp if you tossed her a crumb of Riz. She's a lesbian. What the fuck are you talking? Are you? Are you confusing sulfur and sassafras? I did mix them? Okay. I get, like, again, I get it with sassafras, but if you weren't here, I linked the calls with sassafras as well. Like, you can feel however what you want about, like, that whole dynamic or whatever, but you cannot say, I led this bitch on, or I was not clear. Like, I have all the fucking DMs, all the fucking receipts, I have phone calls, I got everything. I published the shit out of this, showing I was fucking clear as could be, crystal fucking clear. You could not be any more clear. There was no like confusion there. It was like it's fine. I understand people come to that conclusion, but on top of that, you would have to also understand that, like, the weird shit that she started doing, like where she started getting jealous and shit, that just happened in like the last 3 months before I asked her to leave. Like, that was like the last 3 fucking months, and there was no issues before that. If there had been issues like that before that, I wouldn't have waited 3 months, but it was 3 years of no problems like that whatsoever, ever. And then out of nowhere, 3 months of just like weird shit. So Caught a stage 5 clinger. Yeah, I guess. I mean, from my perspective, like, we were friends. Like, we were good friends, and the way she described it is that she liked to watch me, but I didn't cover stuff that she liked to watch. So she wanted to start collecting content for me to cover. And so that was like the dynamic, is she's like, it's a win-win for me because now I get to watch you and I get to watch you cover things that I'm actually interested in. And so she was like heavily like she wanted to give me the content, and that's like where our friendship came from. Like, we weren't friends before that. We weren't even like friends or close or anything before that. That was kind of like, we weren't even friends for a while after that. She just, so yeah, from my perspective, I was like, okay, cool. Like, I work 40 to 60 to 80 hours a week, and so I don't have time to like figure out what the fuck I'm gonna cover. So cool, you want to send me shit, tell me what to cover, I'm down. And that was fun for me. But yeah, I can understand where people like look at it and they're like, yeah, but like, if she liked you, you're kind of putting her in a position to where, like, in order for her to stop giving you content, she also has to like recognize that you guys will never be together or whatever. And like, I get it, but from my perspective, we were, it was very clear from the beginning that like that was just not a thing that was gonna happen. So yeah, I don't know. I've thought about it a million times and tried to think like if there was something I could have done that was better or more clear. I don't know. I'll never know, because she decided to do what she did. So I don't think it's evil, but you knew how she was. So retarded, she'd keep hoping despite clear signals. Again, I truly, I don't think you guys understand like how, like, so the only reason people ever thought that there were like clear signals and shit like that is because out of like when Zonia leaked all the shit, she leaked shit from just like the past couple of months, when again, her being like jealous and clingy and shit like that was just in the last couple of months. Outside of that, like, that had never been a thing before. So yeah, for 3 years that was never a thing. No, dude, she's an adult, not a retarded child. She's a retarded adult who couldn't handle Tom liking someone, so she threw a tantrum, and even though he tried to let her know, they were fine. Well, yeah, on top of that, you guys have to truly, you guys have to know just how fucking weird this is. Not only that, but she immediately turned around, went and dated somebody else from my community immediately, okay? And that person, Sass, never said a word to me, never went on a stream, never talked to anybody about me, nothing publicly. She did everything behind the scenes. She would send people DMs, she would send people screenshots of our DMs, she would leak all this little shit here and there, just random shit all over the place, deleted all of her DMs in our Discord chats. I'd already downloaded all of them, so it didn't really matter, but she tried deleting all of her messages and then selectively leaking all this little shit. But then she's never saying anything, but then she's dating this guy who is now relentlessly fucking attacking me, tweeting at me on a daily basis, numerous fucking times a day, clipping my fucking streams about shit that has nothing to do with her, nothing to do with him, nothing to do with anything. He just keeps clipping random shit all over the place. He would clip some like random thing that Destiny said and be like, oh, Destiny was probably talking about Tom here because of how dumb Tom is. Like, and it was just, it's like, bro, do you realize how fucking jelly you look when you're sitting there like just nonstop tweeting about your girlfriend's crush all the fucking time? Like, do you know how weird that looks? Do you know how desperate you fucking look? Sick? Yes. Yes. It's like how fucking off your rocker do you have to be to just be tweeting at the guy that your girlfriend had a crush on for like a year, dude? How weird, bro. That sick drunk driving call is peak. Well, the weird thing about it too is that like there were 2 or 3 like dramas that like Queeman leaked and Queeman went over and the Queeman like, you know, had him on for and shit. I didn't cover any of that. Every fucking time I had 6 back. Every fucking time. The reason that like Queeman got all butt mad about me in the first place, Queeman was a fan, dude. He was in my chat every single day for a long period of time. The reason he got all butt mad about me is because I was calling him out for leaking videos of Sick being drunk, admitting to raping his sister. He leaked that video to Lav, and I thought it was fucked up. I thought it was fucked up, and so I called Queeman out for it, and then he went full fucking butt mad about it and got his panties in a wad. But I left that shit alone, never used it against him until that motherfucker wanted to just run around making up shit about me once he was dating Sassafras. Then I pulled it out of the fucking bag every chance I got. I was like, all right, dude, if this is the game you want to play, I'm happy to play it, but you're not coming out on top on this. I don't care what the fuck you say about me, dude. I'm pulling this out. I don't give a fuck what you say every time. I'm saying you raped your fucking little sister, bro. So just for a little context before I get off, he apparently, like, he said he got super drunk on stream one day, super drunk, like trashed out drunk, starts talking about the fact that when he was young he had sex with his little sister, and that he was like he was abused when he was a child. He ended up doing it to his own sister, and when this happened, his own mods cut off his stream. They deleted it for him. Queeman recorded it, gave it to Lav, just to fuck with Sick for absolutely no good reason, just because he just wanted to see the world burn. Like Queeman had like 5 viewers at the time, so he couldn't just like play it himself. So he wanted to leak it to somebody who had an audience. So he gave it to Lav. Lav played it. And so yeah, I thought it was fucked up because like he was a victim in that scenario and all that. But then when his girlfriend was like nonstop fucking harassing me, sexually harassing me, and then is now dating him, and he goes around talking shit about me and victim blaming me for being sexually harassed by his girlfriend. At that point, yeah, I'm like, all right, like, if that's the game we're playing, bro, like, if you're going that low, I am too. I am I made too many fucking mistakes. I made too many mistakes not going nuclear soon enough. That is one of the bigger mistakes I made the entire time, is not going nuclear right off the rip. So now, bro, not the same. I'm sorry, but if that's the sort of shit you've got on you, you just shouldn't be picking fights. Like, I'm not saying they're the same, but I'm also saying I didn't pick that fucking fight. I did not ask for that. What is nuclear? What were you gonna do? I literally just said what I did, not what I was gonna do. What I did. I just said what I did. Or you mean like with like SAS? Like I should have leaked the calls from the beginning. I should have leaked all the DMs from the beginning. Same with Zonia. Same with Sulfur. Same with all these people. Is that like I kept thinking like, oh, they're probably like confused about something. We can clear this up. Like I'm sure they're not lying on purpose. They're not being bad faith. Like I'm just trying to like see everything from the best perspective, but I shouldn't have. I should have just, as they're leaking, you know, round number 3 on me, out of context shit, I'm sitting there like, maybe they recontextualized this in their own mind, and now they think that this was very different than it actually happened, and it's possible. Every fucking time I would just sit there. So yeah, eventually once I leaked all shit, like it is as like blatant as it could be, but whatever. If yeah, anyways, all right, I'll be back on tomorrow. In the meantime, make sure you guys join the Discord. Link is in the description, and hit the thumbs up button. We need those thumbs upsies, but what we also need are comments. Comments really help the channel push each video in the algorithm and make it to where a lot more people find the content. So hang out for a minute. Once stream's over, hit the refresh button, scroll down, and leave a comment. Till tomorrow. Appreciate you. Love you. See you next time. Wicked. Later, fools.